Chapter 1393. Compared to the shock of the 5 immortal sects, the fiend cult, which had been utterly defeated, revealed a look of pleasant surprise. What a powerful figure. Who is this? Why did he appear to help us? He doesn't look like a member of our cult. That's right. He has already killed a late golden immortal expert of the 5 great immortal sects, which means that he has started a feud with the 5 great immortal sections. That makes him our friend. Now that the Black Demon Cliff has been completely taken over, it's too difficult to reverse the situation. It's a great thing for us to have a powerful helper at this time. Don't be happy too early. This man is just a golden immortal expert. Although he has the strength to kill a late golden immortal expert, there are many half-step golden immortal experts in the 5 immortal sections. I'm afraid that he will die if he encounters a half-step golden immortal expert. The people of the devil cult were whispering. No one knew who Zhou Xian was, but the fact that he had killed an expert of the 5 immortal sects had already made his stand clear. Zhou Xian ignored their astonishment. He turned to the camp of the devil cult and shouted, "Who's the cult master of the devil cult?" Zhou Qian's voice was deafening like a great bell. A middle-aged man with a majestic body stood out. He was covered with injuries and was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. If the battle continued, he was afraid that only death awaited him. "I am. May I know what's the matter, young hero?" The cult master of the devil cult said. Before knowing Zhou Qian's identity, no one knew why Zhou Qian came here. Even the devil cult couldn't be too happy. Humph. Where did this brat come from? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare he kill an expert of our 5 immortal sects? He's simply courting death. Before Zhou Qian had the time to ask, a half-step immortal king from the 5 immortal sects was infuriated and shouted at Zhou Qian. At the same time, the half-step immortal king struck decisively. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhou Qian, stretched out a big hand and grabbed at Zhou Qian. To the 5 immortal sects, nothing was more important than destroying the devil cult. Anyone who tried to stop them must die. A trace of anger flickered in Zhou Qian's eyes. The old man in front of him had interrupted him at a critical moment. He was simply courting death. Zhou Qian yelled at that half-step immortal king. That expert who had already rushed out seemed to have received a powerful impact. His whole body was sent flying several meters away. Wah. After the half-step immortal king stabilized his body, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and there were even pieces of his internal organs mixed within it. His aura instantly weakened. The elder was shocked. The way he looked at Zhou Qian was like looking at a ghost. He was a half-step immortal king supreme expert. Just a roar from Zhou Qian had almost taken his life and shattered all his internal organs. Even if he wasn't dead yet, he was already half-crippled. It would take at least a few months for him to recover from such a serious injury. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Oh my god, is he still human? How can he be so powerful? He didn't do anything. Just a roar almost took the life of a half-step immortal king. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Where did this freak come from? It's impossible for there to be such a figure in Han's spirit zone. He's too scary. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone was completely shocked. The noisy battlefield instantly quietened down. Countless eyes fell upon Zhou Qian as if they had seen a miracle, especially those from the devil cult. Each of their faces began to reveal a look of excitement, especially the cult master. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. Humph. You 5 immortal sects had better not provoke me. Zhou Qian harumphed coldly. His cold eyes swept across the experts of the 5 immortal sections. Then he retracted his chi and returned to his human form. As a matter of fact, given his current strength, even if he didn't use his dragon form, he could still kill any ordinary half-step immortal king with just a lift of his hand. After all, Zhou Qian was an existence that could kill an immortal king like Tianmuyun. Using the dragon form was only the biggest deterrent effect. Now this kind of deterrence had taken effect. The entire battlefield was now under his complete control. As long as those remaining half-step immortal kings weren't fools, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack him, because that would only lead to death. Zhou Qian turned around and continued to look at the cult master. At this moment, the way the cult master looked at Zhou Qian had completely changed. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome young man could be a war god with heaven-defying means. Cult Master, let me ask you. Has there ever been a man named Han Yen in Black Demon Cliff? Jiang Chen asked. Senior Brother Han Yen. So he's here for Senior Brother Han Yen. Senior Brother Han Yen has heaven-defying means and possesses the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. He has killed many geniuses of the 5 immortal sections. This time, half of the reason why the 5 immortal sects took the initiative to attack Black Demon Cliff was because of Senior Brother Han Yen. Unfortunately, Senior Brother Han Yen has disappeared. I wonder what's the relationship between this young man and Senior Brother Han Yen. The mention of Han Yan's name immediately stirred up a commotion in the Devil sect. Jiang Chen saw this and was even more certain that Han Yen had a close relationship with the Devil sect. Young Master Han Yen is the #1 genius of Black Demon Cliff. The reason why the 5 immortal sects attacked us was because Han Yen had killed many of their genius disciples. The cult master said. Is that so? Where is he now? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. It seemed like Han Yen had been doing well in Han's spirit zone and had become a little devil king. Since Han Yen alone could cause a war in Han's spirit zone, it indicated that Han Yan's cultivation base was already very high. Otherwise, the 5 immortal sects wouldn't pay so much attention to him. However, this was also within Jiang Chen's expectation. Han Yan's talent was already very terrifying. After eating the regenerative lotus heart, it could be said that he had been reborn. But for Jiang Chen this wasn't important. What was important now was where Han Yen had gone. We don't know where Han Yen has gone. But 2 nights ago, a devil wind suddenly blew on the Black Demon Cliff. That devil wind was very strange and mysterious. It was unknown where it came from, but it swept Han Yen away. He never returned after that, said the cult master. The devil cult leader said. The entire devil cult did not know where Han Yen had gone, but when they thought of the demonic wind 2 nights ago, even the devil cult leader revealed a look of lingering fear. It could be seen that the demonic wind was extraordinary. Chapter 1394. At this time, De Huang Dog and Tyrant had also flown to Jiang Chen's side. Upon hearing the words of the cult master, both of them were stunned. They had never thought that such a thing would happen, but it seemed like the cult master wasn't lying. In other words, Han Yen was really swept away by a mysterious devil wind. Little Chenzi, what is that mysterious devil wind? Tyrant knitted his brows. What we can be sure of is that the mysterious devil wind has come prepared. Its target is Yen. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to the Black Demon Cliff all of a sudden. After all, there has never been such a strange incident in the Black Demon Cliff. It only appeared after Yan's arrival. This is a very strange thing in itself. De Huang Dog said. Brother Dog is right. I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days. I've been looking for traces of the demonic wind. However, after the demonic wind swept Han Yen away, it disappeared without a trace. Not even a trace of its aura was left behind. At this time his tone was incomparably respectful to Jiang Chen and the other 2. This cult master wasn't a fool. Being able to become the cult master meant that he was a very astute person. He could see that these 3 people were Han Yan's good friends. They had come here to look for Han Yen. Plus, that white-robed youth was just too terrifying. Although his appearance was only at the intermediate golden immortal realm, his combat strength was terrifying. The word, terrifying, couldn't be used to describe his combat strength. A half-step immortal king expert retreated with a shout. In other words, if this youth really attacked just now, that half-step immortal king elder would already be dead. There was no doubt about this. The devil cult was already at its end today. Under the joint attack of the 5 major immortal sects, it was about to face destruction and disintegration. At this time Jiang Chen appeared. He was the savior of the devil cult. As long as the cult master wasn't a fool, he would find a way to seize this opportunity. As long as he could get the help of this youth, the devil cult would have a chance of survival. Let me make another divination. Jiang Chen said, circulating the great divination art once more. He understood Han Yan's qi, so he was able to divine some clues, but this time he couldn't find any trace of the mysterious devil wind. This didn't mean that the great divination art was useless. It only meant that the mysterious devil wind was too strong and mysterious. Jiang Chen's great divination art wasn't proficient enough. He was only at the heavenly vision realm, so he couldn't divine any trace of the mysterious devil wind. However, Jiang Qin didn't come up empty-handed. He had deduced that the mysterious demonic wind might be a fortuitous encounter for Han Yan. He didn't foresee any danger from it, which made Jiang Qin feel more at ease. Jiang Qin didn't have to worry too much. I divined that the mysterious demonic wind was too strange, and the great divination art couldn't divine any clues at all. However, I divined that Yan wasn't in danger. This demonic wind might be a rare opportunity for Yan, said Han Li. Jiang Qin said. Since Yan is fine, we can head to East Xuanyu without any worries. I believe we'll meet Yan again sooner or later. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Tyrant and De Huang Dog revealed a relaxed expression. They were very confident in Jiang Qin's means, especially when it came to Han Yan. Jiang Qin wouldn't make a mistake so easily. In that case, let's leave. We don't need to get involved in the matters of Han's spirit zone. De Huang Dog said while wagging his tail. Upon hearing this, the faces of the cult master and the higher-ups changed dramatically. This was their last chance. If they lost it, the cult would face true annihilation. Young master, please help our black demon Cliff. I believe that if Han Yan is here, he will surely live and die with the black demon Cliff. The cult master panicked and hastily bowed deeply to Jiang Qin. As a half-step Immortal King Supreme Expert and the helmsman of the Black Demon Cliff, the cult master was a very arrogant person. Even in the entire Han spirit zone, he was a high and mighty existence standing at the top of the pyramid. But at this moment he had to humble himself to a golden immortal. But to the cult master he didn't have the slightest complaint. This was related to the life and death of the cult. At this critical moment, all heirs were bullshit. Saving one's life was the most important thing. Moreover, Jiang Qin's performance was indeed very strong. It wasn't a big deal for such an expert to accept his bow. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin knitted his brows slightly. Initially he didn't want to meddle in the affairs of Han's spirit zone, but the words of the cult master had moved his heart. After all, this was the place where Han Yan grew up. Just like what the cult master said, if Han Yan was here these few days, he would certainly choose to live and die with the Black Demon Cliff. In other words, the life and death of the Black Demon Cliff was Han Yan's business. Since it was Han Yan's business, it was Jiang Qin's business. Therefore, Jiang Qin decided to stay and help the cult, at least to ensure the safety of the Black Demon Cliff today. Alright, I'll help you today. Jiang Qin nodded, then turned to the camp of the 5 immortal sects. There were a total of 10 half-step Immortal King experts in the 5 immortal sects. At this moment all of them were gathered together. Each of them was holding a terrifying immortal weapon in their hands, which was exuding strong murderous intent. On the side of the devil cult, there were only 4 half-step immortal kings. Each of them was seriously injured. Just like the cult master, their condition was extremely weak. All of them were like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, this situation made Jiang Qin have to admit the strength of the devil cult. It was already a miracle that 4 of them were still alive after fighting against 10 of them. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the devil cult was in Han's spirit zone. This was probably one of the reasons why the 5 immortal sects had to unite to eliminate the devil cult. 5 immortal sects, listen up. I, Jiang Qin, will take charge of today's matter. You 5 immortal sects will immediately withdraw from the Black Demon Cliff. From now on, you're not allowed to take a step into the Black Demon Cliff. Jiang Qin spoke loudly to the camp of the 5 immortal sects. His tone was overbearing and indisputable. It was a completely commanding tone, not giving the 5 immortal sects the slightest chance to disobey. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, the huge camp of the 5 immortal sects suddenly became restless. What? You want us to withdraw just like that? Isn't this a joke? In order to attack the Black Demon Cliff, we have already suffered a great loss. We're about to destroy the devil cult. It's impossible for us to withdraw now. That's right. This man is too arrogant. He thinks that he can meddle in the affairs of the entire Han spirit zone with his own strength. Isn't he thinking too highly of himself? But he really has great strength. Not even a half-step immortal king is a match for him. Chapter 1395. The 5 immortal sects were very agitated. They had been fighting with the devil cult for too long. They did not know how long they had waited for this day. Now that they were about to succeed, it was an extremely painful thing for them to let go at this time. At this time, the eyes of all the experts of the 5 immortal sects fell on their sect masters. Only those half-step Immortal King's supreme experts could decide the outcome of today's battle. They couldn't decide it. The half-step Immortal King experts of the 5 immortal sects exchanged glances. They could see the anger and strong killing intent in each other's eyes. This kid is really too arrogant. He actually dares to criticize us 5 great immortal sects like this. If we admit defeat and retreat today, we'll really lose face. We won't be able to raise our heads in Han's spirit zone in the future. A sturdy middle-aged man spoke. After all, the influence of the 5 immortal sects in Han's spirit zone was too great. Today they had attacked the devil cult with great fanfare. If they return like this, where would their face be? They would become the laughing stock of the entire Han spirit zone, and the Black Demon Cliff would certainly become more arrogant. That's right. We can't admit defeat, but this guy doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Another half-step Immortal King said with a frown. There was a hint of worry in his tone. Humph. Don't be afraid of him. No matter how powerful he is, he's just an intermediate golden immortal. Just now, Elder Huang was just careless. Even if he has the ability to injure a half-step Immortal King, if all of us join forces, that brat won't be a problem. One of them spoke, his body exuding strong killing intent. As a matter of fact, the experts of the 5 immortal sects had been blinded by victory. In their point of view, it wasn't easy to force the devil cult to such an extent. If they couldn't eliminate the devil cult in one fell swoop today, it would be difficult to find another opportunity in the future. Now, an uninvited guest had appeared out of nowhere and changed all their plans. However, they weren't willing to give up just like that because their camp was still incomparably strong. Moreover, they didn't know much about Xianxia. So, even though they had injured a half-step Immortal King, they still felt that they still had a chance to kill Xianxia. Moreover, the half-step Immortal King that was injured by Xianxia wasn't a very powerful one among these half-step Immortal Kings. Of course, if they knew about Xianxia and what had happened in One Line Sky, they would have already left with their tails between their legs, not even daring to let out a fart. One should know that Xianxia was an existence that had killed a true Immortal King. Under the situation where Xianxia's energy was almost exhausted, the One Line 6 Immortals still couldn't withstand a single move from Xianxia. All of them were instantly killed, let alone trash like them. In front of Xianxia, they weren't even worth mentioning. Xianxia, this is a battle between the major forces of Han's spirit. I hope you won't get involved. Let's forget about the matter of you killing the elders of our 5 immortal sects. What do you think? One of the half-step Immortal Kings spoke to Xianxia. To put it bluntly, they were still very afraid of Xianxia. After all, they had seen Xianxia's means with their own eyes. It would be best if they didn't have to fight with such a genius. Anyway, their target today was Black Demon Cliff. I'll only say it once. You'd better not challenge my patience. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xianxia placed one of his hands behind his back and spoke in a condescending manner. He was like a king. His words were like an imperial edict that no one could defy. He was giving face to the 5 great immortal sects, giving them a chance. If they didn't know how to cherish it, he would beat them until they surrendered. Xianxia, don't be too arrogant. You aren't a member of Han's spirit. Why are you meddling in our business? Could it be that you really think you can deal with so many of us? Another half-step Immortal King spoke loudly. His tone was filled with anger. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. This man was too hateful. If it wasn't for the appearance of Xianxia at the critical moment, Black Demon Cliff would have already been conquered and the devil cult would have been annihilated. The way I, Xianxia, do things is not for you to tell me what to do. I'll say it for the last time. 5 immortal sects withdraw from Black Demon Cliff immediately. You are not allowed to take a step into Black Demon Cliff in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xianxia Leng said. The Huang Dog and Tyrant couldn't help but shake their heads. They looked at the experts of the 5 immortal sects with pity and regret in their eyes. What they were doing now was testing Xianxia's patience, which was an incomparably dangerous thing. There's no need to say more. Since you insist on taking action, there's no need for us to be polite. Everyone join forces. Be careful. I don't believe that we can't kill this golden immortal brat. A half-step Immortal King expert holding a saber spoke loudly, seemingly ready to take action. Pong. Waves of tyrannical chi were released. 10 half-step Immortal Kings attacked at the same time. They wanted to kill Xianxia with a single strike. Courting death. Jiang Chen's dragon eyes flickered. Without waiting for them to make the first move, he made the first move. He turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of those immortal kings like a ghost. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand like a king's sword, slashing at one of the half-step immortal kings. Not good. The faces of all the half-step immortal kings changed dramatically. At this moment, they realized that they had made an incomparably serious mistake. They had overestimated themselves and underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attack was like a violent hurricane, and they were like the gravel in the hurricane. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. The violent qi that radiated from Jiang Chen's body made them unable to fight back. The energy in their body was severely suppressed, making them unable to exert any combat strength at all. Arg! Along with a miserable scream, the heavenly saint's sword slashed across. A half-step immortal king was slashed in half on the spot. Zhoosh! Another slash, the same miserable scream, and the same person was slashed in half. This was a completely one-sided massacre, a meaningless battle. Both sides were on completely different levels. To Jiang Chen, killing them was an extremely simple thing. Zhoosh! Jiang Chen slashed out 2 more times. Without any suspense, another 2 half-step immortal kings died tragically. Chapter 1396. By God! Is he still a human? The cult master was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such a horrifying thing before. Jiang Chen's means could only be described as heaven-defying. It was simply earth-shattering. One should know that those who were killed by Jiang Chen were their formidable enemies, the experts who had almost destroyed the Black Demon Cliff. All the injuries on the experts were caused by these people. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. It seems like Cult Master has done a great thing by accepting Han Yan. Without Han Yan, this Jiang Chen wouldn't have helped us. The hope of our devil cult has come. That's right. The Black Demon Cliff is finally saved. If Jiang Chen can kill all the half-step immortal kings of the 5 immortal sects, Han Spirit City will be the world of our devil cult in the future. I have never seen such a terrifying figure before. He's just a golden immortal. I wonder where he came from. I believe that even those geniuses of the super immortal sects in East Xuanyu can't be compared to him. The experts of the devil cult were scared out of their wits, but this didn't stop their excitement, because Jiang Chen was now on their side. The death of the half-step immortal kings of the 5 immortal sects was a great thing for the devil cult. Compared to the excitement of the devil cult, the faces of the people of the 5 immortal sects darkened to the extreme. The originally good situation had been reversed in an instant. It was reversed by one man. Their half-step immortal king experts were no match for the white-robed youth. Both sides weren't on the same level. If this continued, the ones who would be destroyed today would be the 5 immortal sects. Stop killing. Let's retreat. Someone yelled at the top of his lungs. The one who spoke was the one who advocated for a joint attack to kill Jiang Chen. Now he felt like crying, knowing that he had made a serious mistake. 4 half-step immortal kings had been killed. The remaining 6 had turned pale with fear. They no longer had any desire to fight and fled in all directions. At the same time, Jiang Chen also stopped what he was doing. He held his sword and looked at the remaining 6 people. Lung. I've said it before. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you dare to disobey me, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Today all of you will die. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky, but this was just for show. He had already killed 4 half-step immortal kings. It was impossible for him to kill the remaining 6, because his purpose today was to help Black Demon Cliff out of danger, not to change the situation of Han's spirit. A large region must have the existence of righteous sections. If he killed all the half-step immortal kings here today, then this region would become the world of the devil religion. Although the people of the devil religion were forthright, each of them was a murderous and ruthless devil. Once the devil religion was allowed to rule Han's spirit, it wouldn't be long before Han's spirit would be plunged into misery and suffering. No one knew how many people from the 5 immortal sects would die tragically in the hands of the devil religion. This wasn't the result that Jiang Chen wanted to see. So, he wanted to keep these people alive to fight against the devil religion in the future so that Han's spirit zone could reach a kind of balance. Young master, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We are willing to listen to young master's command and immediately lead the 5 immortal sects to retreat from Black Demon Cliff. We will never step into Black Demon Cliff again. One of them hastily saluted Zhou Xian. In the face of absolute pressure, all dignity was no longer needed. The 5 great immortal sects had already suffered serious losses. They couldn't just watch the 5 great immortal sects being annihilated here because the price they had to pay would be too high. Young Master, please spare our lives. We are willing to listen to Young Master's command and apologize for what we have done. Another person hastily spoke in a low voice. Humph. Do you think that you can come and go as you please in Black Demon Cliff? Today you have wreaked havoc on our Black Demon Cliff and almost destroyed us. You 5 immortal sects must pay the price. A half-step immortal king elder of devil religion spoke loudly. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted now that he had a powerful helper. He wanted to use Zhou Xian to take down the 5 immortal sects in one fell swoop. Swish. However, as soon as the elder's voice faded, he saw Zhou Xian looking at him. That gaze was full of indifference and ruthlessness. With just a glance, the elder shrunk his neck and lowered his head in fear. Only now did he realize that he wasn't qualified to speak at all. It wasn't up to him to decide how to deal with the 5 immortal sects. Be starred. Back off. The cult master hastily reprimanded the elder. He could already see that the elder's action had made Zhou Xian unhappy. Wasn't this motherfucker courting death? It was already good enough that Black Demon Cliff was able to avoid a great disaster today. Now they still wanted to speak on behalf of Zhou Xian. They must be tired of living. The remaining 6 half-step immortal kings of the 5 immortal sects were standing there timidly, not daring to say a word or make any attempt to escape. They weren't fools. They knew very well what they had to do now. Given Zhou Xian's means, there was absolutely no chance for them to escape. Now they were like fish on a chopping block waiting to be slaughtered by Zhou Xian. Now there was only regret in their hearts. They regretted that they didn't listen to Zhou Xian's words and leave immediately. Now it would be difficult for them to leave. In their eyes, Zhou Xian was a peerless devil king, a god of slaughter who had already controlled their fate. I have given you a chance just now, but you didn't know how to cherish it. According to my habit, I would have killed all of you, but I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let the 6 of you go. Zhou Xian spoke. From the reaction of the elder just now, he could already tell that his worries were justified. He must not kill these half-step immortal kings today. Otherwise, the problem of Han's spirit world would soon appear. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable when the devil cult wreaked havoc. Thank you, young master. Thank you for sparing our lives. Hearing that Zhou Xian had really let them go, the 6 of them were stunned at first, then moved to tears of gratitude and happiness. Just now, all of them were shrouded by the fear of death. That kind of feeling was too terrifying. But it's impossible for you all to leave so easily. Each of you 5 immortal sects will take out 100 million high-grade immortal metastones. Zhou Xian said, revealing a smile at the corner of his mouth. It wouldn't be a waste to let these people go. If he didn't take this opportunity to extort some wealth, wouldn't he be letting himself down? Chapter 1397. After leaving Tianyun Pavilion, Zhou Xian was penniless. To him this was undoubtedly a predicament. In the cultivation of dragon transformation skill, the most indispensable thing was immortal metastones. Zhou Xian had to ensure that he had a large number of immortal metastones with him at all times so that his advancement wouldn't be delayed at the critical moment. 100 million high-grade immortal metastones was undoubtedly an exorbitant demand for the 5 immortal sects. This was a heaven-defying amount of wealth, but Zhou Xian knew that the 5 immortal sects would certainly be able to take out this amount of wealth. His demand was also within the range that the 5 immortal sects could afford. Any one of the 5 immortal sects was as powerful as Tianyun Pavilion. One should know that there were 100 million high-grade immortal metastones in the spatial ring that Ouyang he had left him. What? 100 million? High-grade immortal metastones? The few half-step immortal kings widened their eyes and exclaimed, doubting their ears. 100 million high-grade immortal metastones? This bastard really dared to ask for it. Today they finally witnessed what was called an exorbitant demand. Motherfucker. Just kill me. This bastard really dares to ask for it. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as him. That's 100 million high-grade immortal metastones we're talking about. What's the difference between this and murder? Even if you're being exorbitant, you shouldn't do it like this. This is simply robbery and extortion. Shameless. AI. Be content. Compared to the fate of the 5 immortal sects, 100 million high-grade immortal metastones is nothing. If this bastard kills all the experts in a fit of anger, our 5 immortal sects will be finished. At that time all the wealth will belong to him. Many people from the 5 immortal sects had the urge to cough out blood. Jiang Chen's exorbitant demand was too frightening. The number alone was enough to make people shudder. 5 immortal sects meant 500 million high-grade immortal metastones. What kind of heaven-defying wealth was this? Jiang Chen was truly invincible. However, while sighing at Jiang Chen for demanding an exorbitant price, some people also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, compared to the destruction of the 5 major immortal sects, this price was not considered huge. The faces of the 6 half-step immortal kings also revealed a troubled look. After all, this wasn't a small amount of wealth. What? Can't you take it out? If you can't, I'll kill you right now. Jiang Chen moved his body and released his murderous aura. Seeing that Jiang Chen was angry again, the few half-step immortal kings broke out in cold sweat and said hastily, No, we can, but young Master Jiang Chen, we don't have so much wealth with us now. We will send someone to the sect's treasure vault to get it now. What do you think? My time is limited, Jiang Chen said snappily. Rest assured, young Master Jiang. It won't take too long. A middle-aged man spoke. Then each of the half-step immortal kings sent a late golden immortal expert back to the sect. Given the speed of a late golden immortal expert, it wouldn't take long for them to return to the sect. Therefore, Jiang Chen waited here with a peace of mind. With this 500 million wealth, Jiang Chen basically didn't need to worry about immortal metastones in a short period of time. Sure enough, it only took less than 5 minutes for the late golden immortal experts to return. After witnessing Jiang Chen's means, they wouldn't dare show any neglect to Jiang Chen anymore. This was a devil king who would kill anyone he didn't agree with. The faces of these late golden immortal experts didn't look good. Although they had taken out 100 million high-grade immortal metastones, the price was just too heavy because this was almost all of their treasure vault. Now that they had taken out all of it, no one knew how long they would need to recuperate. Of course, it wasn't bad for them to have a chance to recuperate. If they didn't give Jiang Chen the wealth, Jiang Chen might kill them. In that case, the 5 great immortal sects wouldn't just be facing a simple recuperation. Young Master Jiang, these are 500 million high-grade immortal metastones. Please count them. A middle-aged man came to Jiang Chen, trembling, and handed the immortal metastones to Jiang Chen respectfully. This was equivalent to buying one's life with money. And there's no need to count them. You 5 great immortal sects should withdraw from Black Demon Cliff immediately. Jiang Chen waved his hand casually. The 5 great immortal sects had suffered a serious blow and it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. The first thing they needed to do after returning was to recuperate. Similarly, Black Demon Cliff had suffered an unprecedented destructive blow. It wouldn't be easy to recover in a short period of time. In other words, Han's spirit would be in a peaceful state for a long period of time, which was the result Jiang Chen wanted. The army of the 5 great immortal sects withdrew from Black Demon Cliff one after another. Their speed was very fast. It only took them a minute to leave. The Black Demon Cliff had regained its tranquility, but the pungent smell of blood was still lingering in the air. The ground was covered with corpses, just like an Azura battlefield. If such a battlefield wasn't cleaned up, the stench of blood and resentment wouldn't disappear even after a month. At this time, the cult master and a group of higher-ups hurriedly came forward and saluted Jiang Chen. Thank you, young Master Jiang Chen, for your great kindness to our devil race. If it wasn't for your timely appearance today, Black Demon Cliff would no longer exist and our devil race would be doomed eternally. We will never be able to repay your kindness, said the cult master. I did it for Han Yen, Jiang Chen said casually, then disappeared with De Huang Dog and Tyrant. To Jiang Chen, Han's spirit region was just a small interlude. If it wasn't for Han Yen, Jiang Chen wouldn't have interfered in the war. Now let's go to East Xuanyu directly. Jiang Chen smiled. Han Yan's matter had been resolved. Although he didn't know where Han Yen had been taken by the devil wind, he was sure that Han Yen wouldn't be in any danger. Next he could go to East Xuanyu without any worries. Little Chenzi, I might not be able to go to East Xuanyu, Tyrant suddenly said. Damn monk, what are you doing? De Huang Dog was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Tyrant to say that he wanted to leave at such a critical moment. Xianxia also looked at Tyrant in surprise, but he knew that Tyrant must have his own reasons for saying such a thing. Tyrant, do you have a new plan? Asked Xianxia. To Xianxia, it was a great thing to be able to go to a big place like East Xuanyu with his brother and fight side by side. If Tyrant had his own ideas, he wouldn't stop him and would support him vigorously. I'm going to White Dragon Temple, Tyrant said. Chapter 1398. When the 3 words White Dragon Temple came out of Tyrant's mouth, Xianxia and Big Yellow understood a little. White Dragon Temple was the only Buddha sect in ethereal immortal domain. It was also the highest sacred land of Buddha sect. It was the dream and pursuit of almost every Buddha sect disciple. It was perfectly normal for Tyrant to go to White Dragon Temple. White Dragon Temple is the supreme holy land of Buddhism in the immortal world. If you go there, you will definitely gain a lot of benefits. However, the competition in a place like White Dragon Temple must be extremely fierce. You must be careful after you go there. Xianxia patted Tyrant's shoulder. This was what brothers were like. No matter what his brothers wanted to do, all he had to do was to support them. Moreover, Xianxia and De Huang Dog had no reason not to support Tyrant. After all, White Dragon Temple had a great reputation. Everyone in the immortal world had heard of White Dragon Temple. However, a place like White Dragon Temple wasn't a place that anyone could go. However, with Tyrant's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter White Dragon Temple. Little Chinzi, De Huang, the reason why I want to go to White Dragon Temple isn't to pursue the prestige of White Dragon Temple, nor is it to challenge the status of White Dragon Temple. If that's the case, I would rather go to East Xuanyu and fight side by side with you. That would be a truly carefree thing. However, I recently received the guidance of the God Trembling Monument. It pointed me in the direction of White Dragon Temple. I have an intuition that there is something mysterious waiting for me in White Dragon Temple that will give me great benefits. Tyrant said. Hearing this, Xianxia and De Huang Dog's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. They had seen the power of the God Trembling Monument, especially Xianxia. In his eyes, the level of the God Trembling Monument was probably comparable to the Zulong Tower. Such a supreme treasure had a certain spirituality. Since it was the God Trembling Monument that pointed Tyrant in the right direction, it definitely wouldn't be wrong. Good. Monk, this is a very good thing for you. The God Trembling Monument will definitely not harm you. Furthermore, with your current state, going to the White Dragon Temple is a very good choice. Your growth there will be beyond imagination. Xianxia said. The status of the White Dragon Temple in the Immortal Realms was similar to the status of the Great Lightning Tune Temple in Saint Origin World. Both were known as the Holy Land of Buddhism. Although they usually kept a low profile, no one dared to look down on the existence of the White Dragon Temple. Every eminent monk that came from the White Dragon Temple was a figure that shocked the world. Damn it! Little monk, do your best to mingle in the White Dragon Temple. In the future, when Lord Dog goes to the White Dragon Temple, I can be a big boss. De Huang Dog said proudly while wagging his thick tail. Don't worry. Brother, I will be leaving first. You guys better be careful when you arrive at East Xuanyu. However, my worry is completely unnecessary because when the 2 of you arrive at East Xuanyu, those geniuses in East Xuanyu will have a headache. I can already imagine that in the near future, East Xuanyu will be in chaos. Tyrant said with a smile. He knew that worrying about Xianxia was completely unnecessary. It would be more practical to worry about the geniuses in East Xuanyu. Tyrant left, disappearing without a trace. Xianxia and De Huang Dog stared at the direction where Tyrant disappeared. Only after Tyrant's silhouette had disappeared for a long time did they regain their senses. The brothers had just reunited not too long ago and they were already separated again. It was unknown when they would meet again. It was impossible to say that they didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness. Let's go. Let's head to East Xuanyu, De Huang Dog said. Go. We will start a new journey. There are still many things to do. Xianxia rubbed De Huang Dog's head. With this dog around, Xianxia would never be lonely. No matter when, De Huang Dog would always be by his side. They had experienced too many things along the way. The only thing that remained unchanged was the relationship between him and De Huang Dog. It was getting deeper and deeper. Brat, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? In the future, can you not fucking touch Master Dog's head? Master Dog's head is very precious. This kind of behavior is a serious disrespect to Master Dog. It has seriously hurt the dignity of a dog. No, I'm not a dog. Alright, I won't rub it in the future. Xianxia, fuck you. Take your big hand away. They were a pair of clowns. Soon they disappeared from the sky of Han's spirit zone. Jiang Chen's trip to East Xuanyu signaled the beginning of a new journey. There were bound to be grudges and gratitude in front of him. Jiang Chen was already used to it. He was also mentally prepared for it. Moreover, Jiang Chen had things to do in this trip to East Xuanyu. Wu Ningzhu's news, Tian Jizi's cultivation, and Yan Qinyu's relationship with Immortal Slayer King and Great Emperor Zhou Xian. It was still not the right time for Jiang Chen to find out the secret behind it. Therefore, the most important thing for Jiang Chen now was to improve his cultivation. East Xuanyu was the place where his cultivation would soar again. The distance between Han's spirit zone and Eastern Profound Domain was tens of thousands of kilometers. The distance was just too far. It was separated by thousands of mountains and rivers and countless natural barriers. Even with Jiang Chen and Big Yellow's speed, they were afraid that it would take them a month's time to reach their destination even if they didn't stop. Along the way, the man and the dog played with each other, but it was not lonely. On this day, the noisy De Huang dog suddenly quieted down. He didn't say a word. His eyes looked a little obsessed. His body was constantly radiating golden light that flickered, making De Huang dog look incomparably magical. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. To De Huang dog, such a state was a sign of advancement. De Huang dog had once absorbed a large amount of the essence of the Immortal Execution Sword and had been hiding it in his body, refining it all the time. During this period of time, as De Huang dog's foundation continued to stabilize, he was finally able to advance again. This time, De Huang dog would directly advance from the peak of Intermediate Golden Immortal Realm to the Late Golden Immortal Realm, or even reach the peak of Late Golden Immortal Realm. In addition, De Huang dog's bloodline was very strong. Even if he was only at the peak of Late Golden Immortal Realm, he could still easily kill a half-step Immortal King. Even if he encountered an ordinary early Immortal King, he would still have the strength to fight. If he used his terrifying innate divine ability, he would be able to suppress an ordinary early Immortal King. Of course, De Huang dog still had the most terrifying trump card, the Immortal Execution Sword. Once he exerted a trace of the power of the Immortal Execution Sword, killing an Immortal King would be a piece of cake. Chapter 1399. After advancing to the Late Golden Immortal Realm, De Huang dog's qi didn't show any signs of weakening. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. This situation was exactly as he had expected. De Huang dog's current foundation was just too strong. It was only normal for his cultivation base to reach the peak of Late Golden Immortal Realm. Eventually, De Huang dog's cultivation base stopped at the peak of Late Golden Immortal Realm, only a step away from the half-step Immortal King realm. Naturally, Jiang Chen was very happy about De Huang dog's progress. Now that they were going to East Xuanyu, it could be said that there were experts everywhere, which wasn't a place that One Line Sky could compare to. The only way to establish a foothold in East Xuanyu was to have a strong cultivation base. Therefore, it was very important for them to improve their cultivation base at this time. Damn dog, you're improving very fast. Jiang Chen reached out his hand to stroke De Huang dog's head. Oof. De Huang dog was infuriated. He opened his mouth and bit Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen was startled and hastily retracted his hand. You still dare to say that you're not a dog? How many times have I told you? Don't touch Master Dog's head. Otherwise I'll bite you to death. De Huang dog was very angry at Jiang Chen's constant stroking of his head. However, along the way, Jiang Chen's big hand would stroke De Huang dog's head whenever he was free. A man and a dog fought and played. The journey wasn't lonely at all. A month passed by very quickly. In this 1 month, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog couldn't remember how many miles they had flown. In any case, it was an unimaginably long distance. During this period of time, they had experienced countless hurricanes and storms, encountered powerful demonic devils, and even encountered the calamity of primitive barbarians. However, to Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, these obstacles weren't worth mentioning at all. They were able to get rid of them effortlessly. On top of a mountain peak, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog stood facing the wind as they looked at the ethereal fairyland in front of them. There were tens of thousands of mountains in the forest, and they suddenly felt an indescribable sense of carefreeness. After crossing this mountain range, they would truly step into the territory of East Xuanyu. The immortal world is the same as Saint Origin world. It's a complete world, but the difference in the heaven and earth yuan-qi in different regions is too great. We haven't even reached East Xuanyu, but the density of the immortal qi here is already 10 times that of one-line sky. No wonder the cultivators here are incomparably powerful. There's a saying that each place nurtures its own people. It's not wrong at all. This is also why experts above the immortal king realm are unwilling to go to a small place like one-line sky, and why experts from small places would run to East Xuanyu once their cultivation base has reached a certain level. Jiang Chen said. It had been a long time since they entered the immortal world. He had basically figured out the situation here. There were 9 immortal domains, each of them was an independent immortal world. There were even spatial barriers between the immortal domains. The 9 immortal domains were completely independent. But this was also good. If all the immortals of the 9 immortal domains gathered together, it would be hard to imagine how chaotic the immortal world would be. The ethereal immortal domain alone was boundless in the immortal world. After this mountain range we will reach East Xuanyu. Let's not waste any more time. Big Yellow said, then turned into a ray of golden light and flew forward. Jiang Chen didn't slow down. It had taken them almost a month to reach their destination from one-line sky. Finally they arrived at their destination. Brr. Just as Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog approached the mountain range, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the mountain range. Then the whole mountain range started to shake. The earth quaked. Roar, roar, roar. Then the roars of innumerable demonic beasts resounded. Even though they were far away, Jiang Chen could see an extremely tragic battle taking place in the mountain range. Blood kept spurting out from below. Some of the blood even spurted tens of feet high. Crash. Innumerable trees and ancient vines were broken. In the blink of an eye, all the living beings within 100 miles of the mountain range were wiped out. Not to mention demonic beasts, not even a single plant survived. It could be seen that countless demonic beasts were frightened and began to flee in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had arrived in the mountain range. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had incomparably sharp senses. They both sensed a strong aura of a demon king in the mountain range. That was a demon of the immortal king realm. Motherfucker. Is East Xuanyu so terrifying? It's just a small mountain range at the edge of the mountain range and there's already a demon king. Isn't this too ridiculous? De Huang Dog had the urge to spurt out blood. This was just the edge of East Xuanyu. At best it was just a small place. Normally no one would come here, but there was already a demon king here. If that was the case, who knew how many powerful experts there would be in the inner regions of East Xuanyu? Perhaps immortal kings would be everywhere. This isn't right. It seems like there's only one demon king. The other demonic beasts are slightly weaker. I don't know what's wrong with this demon king, but it actually started a massacre here. Seems like it wants to destroy everything here. To the demonic beasts in this mountain range, this is undoubtedly an apocalyptic devastation. Jiang Chen said. Waha. Submit to me. All of you have to submit to me. A wild laughter rang from below. It was the demon king that emitted a domineering aura. Within this domineering aura there was also a strong divine aura. What a powerful divine aura. It seems like this isn't an ordinary demon king. Jiang Chen's expression stiffened. Come, let's go and have a look. De Huang Dog was instantly excited. If there was only an ordinary demon king in this mountain range, it wouldn't attract their attention. But the aura of this demon king contained a strong divine aura. This point alone was enough to show that this demon king wasn't ordinary. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately retracted their aura and drifted towards the inner regions of the mountain range. A powerful demon king was no joke. Brr, brr. Screams of demonic beasts could be heard everywhere in the inner regions of the mountain range. The divine aura was getting stronger and stronger, almost enveloping a large part of the mountain range. All the demonic beasts were jumping up and down. Some of the weaker demonic beasts couldn't withstand the pressure and were forced to crawl on the ground, trembling. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog saw a gigantic beast that was emitting golden light, wantonly destroying everything here. It wasn't a huge beast. Its body was about the same size as De Huang Dog when he transformed into a dragon horse. The gigantic beast was covered with golden scales and a scarlet flame was floating on the surface of its body. Its two golden horns were dazzling and full of mysteriousness. Its pair of fiery red eyes were sacred and inviolable. Chapter 1400. King. That was the innate chi of a king. The sacred chi radiating from this giant beast was almost the same as the bloodline of a divine beast of Dahuang dog. In other words, the bloodline of this giant beast was also the bloodline of a divine beast. The giant beast was the demon king. When Xianxia and Dahuang dog saw the appearance of this giant beast, they couldn't help but exclaim at the same time, "Fire Qilin!" Both Xianxia and Dahuang dog were utterly shocked. They had never thought that they would see a legendary divine beast as soon as they arrived at East Xuanyu. That's right. This giant beast in front of them was the legendary divine beast Qilin, one of the 5 elemental divine beasts. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Qilin. Fire Qilin was the strongest among the Qilin. It was very aggressive and had the unique bloodline of a divine beast. Legend had it that Qilin was an auspicious omen and represented divinity. That was why it was also known as the divine beast. In this heaven and earth, divine beasts were very rare, let alone the fire Qilin. Even if it wasn't extinct, it was still a fantasy to see one. However, what appeared in front of Xianxia and Dahuang dog was a pure fire Qilin. It was unknown where this fire Qilin came from. It didn't seem to be an adult Qilin. If it was an adult Qilin, its strength would certainly be earth-shattering. This Qilin was merely an early immortal king, but even so it was already terrifying enough. By God! There's actually a fire Qilin here. The appearance of a Qilin is a true auspicious omen, but a divine beast like Qilin should be incomparably arrogant. Why would it come to this low-grade mountain range to wreak havoc? Xianxia was a little puzzled, but the surprise that Qilin brought him couldn't be reduced. Haha, cool. This is fun. This is too fun. The fire Qilin spoke in human language and laughed heartily, seemingly having a great time. Xianxia and Big Yellow suddenly felt dizzy. It turned out that the fire Qilin had come here just to play with all the living beings in the mountain range. It was truly cruel of the Qilin to play with them. It seems like this fire Qilin is a divine beast of some super sect that just came out to play. Dahuang dog guessed. Dahuang, there's no one around right now. Xianxia looked at Dahuang dog. His eyes flickered and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Damn it. But this Qilin is not easy to deal with. I'm afraid it's much more difficult to deal with than Tian Miyun. Even if you and I join forces, it'll be difficult for us to defeat it. Dahuang dog said. How could he not know what Xianxia was thinking? This was a saint beast Qilin. If he could absorb the blood of a Qilin, the benefits he would obtain would be unimaginable. However, although Dahuang dog said so, his eyes were more excited than Xianxia's. The two brothers exchanged glances and basically made a decision. But if they didn't do it after encountering such a situation, they would be letting themselves down. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't get another one. Just like what Dahuang dog said, this Qilin was probably a saint beast of some super sect that had come out on its own. This was the best opportunity to strike. Once the Qilin returned, there would be no more chances. Of course, the decision to kill the fire Qilin was not a matter of courage alone. The key was strength. Xianxia and Dahuang dog had decided to do it, which meant that they had the strength to do it. Although the fire Qilin's combat strength was tyrannical and difficult to deal with, Xianxia and Dahuang dog had seen all kinds of powerful characters and experienced all kinds of challenges. How would they know if they didn't give it a try? Even if they couldn't defeat the fire Qilin in the end, escaping was not a problem. The man and the dog casually weighed the pros and cons and felt that they wouldn't suffer any losses. Besides, it was a rare experience to be able to fight a powerful holy beast Qilin. Boom! A large area of thick trees was destroyed by the fire Qilin. The huge body of the fire Qilin appeared in front of Xianxia and Dahuang dog. At this time, the fire Qilin had already wreaked havoc in this mountain range for thousands of miles without any hindrance. Now that it saw a man and a dog daring to block its way, the fire Qilin couldn't help but be stunned. Roar! After being stunned for a while, the fire Qilin saw that Xianxia and Dahuang dog had no intention of moving away. Immediately, the fire Qilin roared angrily. In its opinion, these two reckless guys in front of it were simply disrespecting it and looking down on it by not running away when they saw it. You two ants, how dare you block my way? Are you courting death? The fire Qilin's eyes spat out flames, showing that it was very angry, very angry. This place was opened by me and these trees were planted by me. If you want to leave this place you'll have to pay for the road. Big guy, this mountain range belongs to Master Dog. You came here and destroyed so many flowers and plants. You don't respect Master Dog at all. De Huang Dog said calmly. Hearing that, the fire Qilin was stunned. Suddenly it had the urge to puke blood. Where the hell did this yellow dog come from? How dare he ask me to give him face? Who the hell are you? How can you be so shameless? Right now the fire Qilin was very angry because it felt that it had lost face. Who was it? A dignified saint beast Qilin was actually looked down upon by a dog who called it a big guy. How could it accept this? It was unbearable. In any case it was unbearable. Roar. Stupid dog, how dare you provoke the might of a saint and look down on me? You're simply courting death. Now that you've offended me, there's no way you'll be able to survive in this world. Kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Then I'll eat you up so that you won't suffer any pain. The fire Qilin glared at the De Huang Dog and roared. A saint beast like this was incomparably arrogant and had an extremely noble bloodline. Now that it had been spoiled rotten by some big sect, it was simply lawless and unbridled, slaughtering all living beings. In its eyes, human cultivators were nothing but ants that could be trampled on as they pleased. Towards a divine beast like this, Xianxia would never be polite. Kneel your granny. You probably don't know of Master Dog's fame and power. You'll be scared to death if I tell you about it. Forget it, I won't talk so much with you. If you take the initiative to let out your blood and let Master Dog drink until he's full, Master Dog will spare your life today. De Huang Dog stretched out his paw and gestured at the fire Qilin. This time the fire Qilin was furious. The flames on the surface of its body instantly turned into a sea of fire, spraying out in all directions. In an instant all the flowers and trees within a radius of 100 miles were burned to ashes. At the same time, the fire Qilin opened its bloody mouth and bit towards De Huang Dog. It had to kill this dog immediately. Only by doing so could it vent the hatred in its heart. Chapter 1401. The Qilin fire was the saint fire of the heavens and earth. Its power was naturally astonishing, almost comparable to Jiangchen's true dragon fire. At this moment the Qilin's huge mouth was also carrying a strong saint fire. If De Huang Dog was swallowed by the Qilin he would be burned alive. Unfortunately, even though the fire Qilin was a mighty immortal king, it was still impossible for it to devour De Huang Dog in one go. De Huang Dog's qi had undergone a tremendous change. Scales appeared on the surface of his body. In the face of the powerful fire Qilin, De Huang Dog didn't dare to show any neglect. Both of them were divine beasts of the same level, and there was a huge gap in their cultivation base. In other words, without Jiangqin, De Huang Dog would never be a match for the fire Qilin. As a matter of fact, Jiangqin was still the main force in this battle. A ray of light shot out from the dragon horn on De Huang Dog's head, colliding heavily with the fire Qilin. The powerful impact tore the void apart. The fire Qilin closed its mouth, but De Huang Dog reacted very quickly and escaped, making the fire Qilin's mouth useless. However, De Huang Dog didn't have it easy at all. After being shaken by the powerful impact, his qi began to scatter. De Huang Dog couldn't withstand the qi wave of the fire Qilin. His current combat strength was enough to deal with an ordinary early immortal king. A saint beast like the fire Qilin wasn't an ordinary being. Even if Tian Muyun didn't die, he wouldn't be a match for the fire Qilin. For God's sake. It's worthy of being a saint beast of the heavens and earth. I'm no match for it at all. De Huang Dog spoke gloomily. Never thought that a dead dog would have such a powerful divine beast bloodline. This is truly a miracle. This is great. Sure enough, I didn't come here in vain today. If I can eat this dog, it will bring me endless benefits. My cultivation base will advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. The fire Qilin, who was originally furious, was overjoyed when it discovered the aura of the De Huang Dog's bloodline. Both of them were divine beasts, so the fire Qilin could also sense this powerful and noble bloodline directly. There was no way the flame Qilin wouldn't be excited. Today he had only come out to play around. He was going to wreak havoc in this mountain range in search of happiness, but who would have thought that there would be such an important and unexpected harvest? He encountered a divine beast. Just as the fire Qilin was about to launch another attack at the De Huang Dog, Jiangqin finally stopped hiding. He completely released his powerful aura and transformed into a war dragon. Judging from his aura alone, he was not weaker than the fire Qilin at all. What? The fire Qilin exclaimed again, looking at Zhou Xian in disbelief. The fire Qilin did not even bother to look at this human who was only a golden immortal. In his eyes, a golden immortal human was nothing more than an ant. He could kill him with a sneeze. Never had he thought that this incomparably small human could turn into a raging dragon in the blink of an eye, a vivid and lifelike raging dragon. As a matter of fact, this kind of transformation skill was not strange at all. Some major powers once had secret techniques that could absorb the bloodline of demonic beasts and transform, achieving the purpose of increasing their combat strength in a short period of time. But what really shocked the fire Qilin was that he could actually sense the aura of a real dragon from this human in front of him. That's right, it was the aura of a real dragon. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense the aura of Zhou Xian, but the fire Qilin could. The dragon was the king of all beasts, the true king of the heaven and earth, the noblest creature. The Qilin was one of the few divine beasts that could be compared to the dragon. Therefore, the fire Qilin could sense the bloodline of a real dragon just like how he sensed the bloodline of a real dragon in the Dahuang dog. Impossible. How is this possible? This guy is clearly a human. How could he turn into a real dragon after transforming? This is the real bloodline of a real dragon. I can't be wrong. This is unbelievable. The fire Qilin felt that he was about to lose his mind. He had just seen the most unbelievable thing in the heaven and earth. A human actually had the bloodline of a real dragon. Of course, he would not know that after cultivating the dragon transformation skill, Zhou Xian had already completed the complete dragon transformation. Now he was a real dragon, a noble real dragon. This guy must be lucky. I don't know what kind of opportunity he encountered to absorb the bloodline of a real dragon. This king's luck is really too good today. Both of these guys have the bloodline of a powerful divine beast, especially this kid's bloodline of a real dragon, which is even above my saint bloodline. If I can absorb his bloodline, my cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and my bloodline will become even nobler. The heavens are really helping me. This king really has the most heaven-defying luck in the heaven and earth. The fire Qilin was extremely excited. He suddenly shifted his attention from the Dahuang dog to Zhou Xian. He was prepared to eat this human who could use the transformation skill first and then eat the Dahuang dog. In any case, in his opinion, whether it was Zhou Xian or the Dahuang dog, they were both existences like ants. Even if they had the bloodline of a divine beast, they were still not his opponent. The huge gap in cultivation couldn't be made up for. Kid, this king advises you to stand there and be passive. Let this king drink all of your blood. How about it? The fire Qilin actually started discussing with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was stunned. He truly felt that this fire Qilin was an idiot. What the hell was this guy trying to discuss with someone to let his opponent stand there and wait for death? What kind of weird thought process was this? Did he really think that he was so awesome? True dragon palm. Zhou Xian didn't want to talk nonsense with the fire Qilin anymore. The fluctuations of the battle here were too big. Moreover, the fire Qilin's saint breath was too obvious. It would be bad if other experts from East Xuanyu were attracted here. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to end this battle quickly and use the sharpest method to take down this fire Qilin. Zhou Xian immediately unleashed a terrifying true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw pressed down on the fire Qilin like a barrier. So strong. The fire Qilin's expression changed. He didn't expect this human to be so terrifying. Even that dog was much more terrifying. Of course, the terror of the true dragon palm couldn't be the reason why the fire Qilin was afraid of Zhou Xian. As a powerful saint beast, the fire Qilin never knew the meaning of fear. In his mind, he was the absolute king, inviolable. The fire Qilin also moved. He raised his thick Qilin claws and slammed towards the true dragon palm. Energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas spread out wantonly like tidal waves. The void was shattered inch by inch. This attack was too tyrannical. Even the aftermath of the attack was destructive. Chapter 1402. Both of them were incomparably ferocious. So, the consequences of a powerful collision could be imagined. The entire mountain range was in chaos. Many demon beasts took advantage of the fact that someone was trying to stop the fire Qilin and began to flee for their lives. This mountain range was about to be destroyed. They had to escape as soon as possible. Staying here would only lead to death. Just the shockwaves released by the other party could easily take their lives. Honglong. In the sky, Zhou Xian and the fire Qilin had exchanged a dozen blows. The void was completely destroyed. Zhou Xian was shaken so much that he took a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. Even the mighty fire Qilin couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Impossible. How can a golden immortal be so powerful? The fire Qilin turned pale with fright. He didn't dare to underestimate Zhou Xian anymore. He couldn't believe that a golden immortal could be so powerful. Initially he thought that he could crush Zhou Xian into powder with just a casual strike. He didn't expect such an ending. After exchanging more than a dozen blows he couldn't even hurt his opponent, let alone kill him. At best he could only gain the upper hand. Compared to the fire Qilin's shock, Zhou Xian was equally shocked. In the battle just now he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. One should know that when he was fighting Tian Muyun, they were equally matched at the beginning and there was no clear winner. Moreover, the current him was different from when he fought with Tian Muyun. After a month of cultivation in Zulong Tower and another month of cultivation on his way to East Xuanyu, the dragon marks in his body didn't change, but his foundation was solid and his combat strength had naturally increased. However, even under such circumstances he was still no match for the fire Qilin. This didn't mean that he wasn't strong enough. It only meant that the fire Qilin was too powerful. It was a powerful saint beast that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Even a genius like Tian Muyun was no match for the fire Qilin. In fact, he was the kind of person who was completely no match for it. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Zhou Xian frowned. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to kill the fire Qilin today. Even if he used the 9 Dragons Annihilation art he still didn't have absolute confidence. After all, the fire Qilin wasn't something that Tian Muyun could compare with. De Huang Dog was enraged. Or rather, his fighting spirit had been completely stimulated. After witnessing the terror of the fire Qilin with his own eyes, De Huang Dog's blood was instantly ignited. He raised his head to the sky and roared. The aura of his bloodline was exposed and his aura kept rising. This guy. Upon seeing this, Zhou Xian couldn't help but shake his head. He knew what De Huang Dog was doing. De Huang Dog was using the remaining essence of the Immortal Execution Sword to break through to the half-step Immortal King realm in a short period of time. If it was any other time, Zhou Xian would certainly stop him. After all, De Huang Dog had just advanced to the peak of late Golden Immortal realm not long ago. If he forcibly broke through to the half-step Immortal King realm now, it would more or less affect his foundation. But now Zhou Xian didn't stop De Huang Dog's action. This was a kind of unyielding behavior. As a mighty divine beast, dignity was more important than anything else. De Huang Dog had an unyielding spirit in his body. Now he wanted to stimulate this spirit. The purpose of De Huang Dog was to deal with the fire Qilin. Under the influence of this spirit, even if De Huang Dog's cultivation base reached the half-step Immortal King realm, it wouldn't affect his foundation. Moreover, his foundation would become more stable as his cultivation base improved. Could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Humph. You want to advance in front of me? That's impossible. I'll eat you first, then that brat. The fire Qilin harumphed coldly, turned and rushed towards De Huang Dog. After realizing that Zhou Xian wasn't easy to deal with, the fire Qilin decided to kill De Huang Dog first. No matter which one he killed first, he would be able to absorb the divine beast bloodline in their bodies. At that time his cultivation base would improve instantly. Then he would turn around and kill the other one effortlessly. The fire Qilin's plan was very good, but unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to realize it. Swoosh. Almost when the fire Qilin was about to make a move, Zhou Xian appeared in front of him. Perhaps Zhou Qian's current combat strength wasn't as strong as the fire Qilin, but in terms of movement technique and speed, 2 fire Qilins wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Your opponent is me, Zhou Xian said. His fighting spirit was even stronger than before. It wasn't easy to encounter a powerful opponent. The more powerful the opponent was, the more it could stimulate Zhou Qian's fighting spirit. This kind of battle would always make his blood boil. You're courting death. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you first. The fire Qilin flew into a rage. It opened its mouth and spat out a pillar of fire. It was completely condensed out of holy flame and contained the fire Qilin's incomparably powerful attack power. This attack seemed ordinary, but it was no small matter. It could be said to be a very powerful attack of the Fire Qilin. Fire Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin showed no fear. He immediately unleashed a powerful Fire Dragon Seal, fighting fire with fire. Although the holy flame was terrifying, the true dragon fire wasn't bad either. Not to mention Jiang Chen's true dragon fire contained the powerful true thunder fire. The fire dragon roared. After appearing, it fiercely collided with the pillar of fire unleashed by the Fire Qilin. The Fire Dragon Seal was completely condensed out of the true dragon fire and the true thunder fire. Of course, there was no shortage of energy provided by the massive dragon marks. The sky had completely changed color. More than half of the mountain range was on the verge of being destroyed. The shockwave created a deep crater which was still emitting black smoke. True dragon flame. There is another powerful flame within it. Is this kid a human or a dragon? He is even able to control true dragons. However, regardless of whether he is a human or a dragon, I will kill him today. If I can obtain true dragon flames and fuse them into my saint flame, the benefits will be boundless. The Fire Qilin was shocked once again. At the same time, he became even more excited. Jiang Chen's true dragon fire had successfully aroused his greed. Naturally, the Fire Qilin didn't know that while he was coveting Jiang Chen's true dragon fire, Jiang Chen had also begun coveting his holy flame. Just like the Fire Qilin, if Jiang Chen could obtain the holy flame and merge it with the true dragon fire and the thunder fire, the benefits would be endless. Swish. After unleashing the Fire Dragon Seal, Jiang Chen unleashed the Heavenly Saint Sword with lightning speed. He and the Heavenly Saint Sword became one, and the sword radiance was as bright as the heavenly river. It was like the birth of a violent dragon, slashing towards the Fire Qilin. Chapter 1403. Qilin Heaven Trampling. The Fire Qilin roared and the terrifying sound waves were like thunder. At the same time, the Fire Qilin's aura was extremely tyrannical. Scarlet flames kept erupting like a volcano. The Fire Qilin's body, which was already very majestic, grew even bigger. It was now twice as big. The terrifying Qilin's claw was like a mountain, stomping towards Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint Sword. Wherever the claw passed, the void was shattered. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. The sky was shaking as if a hole was going to appear in the sky. This Qilin Heaven Trampling was similar to Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Both were extremely powerful combat skills, innate divine abilities that surpassed everything. It wasn't something that ordinary combat skills could compare with. The void was completely shattered. Terrifying storms were everywhere. The Qilin Heaven Trampling could be said to be extremely terrifying. The giant claw stomped right on top of Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint Sword. The might of the Qilin Heaven Trampling almost shattered the Heavenly Saint Sword. However, Jiang Chen wasn't any weaker. The unity of man and sword was also an extremely terrifying attack. Under full force, it was enough to contend against the Fire Qilin. The void cracked inch by inch, and a cold and gloomy storm rushed out from within, adding an eerie atmosphere to the battlefield. After Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword, he didn't stop attacking. Instead, he continued slashing out with his sword. Each strike was earth-shattering, and each strike carried an unstoppable force. Furthermore, his attack speed was extremely fast, and the energy in his Qi was endless, so he wasn't afraid of running out of energy. Naturally, the Fire Qilin wasn't any weaker. Jiang Chen's terrifying sword couldn't hurt the Fire Qilin at all. Instead, the Fire Qilin's strong counterattack made Jiang Chen feel very uncomfortable. Although he still had the upper hand on the surface, the Fire Qilin's anger had grown to a point where it could not be quenched. This was not the result he wanted. In his opinion, it was an incomparably shameful thing for him to fight a puny golden immortal for so long with his identity and ability. Even more humiliating was that he'd worked hard for such a long time, yet not only had he been unable to defeat the Fire Qilin, he hadn't even harmed the slightest hair on the Fire Qilin. This was undoubtedly an extremely severe blow to the extremely proud Fire Qilin. On the other side, De Huang Dog had advanced again after crazily refining the essence of the Immortal Execution Sword, advancing to the half-step Immortal King Realm. From the late Golden Immortal Realm to the half-step Immortal King Realm was a huge hurdle. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to cross this hurdle. If it was an ordinary immortal, even if he had enormous energy, he wouldn't be able to break through to the half-step immortal king realm, because it involved a kind of enlightenment. It wasn't easy to cross this huge hurdle. However, this kind of hurdle and bottleneck didn't seem to exist to De Huang Dog at all. It was just like when Xianxia was in Saint Origin World, the reincarnation of a saint, and the whole process of cultivation was smooth sailing. There were no bottlenecks or hurdles at all. After advancing to the half-step immortal king realm, De Huang Dog's combat strength had become even more terrifying. Now he had completely transformed into a mystical dragon horse. The third horn on top of his head was flickering with lightning. After the lightning rushed out, it didn't attack Fire Qilin directly, but wrapped his entire head with lightning. After that, Big Yellow launched his attack as well. His attack was as simple as usual. He raised his head, then his body shot forward like an arrow that was released from a bow. Courting death. Upon seeing this, Fire Qilin sneered. Using his head to attack was simply a stupid way of fighting. This action was equivalent to courting death. Even though De Huang Dog had advanced to the half-step golden immortal realm, Fire Qilin still didn't put it in his eyes. Fire Qilin raised his huge claw at lightning speed and stomped on De Huang Dog's head. In his opinion, this stomp was enough to crush De Huang Dog's head into a pulp, leaving nothing behind. Bang! However, reality was always cruel. When Fire Qilin's huge claw collided with De Huang Dog's head, only then did he understand why De Huang Dog dared to attack with his head. It turned out that this wasn't courting death, but a powerful divine ability. That's right. De Huang Dog's head was a divine ability, a divine weapon. Pai pai pa pa. Lightning crackled. Under this crazy collision, Fire Qilin was forced to take a few steps back. Although this situation was partly due to Fire Qilin's carelessness, it also fully showed the scariness of De Huang Dog. As a matter of fact, Dragon Horse and Qilin were divine beasts of the same level, but De Huang Dog was different. He belonged to the mutated Dragon Horse. Although his bloodline wasn't as noble as Fire Qilin, his innate divine ability was much more terrifying. Moreover, De Huang Dog had a lot of secrets and extremely rich combat experience. That attack just now might seem simple, but it was an attack that De Huang Dog had exerted all of his strength. The power of his third horn was fully integrated into the attack, which was why the careless Fire Qilin was forced to retreat. Why yeah. Fire Qilin was on the verge of going berserk. He knew that he had encountered two abnormal people today, and they were the extremely abnormal kind. However, this situation didn't make Fire Qilin flinch at all. On the contrary, his desire to kill became more exuberant. In the face of a noble bloodline, there was no such thing as retreat. However, it was this noble thinking that harmed him. If he hadn't dealt with Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, he would never know how terrifying these two guys were, especially when they joined forces. If Fire Qilin retreated without a fight, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog wouldn't be able to stop him at all. However, if Fire Qilin continued to fight with the two of them, the consequences were basically imaginable. De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin looked at each other and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. Little Qinzi, this Fire Qilin is too powerful. He has a powerful divine beast bloodline. It's extremely difficult to kill him. Don't hide anymore. I'll use my innate divine ability later, and you can use your heavenly dragon combat halberd. Try to injure him severely. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded. At this time, it was basically the most critical moment of the battle. If they wanted to kill Fire Qilin, they couldn't hold back anymore. They had to use their strongest trump card. Jiang Qin's current trump card was the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. With his current cultivation and combat strength, 9 dragons extinguishing the world was still Jiang Qin's strongest move. Roar. Chapter 1404. The Fire Qilin had gone completely berserk. He had finally come out, but he had never thought that he would suffer such a blow. His invincible belief had begun to waver. The Fire Qilin was going to unleash all of its terror. The Saint Fire had already condensed into a substance. Then these flames fused into one of the giant claws, making the arm even more majestic. An unprecedented energy burst out of the mighty Qilin arm. This was a method to stimulate the power of the Qilin arm. It was also an innate ability of the Fire Qilin. By using the mutated Qilin arm to cast the Qilin stomping the sky, it could really stomp a hole in the sky. Its power was at least 2 times greater than the original Qilin stomping the sky. On the other side, De Huang Dog took out the third dragon horn. The third dragon horn was the result of the mutation of the dragon horse bloodline. It was also this mutation that created a different dragon horse and a different De Huang Dog. Such a mutation allowed the half-step immortal king De Huang Dog to have the strength to fight an early immortal king Fire Qilin. Jiang Chen also moved. Both sides knew that this was an incomparably crucial battle, a battle that would determine life and death. Jiang Chen kept the Heavenly Saint Sword. It wasn't because the Heavenly Saint Sword wasn't powerful enough. In fact, in terms of power, the current Heavenly Saint Sword was already comparable to the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, and could even surpass it. However, in a real battle, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd still needed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, because the 9 slaughters of the Heavenly Dragon was the most important. Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, 9 slaughters of the world. Downfall of the Dragon Horse. Qilin Divine Arm, Qilin stomping the sky. At this moment, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Fire Qilin cast out their most powerful attacks at the same time. They all had the same idea: to use this move to kill the opponent or at least to injure the opponent severely. Hong Long. This was an unprecedentedly fierce battle. This was the first time De Huang Dog had cast out his downfall of the dragon horse. This showed how much importance De Huang Dog attached to Fire Qilin. Of course, as a saint beast of heaven and earth, Fire Qilin also had the qualification to be taken seriously. How? The roar of the dragon, the roar of the halberd, the roar of the dragon horse, the roar of the Qilin. Boundless terrifying energy collided with each other in different forms. It was imaginable that if an ordinary early immortal king expert were to join the battle, he or she would be beaten to death. If a half-step immortal king were to enter here, then merely the aftershock emitted by their attacks would be sufficient to crush that half-step immortal king into powder. Rumble. The sky was smashed and a big hole was blown in the sky. Large areas of the fan were destroyed. Boundless waves of fire swooped down, and it seemed like they were going to wreak havoc in this mountain range. On the battlefield, the illusory Qilin, the battle dragon, danced and the dragon horse spun. The battle caused the sky to darken and the weather to change. If someone were to pass by at this time, they would definitely be shocked speechless. This was a sacred battle between divine beasts. It was something that was rarely seen in 100 years. Barf. Under the joint attack of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, the Fire Qilin was finally suppressed and forced to retreat. The powerful impact of the energy made the Fire Qilin spurt out a mouthful of blood. It could be seen that the Fire Qilin had suffered some injuries in the collision just now. However, to the Fire Qilin it was only some injuries. It was still far from a serious injury. In other words, the current Fire Qilin still had powerful combat strength. Bastard. Bastard. You 2 ants. How dare you hurt me? You are finished. You are completely finished. You have successfully enraged me. The Fire Qilin roared. He couldn't accept such a reality. Given his king physique, he was actually injured by 2 golden immortals. This was simply ridiculous. This was a humiliation to him. He would never allow such a thing to happen. In order to maintain his face, he had to kill both of them. Only in this way could he redeem his lost face. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were astonished. The power of the Fire Qilin had exceeded their imagination. It was much more terrifying than what they had imagined. Although the attack just now had injured the Fire Qilin, Jiang Chen had consumed a lot of his energy. At least, given his current combat strength, it was almost impossible for him to cast out the 9 dragons extinguishing world again. The same went for De Huang Dog. Although De Huang Dog still had a terrifying supply of energy, his cultivation base wasn't strong enough. Although he had already advanced to the half-step Immortal King realm, it was still impossible for him to fight the Fire Qilin alone. For God's sake. Seems like I have to go all out today. Little Chinzi, you keep him occupied. Master Dog is going to cast out the Immortal Execution Sword. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision. He had decided to use the mighty Immortal Execution Sword. Given the current situation, there seemed to be no better way to deal with the Fire Qilin other than using the Immortal Execution Sword. The consumption of the Immortal Execution Sword is huge. Are you confident? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. His eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry. Others might not be confident, but I am. The Immortal Execution Sword contains my bloodline. I have already gained the recognition of the sword. Of course, the consumption will be huge. After I get rid of this Qilin, just let me drink 2 more bowls of Qilin Saint blood. De Huang Dog licked his lips, his face revealed a crazy look. Facing the temptation of a Saint Beast Qilin was indeed worth it. The fire Qilin went berserk. Once again it madly attacked Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Jiang Qin was already prepared. The heavenly dragon combat halberd blocked in front of the fire Qilin and started a fierce battle with it. What Jiang Qin needed to do now was to keep the fire Qilin occupied and buy time for De Huang Dog. It should be known that it was not easy to cast out the Immortal Execution Sword. The Immortal Execution Sword was originally the Immortal Execution King's battle weapon, a terrifying emperor weapon. Now that it had been reforged, it was also a terrifying emperor weapon. With De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, it was very difficult to forcibly cast out the emperor weapon and its power. If it was an ordinary person, even if they obtained the Immortal Execution Sword, they would not be able to display its power. However, De Huang Dog had a certain relationship with the Immortal Execution Sword. He had already gained the recognition of the Immortal Execution Sword. There was even a large amount of Immortal Execution Sword's essence remaining in his body. Chapter 1405. De Huang Dog opened his huge mouth and a mystical sword rushed out. Howl! The whistling sound of the sword was earth-shattering, carrying an incomparably sacred aura. The sword alone carried an intense pressure that would terrify people. The sword's name was Immortal Execution, indicating that it had slain countless immortals and was stained with the blood of countless immortals. In the entire immortal world, the only Immortal Execution Sword that dared to be named as an Immortal Execution Sword was the Immortal Burying Coffin. Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian were the 2 magnates of the immortal world. They were famous in the 9 immortal domains. After the Immortal Execution Sword appeared, it floated above De Huang Dog's head, constantly emitting mystical brilliance. De Huang Dog's expression was incomparably solemn. The boundless energy within his body began to surge into the Immortal Execution Sword. To De Huang Dog, the Immortal Execution Sword was like a bottomless pit. In order to unleash its power once, the energy required was truly endless. Even an ocean of energy wouldn't be enough to absorb. De Huang Dog had 2 advantages. First, he had obtained the complete approval of the Immortal Execution Sword. Second, he had an unparalleled bloodline and an abnormally abundant amount of energy within his body. Without either of them, he wouldn't be able to unleash the power of the Immortal Execution Sword. If it was someone else, they would never be able to unleash the power of the Immortal Execution Sword. Even Jiang Qin couldn't unleash the full power of the Immortal Execution Sword. In the past, the remnant of the Immortal Execution Sword was like a piece of scrap iron in Jiang Qin's hand. It was a completely useless item. De Huang Dog focused on unleashing the power of the Immortal Execution Sword. He wasn't worried that the fire Qilin would disturb him, because he had too much confidence in Jiang Qin. With Jiang Qin's presence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stop the fire Qilin. On the other side, the fire Qilin who was fighting with Jiang Qin also saw De Huang Dog controlling a mystical sword. Even with his cultivation base, he could vaguely feel a strong pressure from the sword. This situation finally caused the fire Qilin's expression to change. Brr! The fire Qilin roared, a trace of fear in its eyes. Haha, fire Qilin, are you afraid now? If you are afraid, then scram immediately. Go back and be a cowardly tortoise. Don't ever come out again. If you meet us brothers in the future, stay far away. You are just a loser. Jiang Qin laughed and began to mock the fire Qilin. This was a type of provocation. He was actually very afraid that the fire Qilin would be deterred by the execution immortal sword and choose to escape. If the fire Qilin wanted to escape, he really did not have the confidence to stop it. Therefore, Jiang Qin seized the fire Qilin's weakness. As a holy beast, the fire Qilin's arrogance could be imagined. Therefore, Jiang Qin's move was very useful against the fire Qilin. Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Qin's provocative words, the fire Qilin became enraged once again. The trace of fear it had for the immortal slaying sword disappeared in an instant. Bastard, how dare you humiliate me? In my mind, the word escape has never existed. Do you think you can scare me with a mystical sword? This is simply ridiculous. Let me tell you, all of this was prepared for me. The bloodline of you and that dog belongs to me. That sword also belongs to me. The fire Qilin's greed grew stronger because the attraction of these 2 guys in front of him was really fatal. They were simply endless. Although the execution immortal sword gave him great pressure, he believed that with De Huang Dog's body, it was impossible for him to unleash the true power of the execution immortal sword. Even if he could unleash some of its power, it would certainly be within the range of his resistance. Unfortunately, this kind of arrogance eventually harmed him. Screech. Finally, the execution immortal sword made a deafening sword whistle. A sharp sword with a powerful execution immortal chi. At this moment, the execution immortal sword seemed to have become the only thing in the world. De Huang Dog controlled the execution immortal sword. His whole body was trembling. It could be seen that using the execution immortal sword consumed a lot of his energy. Little Qinzi, get out of the way. De Huang Dog roared at Jiang Qin. Now that the might of the execution immortal sword had been condensed, he had to launch an attack immediately because the execution immortal sword was too heavy. It was like an ancient mountain, pressuring De Huang Dog so much that he couldn't breathe. If he didn't launch an attack, he would be crushed to death. Zhoosh. There was no need for De Huang Dog to remind him. The moment he saw the might of the execution immortal sword, Jiang Qin turned into a ray of light and flew far away, clearing the battlefield for De Huang Dog. At this moment, Jiang Qin was also incomparably excited. His dragon eyes flickered continuously. He was also extremely curious and looking forward to the might of the execution immortal sword. The execution immortal sword seemed to have come to life. Like a spiritual god, it directly locked onto the fire Qilin's breath. The fire Qilин's expression finally changed completely because he felt an extremely huge pressure. This pressure had exceeded his endurance. How could it be so strong? The fire Qilin was about to cough out blood. Facing such a tyrannical execution immortal sword, he finally felt fear. It was fear that came from his heart. At this moment he could no longer care about face and dignity. He had to run. If he didn't run, he would die. The fire Qilin let out a roar of unwillingness. Then he dragged his huge body and turned around, flying far away. Unfortunately, the execution immortal sword had already locked onto the fire Qilin's breath. He was completely enveloped by the might of the execution immortal sword. No matter where the fire Qilin ran to, he wouldn't be able to avoid the attack of the execution immortal sword. Running was no longer possible. The only thing he could do now was to use all his strength to resist the execution immortal sword. As long as he could block the attack of the execution immortal sword, the fire Qilin would have a chance of survival. Damn it! The fire Qilin was flustered and exasperated. He began to regret that he didn't run away immediately, which caused him to fall into such a situation. He wasn't a fool. He knew that Jiang Qin was just trying to provoke him into running away. Come on. I'm the king of the heavens and earth. I won't be defeated. Helplessly, the fire Qilin could only do his best to resist the immortal slaying sword. He operated his bloodline to the extreme and perfectly unleashed his combat strength. A huge pillar of reddish gold energy and flames condensed to block the immortal slaying sword. Hong Long. The attack of the fire Qilin was very powerful. Even an intermediate immortal king expert would have his skin peeled off if not killed by the terrifying attack of the fire Qilin. Unfortunately, he was fighting against the famous execution immortal sword. Under the powerful attack of the execution immortal sword, the fire Qilin's attack was destroyed like a piece of paper. Then the execution immortal sword continued to thrust at the fire Qilin with terrifying speed. No. Chapter 1406. However, fire Qilin was a saint beast after all. He had a trump card. Although he was facing the greatest crisis, which was almost life-threatening, fire Qilin still revolved the power of his bloodline to shift his body, avoiding the vital parts of his body. Even if he was hit by the immortal execution sword, he wouldn't die. Puchi. The terrifying immortal execution sword pierced through fire Qilin's back with a puchi sound, piercing through his entire body. The fire Qilin let out an extremely horrifying cry that made one's hair stand on end. However, the fire Qilin's final movement had clearly helped him, allowing him to avoid being struck in his vitals. Thus, although this strike was extremely damaging, it didn't directly take his life. Shua. The immortal execution sword flew out of fire Qilin's body and was swallowed by De Huang Dog. The moment the power of the immortal execution sword was exhausted, De Huang Dog's body seemed to have been hollowed out. Not to mention fighting, he didn't even have the ability to fly. His huge body was about to fall from the sky. Jiang Chen reacted quickly. A gentle force pulled De Huang Dog's body and sent De Huang Dog into the Zulong Tower. Now there were 500 million high-grade immortal metastones in the Zulong Tower, which could allow De Huang Dog to recover as much as he wanted. De Huang Dog's mission had been completed beautifully. Although the immortal execution sword didn't kill Fire Qilin, it had seriously injured Fire Qilin. Given Fire Qilin's current state, let alone fighting, he couldn't even run away. Brr. Fire Qilin let out a blood-curdling scream as if he was suffering great pain. Fire Qilin glared at Jiang Chen angrily, then dragged his injured body and flew far away. You still want to run away at this time? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. If he still allowed Fire Qilin to run away in this situation, he would lose face in the future. Pong. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm once again. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw enveloped Fire Qilin firmly. Brr. Bastard, you actually dare to treat this king like this? This is a great disrespect to holy beasts. You're courting death. Do you know that you're courting death? The Fire Qilin roared again and again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from Jiang Chen's dragon claws. The current Fire Qilin had completely lost the ability to fight against Jiang Chen. It could only allow itself to be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. The Fire Qilin was extremely angry. He was a majestic saint beast, a king of the world. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Unfortunately, he had run into Jiang Chen and the De Huang Dog. This was his misfortune. All his previous arrogance and luck would be ended by Jiang Chen. Courting death? I wonder who's courting death now. Killing intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he prepared to kill the Fire Qilin. If he could absorb the Fire Qilin's bloodline, the benefits to him would be unimaginable. With the might of the dragon transformation art, he might even be able to obtain the Fire Qilin's innate ability. Little Qinzi, don't kill him. De Huang Dog's voice suddenly rang out from within the Zulong Tower. Currently, De Huang Dog was incomparably weak and was frantically absorbing immortal metastones to recover. Oh! Jiang Chen was stunned. He had already captured the Fire Qilin, but he didn't kill it. This wasn't the style of De Huang Dog. Jejia, Master Dog has a very good idea. This is a rare Saint Beast Qilin. Wouldn't it be a pity if he was killed just like that? You can imprison him first and see how Master Dog will deal with him later. De Huang Dog let out a sinister laugh. Jiang Chen knew De Huang Dog all too well. From De Huang Dog's tone, he could tell that De Huang Dog was up to no good. God knows what kind of wicked idea this dog was planning. In any case, it was impossible for the Fire Qilin to end up well in the hands of De Huang Dog. All right. Jiang Chen couldn't care less about what De Huang Dog was planning. In any case, the Fire Qilin had already been completely imprisoned. It couldn't run away even if it wanted to. The most important thing now was to leave this place. An incomparably intense battle had just taken place here. Perhaps it would attract the attention of experts. It wouldn't take long for experts from East Xuanyu to appear here. To avoid unnecessary trouble, leaving immediately was the wisest choice. Kid, you better let me go. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. No one in the entire East Xuanyu dares to offend me. Who do you think you are? One look and anyone could tell that the Fire Qilin was used to being high and mighty. Even at this point in time it was still threatening Jiang Chen. However, the Fire Qilin naturally had the qualifications to be arrogant. Putting aside the fact that the Fire Qilin was a powerful saint beast, the power behind it alone was enough to make the entire East Xuanyu tremble in fear. Just be obedient for a while. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and directly threw the Fire Qilin into the Zulong Tower. After that, he reverted back to his human form and vanished in the blink of an eye, speeding towards the direction of East Xuanyu. The entire mountain range had been completely destroyed. Raging flames raged. One could imagine that after today's battle, a large area of land here would become barren. Not even a blade of grass would grow. The demonic beasts that originally lived here would have to find another place to live. Not long after Jiang Chen left, 3 incomparably tyrannical silhouettes appeared in the sky above the mountain range. They were 3 young geniuses, 2 men and 1 woman. The way they appeared was extremely strange. They walked out of the void directly. Their bodies exuded incomparably valiant qi, causing the surrounding void to tremble. All of them were Immortal King experts. There was only one immortal king expert in the entire one-line sky, Tian Miyun. But in East Xuanyu they could be seen everywhere. From this, one could tell how big the gap between one-line sky and East Xuanyu was. The woman was wearing a white dress. She had a delicate face. Although she couldn't be compared to Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu, she was still a rare beauty. What was more shocking was that this beautiful woman had already reached the terrifying golden immortal realm. The other two young men were also wearing white robes. One of them was an early immortal king expert just like the woman. The one who was truly noteworthy was the young man standing in the middle. He had thick black hair, thick eyebrows and big eyes. His eyes were like black gems brimming with vigor. Just by standing there he gave off an extremely powerful feeling. The pressure that he radiated could make one's soul tremble. This was an extremely terrifying figure. He was also an immortal king, but his cultivation base wasn't comparable to the other two, because he had already reached the late immortal king realm. The gap between an early immortal king and a late immortal king was unimaginable. Chapter 1407. After the three great geniuses appeared, they knitted their brows because the situation below was just too tragic. The entire mountain range had been destroyed. Brother Xiong Qilan must have come here. This is all thanks to him. The woman spoke. Her tone was very relaxed, and her tone was full of love for Qilan, as though destroying a mountain range was nothing more than a normal thing. Qilan is too playful. This time he came out without permission. He knew that he would cause a great disaster, so the elder asked us to come out and find him. Another youth spoke. From their tone, they could tell that they were in cahoots with the fire Qilan. This place is indeed filled with Qilan's qi, but I can also smell his blood. There are strong traces of battle in this mountain range. Seems like Qilan had an extremely tragic battle with someone here. Brother Xiong spoke with a frown. His cultivation base was profound, so he could see things very accurately. Upon hearing this, the other two's expressions changed slightly. Brother Xiong, you mean that someone has hurt Qilan? The youth asked. His brows were already furrowed with anger. Courting death. The fire Qilan is the saint beast of our Nanbei family. It represents the auspicious sign of our family. Who in the entire East Xuanyu doesn't know about this? Someone actually dared to attack Qilan? Is he courting death? The woman spoke furiously. They were all geniuses of Nanbei world. East Xuanyu had 2 great worlds, 3 great empires and 6 great immortal sections. Nanbei family was one of the 2 great families. No one dared to offend them. As the saint beast of Nanbei family, the fire Qilan represented the auspicious qi of the family. This was something that almost everyone in East Xuanyu knew. For a long time, the fire Qilan had been pampered by the higher-ups of Nanbei family. Today when the fire Qilan came out to play, someone actually dared to attack him. In the eyes of the geniuses of Nanbei family, this was an unbelievable and lawless matter. Qilan is indeed injured. I can feel the saint blood drifting around here, but I don't know where Qilan is now. Nanbei Xiong spoke with a frown. He was a rare genius of Nanbei world. He had already reached the late immortal king realm at such a young age. Such a cultivation base was already a famous existence in the younger generation of East Xuanyu. Buzz buzz. Right at this moment, a golden talisman on Nanbei Xiong's body suddenly trembled. Nanbei Xiong quickly took out the talisman. It was a messenger talisman that was specially used by Nanbei family. As long as he didn't leave the territory of East Xuanyu, he would be able to receive the news from the family in the first instance. Boom, an incomparably powerful rage rushed out of Nanbei Xiong's body. This rage was like a tide sweeping across the entire mountain range, causing the void to make a rustling sound. What's wrong, Brother Xiong? The woman hurriedly asked. There's news from the clan that the Qilan's aura has disappeared. Nanbei Xiong said. What? This was impossible. The qi of Qilan's natal qi had always been lingering in the family. As long as Qilan didn't leave East Xuanyu, his qi would never disappear. As the supreme saint beast of Nanbei family, Qilan would never leave East Xuanyu. Someone must have done this. In addition to this messy battlefield, it seemed that someone had captured the fire Qilan. Could it be? Who killed the fire Qilan? The young man's eyes widened when he thought of this. He knew all too well how important the fire Qilan was to Nanbei family. This was a saint beast that was related to the luck of the family. If it died, it would be equivalent to the decline of the luck of the family. The fire Qilin isn't dead because his soul jade slip hasn't been broken. Seems that someone has captured and imprisoned the fire Qilin. Furthermore, the person must have used some kind of powerful technique to imprison him. It's impossible to cut off the qi of the Qilin from the family with ordinary means. Nanbei Xiong said. Damn it. They must be tired of living. Who dares to touch the saint beast of our Nanbei family in East Chuanyu? It must be the work of the Zhuge family. Ordinary people wouldn't have the means to cut off the connection between the Qilin and the family. The woman said furiously. The battle here has just ended not long ago. Let's catch up and see if we can find any clues. Nanbei Xiong was also furious. He flew towards the direction of East Chuanyu with the other two following closely behind. To Nanbei family this was a major event. Even to the entire East Chuanyu, the disappearance of the fire Qilin was a major event. The fire Qilin was too important to Nanbei family. It had almost become a symbolic symbol. Someone dared to touch the fire Qilin. However, even if Nanbei Xiong racked his brains, he wouldn't have thought that the people who dared to touch the fire Qilin didn't even know about the existence of Nanbei family. They were just two rookies who had just stepped into East Chuanyu. Of course, with the character of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, even if they knew the identity of the fire Qilin, they would still take action. The disappearance of the fire Qilin had caused the three geniuses of Nanbei family to panic. If they couldn't find the fire Qilin, the whole family would be in a panic. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already crossed the mountain range and entered the real East Chuanyu. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to explore the situation of East Chuanyu. Instead he hid inside the Zulong Tower. In the void, the Zulong Tower had turned into a speck of dust, completely merging with the void. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect the slightest clue even if they were to pass by. This was the magical feature of the Zulong Tower. After the fire Qilin entered the Zulong Tower, it was equivalent to being completely isolated from the outside world. It would be strange if Nanbei family could sense the presence of the fire Qilin. Inside the Zulong Tower. Brat damn dog, you two better let go of this king. You're committing a treacherous act and will be punished sooner or later. This king is a saint beast of heaven and earth. You can only worship me and absolutely not violate me. The fire Qilin roared again and again. Its superior attitude didn't weaken in the slightest. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he slapped the fire Qilin's mouth, causing the Qilin to be dizzy and see stars. If you don't stop this, daddy will cut off your tongue first. Jiang Chen was about to die from annoyance. This Qilin had been roaring non-stop ever since it entered the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen really didn't know where this Qilin got his sense of superiority from. He didn't even have the awareness of a prisoner. He was already a prisoner, yet he still thought of himself as an emperor. At this time, De Huang Dog stood up and came to Jiang Chen's side. His qi was still very weak, but it had recovered a little and was much stronger than before. The consumption of the immortal execution sword is too great. It's too slow to only rely on immortal meta stones to recover. Plus, immortal meta stones can only help me recover my immortal qi and yuan force. The loss of my blood essence is very hard to recover, but this Qilin's blood is a great supplement. What? De Huang Dog's eyes glowed with a strange light. His current target was the saint blood of the Qilin. Bastard. Damn dog. You dare to drink this king's blood? The fire Qilin glared at him angrily. Little Qinzi, the saint blood of the Qilin is the best thing in the world. I didn't let you kill him because I want to drink his blood for a long time in the future. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and laughed heartily, completely ignoring the anger of the fire Qilin. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt like fainting. This dog was too shameless. It turned out that the reason he didn't let Jiang Chen kill the fire Qilin was because of this dirty idea. However, even though this idea was dirty, it wasn't bad at all. The blood of this Qilin is sufficient. If we kill him and drink it all at once, it will be a waste. Why don't we imprison him and drink his blood when we need it? We can drink 3 to 5 bowls at a time. At the very least, we can use the Qilin's blood to brew wine. The taste will be even more delicious. Moreover, this guy's recovery ability is very strong. If you drink it today, he will recover tomorrow. In the future, it will be convenient for you to drink blood. Hey, this is really not bad. De Huang Dog commented. He had even thought of using the Qilin's blood to brew wine. But the fire Qilin collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Its eyes rolled back and it almost fainted from anger. Humiliation. This was a great humiliation. It was a mighty saint beast, yet it was imprisoned by someone and had to drink its blood back and forth. Judging from De Huang Dog's tone, it was as if drinking its blood was like drinking fine wine. Drinking 3 to 5 bowls at a time? Damn you. This was bullying. Could you not be so shameless? At the side, Jiangchen also stared at De Huang Dog with widened eyes. Then he gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. In terms of shamelessness, Jiangchen was truly willing to admit defeat. De Huang Dog could really be called the king of shamelessness. This dog was really too thorough in his considerations. A large Qilin's body contained too much blood. If it wanted to drink it all in one go, most of the powerful essence energy contained in it would be wasted. So, it was better to keep it and drink it by letting out its blood when it was free. It was more beneficial to humans than the best spiritual medicine in the world. Moreover, it was an endless supply. If you let out its blood here, the fire Qilin would be able to recover tomorrow. Damn dog, how dare you treat me like this? You're courting death. You're courting death. The fire Qilin was about to go crazy. It had a noble bloodline and was a saint beast of the world. Yet, it had actually fallen into the hands of these two perverts and suffered the cruelest treatment in the world. Let's see how you bark. De Huang Dog opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light. Like a sharp sword, it landed precisely on the wound that the fire Qilin had been pierced by the immortal execution sword. It had to be said that the fire Qilin's regenerative ability was really strong. Although the wound had yet to recover, it was no longer bleeding. As expected of a saint beast of the world. Qila. The sharp beam that De Huang Dog spat out tore open the fire Qilin's wound. Blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. De Huang Dog opened its mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. No one knew where this fellow got a big bowl, a real big bowl. He ran to the front of the fire Qilin and scooped up the bowl of blood, then drank it all in one go. After drinking 3 big bowls of blood in a row, De Huang Dog burped in satisfaction. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking extremely satisfied. Ao. Chapter 1408. It could be seen that after De Huang Dog drank 3 bowls of Qilin's blood, the energy consumption in his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was much faster than when he was refining immortal metastones. In just a few minutes, all of Big Yellow's consumed energy had been fully recovered, and he had returned to his peak state. This wasn't considered a big deal. The impact on his foundation caused by forcefully breaking through to the half-step Immortal King realm had also been compensated. Upon seeing this, Jiangchen couldn't help but nod, but this was also beyond his expectation. After all, that was the blood of a Qilin. The essence and energy contained in it couldn't be compared to any ordinary spiritual herbs. To put it bluntly, a fire Qilin was a treasure. Awesome. Could have 2 bowls too. De Huang Dog said, then spat out another bowl and sent it to Jiangchen's side. Jiangchen took the bowl, chuckled and walked towards the fire Qilin. No, the fire Qilin roared. He had truly experienced the feeling of despair, the feeling of living a life worse than death. He felt that he was about to cry. Meeting these 2 freaks was really his bad luck. After drinking 2 bowls of blood continuously, Jiangchen felt refreshed. The dragon marks in his body began to form again. The pure energy contained in the Qilin's blood was just too huge. This was an indescribable benefit. Not only could it improve his cultivation base, it could also strengthen his foundation, cleanse his meridians and marrow and strengthen his physique. The next scene made the fire Qilin cry. The poor fire Qilin was sealed by the restriction and couldn't move at all. He lay on the ground pitifully, glaring at the man and the dog who were sitting cross-legged next to him. Come, cheers. Not bad, not bad. Cheers again. Delicious. If I brew wine in the future, it will surely be more delicious. You have better foresight. When you're in a bad mood in the future, drink a bowl of blood to relax. When you're in a good mood, drink a bowl of blood to celebrate. These 2 shameless fellows drank bowl after bowl. Even a man like the fire Qilin couldn't help but shed sad and helpless tears. The fire Qilin no longer roared. He had already accepted his fate. What else could he do when encountering these 2 perverts? Fate, this was fate. What a pitiful child. Very quickly, 10,000 dragon marks were formed in Jiangchen's qi, causing the total number of dragon marks in his body to reach 960,000. His battle prowess was much higher than before. The Qilin's sacred blood is indeed a good thing, but for me the origin blood essence is still better. The Qilin's bloodline is in the origin blood essence. If I can absorb the origin blood essence, the benefits I will obtain will be truly endless. I might even be able to obtain the Qilin's divine ability. Jiang Chen said. Then extract its origin blood essence. But in that case, it's equivalent to extracting the Qilin's bloodline. The quality of the Qilin's blood will drop a lot, but as long as we don't dig out its demon soul, the Qilin's blood is still a treasure. Plus, as long as the demon soul of a divine beast like this doesn't die, its bloodline can still be slowly rebuilt. De Huang Dog said. He seemed to know everything. At the same time, De Huang Dog also knew the importance of the Qilin's origin blood essence to Jiang Chen. Now that they had just arrived at East Xuanyu, they had no idea what they would be facing. Strength was the only way to survive. De Huang Dog knew the scariness of Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill. If he extracted the Qilin's bloodline, not only would Jiang Chen obtain the Qilin's innate divine ability, his cultivation base would also improve. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the late golden immortal realm. Zhou. The fire Qilin, who was already in a daze, suddenly heard that these two perverts were targeting its bloodline. It immediately shuddered and roared again. Bastards! You two perverts! You two beast! How dare you treat me like this? You two will die a horrible death. The fire Qilin had a feeling that he was going crazy. Not to mention him, anyone who met these two would go crazy. The fire Qilin felt that if this continued he would go crazy even if he didn't die. At the very least he would be depressed. Jia, fire Qilin, weren't you very powerful before? Master Dog specializes in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Hurry up and tell me, are you convinced? De Huang Dog stood in front of the fire Qilin shaking his head. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. The fire Qilin said weakly. He was indeed convinced. He admired De Huang Dog's shamelessness from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, the fire Qilin was truly afraid when it came to the issue of bloodline. Naturally, his words were incomparably cooperative. He only hoped that he would be able to avoid any trouble. And it's good that you're convinced. Little Chinzi, draw your blood. De Huang Dog said casually. What? Draw his blood again? The fire Qilin was enraged once again. He was already convinced, but De Huang Dog still wanted to draw his blood. And this time it wasn't as simple as just drawing his blood. It was drawing his bloodline. Jiang Chen's eyes shot out two sharp rays of light. The bloodline of the Qilin, he would never let it go. It was simply too important to him. Roar. Kid, do you think it's that easy to obtain this king's bloodline? Simply delusional. You want to draw this king's bloodline? That's impossible. The fire Qilin roared furiously. The bloodline was fused together with the source of the fire Qilin's soul. It was an incomparably difficult thing to extract it. The only way was to kill the fire Qilin first. In that case, the bloodline would fuse with the demon spirit, and outsiders would be able to obtain the bloodline from the demon spirit. However, the fire Qilin was still alive. From his point of view, it was impossible for Lin Fan to extract his bloodline while he was still alive, unless Lin Fan had some heaven-defying means. Undeniably, the fire Qilin was a tragedy, a living tragedy. Because what he thought was impossible was actually possible for Jiang Chen. Extracting the bloodline was something that couldn't be done by other means. However, the dragon transformation skill could do it easily. Jiang Chen's palm landed on the fire Qilin's head. Under the fusion of the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation skill, a mysterious energy rushed out from Jiang Chen's palm and entered the fire Qilin's body. The fire Qilin's body suddenly trembled. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. Because in the depths of his soul he could feel a power that originated from the ancient times. He saw an extremely mystical ancestral dragon silhouette that intimidated everything. Under the effect of this power, the fire Qilin's soul started to distort. His blood essence instantly gathered together, turning into a ball the size of a fist. Out! Jiang Chen let out a light shout. His palm abruptly moved upwards and sucked the ball of blood essence out, falling into Jiang Chen's hand. After losing its source of blood essence, the fire Qilin's entire body became dispirited. This was the loss of its bloodline. In other words, after losing its bloodline, the Qilin could no longer be considered a powerful saint beast. It could only be considered as a relatively powerful demonic beast. No, no, the fire Qilin let out an unwilling roar. It was the feeling of falling from the top of the pyramid to the bottom of the valley. Despair. The whole world was filled with despair. Subsequently, Jiang Qin took the ball of Qilin's blood essence and entered the 33rd level with De Huang Dog. He would never have to worry about the loss of time if he cultivated in the 33rd level. It wasn't an easy task to refine the fire Qilin's bloodline. It would take at least 2 days, but 2 days in the 33rd level wasn't long in the outside world. Outside, Nanbei Xiong and the other two flew all the way and stopped in the void. The late immortal king Nanbei Xiong knitted his brows tightly, because he discovered that his qi had completely disappeared. I could still sense a bit of qi just now. It should be the qi of the person who took the fire Qilin away, but that qi has completely disappeared here. Nanbei Xiong said. He released his perception, wanting to find some clues in the void, but in the end he was disappointed. It was empty and there was nothing left. Brother Xiong, there's nothing here. The woman said. Seems like the person who took the fire Qilin away has extraordinary means. We have completely lost our target. Let's go back to the family and report the matter of the fire Qilin to the elder. Nanbei Xiong seemed to be a very capable and experienced man. Knowing that they had lost their target and that it was impossible to find the fire Qilin, he immediately decided to return. The trio vanished into thin air, heading back to the Nanbei clan. They passed by the Zulong Tower without noticing it. The current Zulong Tower was a lot scarier than before. It now had 34 floors. If it was used to conceal itself, it could blend into its surroundings at any time. Even a peerless genius like Nanbei Xiong would not be able to detect its presence. It was Jiang Chen's greatest advantage. The Zulong Tower had basically become Jiang Chen's life-saving supreme artifact. Inside the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, as the fire Qilin's bloodline continued to be refined, Jiang Chen's divine dragon bloodline was stimulated to a certain extent. His potential was stimulated once again. It was the most ideal situation for him as it allowed him to sublimate his entire body. He did not have to worry about his foundation being affected. The number of dragon marks continued to rise. In just 2 days, it had helped Jiang Qin to refine 35,000 dragon marks. Jiang Qin now had a total of 995,000 dragon marks. He was only 5,000 dragon marks away from reaching 1,000,000 dragon marks. Meanwhile, 1,000,000 dragon marks was the number of the late-stage golden immortal realm. The improvement that the fire Qilin's bloodline had given to Jiang Qin had not ended yet. It would not be a problem for it to help Jiang Qin refine another 5,000 dragon marks. In other words, after absorbing the fire Qilin's bloodline, Jiang Chen's cultivation had improved to the late-stage golden immortal realm. Buzz buzz. Finally, the energy of the bloodline was depleted. 5,000 dragon marks were refined, exactly 1,000,000 dragon marks. Chapter 1409. Pong. Powerful qi waves surged out of Jiang Chen's body like tidal waves. One had to admit that the bloodline of Qilin was too powerful. It had directly helped Jiang Qin break through to the late golden immortal realm. 1,000,000 dragon marks was no joke at all. What an abnormal bastard. Given his current state, he can kill Tian Miyun even without transforming into a dragon. Qilin is a saint beast of heaven and earth, one of the 5 elements divine beasts. I'm afraid that only this abnormal bastard could absorb the bloodline of Qilin so easily. If it was any other ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of such a powerful bloodline and would have exploded. De Huang Dog sighed, but he had known Jiang Qin for a long time. He had long been familiar with Jiang Chen's power and miraculousness, so he wasn't too surprised. If anyone else saw this, they would certainly be shocked beyond words. At this moment, the fire Qilin was still languishing in another spatial zone of Zulong Tower. If it knew that Jiang Qin had absorbed its bloodline in such a short time, it was afraid that it would spurt out a mouthful of blood on the spot, then faint and die of anger. Little Qinzi, your cultivation base has advanced to the late golden immortal realm. Even if you don't transform into a dragon, you can still have a place in East Xuanyu. De Huang Dog said happily. That's right. The bloodline of Qilin is indeed powerful. It's not something that ordinary bloodline of strange beasts can compare to. Not only has my cultivation base improved, but my foundation is also incomparably deep. I'm not afraid of consuming 1,000,000 dragon marks. Jiang Chen's qi was full of vigor. Every move of his revealed strong confidence. That was the innate chi of a king, the confidence that came from his bones. Did you get the divine ability of Qilin? De Huang Dog asked in an expectant tone. Of course. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. He stretched out a finger and a crimson flame instantly appeared on his fingertip. It danced back and forth, filled with a holy aura. Qilin Holy Fire, haha, your dragon transformation skill is really heaven-defying. You even absorbed the Qilin Holy Fire. Now that the 3 flames in your body have fused together, you can refine anything in the world. Any demons and ghosts will be completely restrained by you. Moreover, the 3 heaven-defying flames in your body can continuously refine your physique. It is simply invincible. De Huang Dog wasn't stingy with his praises for Jiang Chen. Even he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen was heaven-defying. This is just Saga Fire. I also acquired a divine ability. Look, De Huang. As Jiang Chen spoke, he stretched out his left arm. A powerful desolation power immediately gushed out. Next, Jiang Chen's arm began to transform, becoming incomparably thick and sturdy. It was covered with golden scales and the shadow of a Qilin hovered at the tip of his fist. Divine Qilin arm. De Huang Dog cried out in surprise. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. After Jiang Chen absorbed the Qilin's bloodline, not only did he obtain the Saga Fire, he had also evolved the divine Qilin arm. This was simply a miracle. I've sensed it. The power of this divine Qilin arm is very powerful. Once I use it, I can unleash twice the power without transforming. If I use it in my dragon form, the Qilin arm can even fuse with my dragon arm to unleash an even greater combat strength. More importantly, the divine Qilin arm is an innate divine ability. Its power will continue to increase along with my cultivation, said Jiang Chen with a smile. Absorbing the origin blood essence of the Qilin this time was truly an extremely fortunate thing. He had obtained unimaginable benefits. First, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Then he fused with the Saga Fire. And now he had obtained the powerful divine Qilin arm. This was truly a heaven-defying luck. Amazing. This is too amazing. With our current trump card, even if we reach East Xuanyu, we won't be in a passive position. We are also existences that ordinary people can't afford to offend. De Huang Dog chuckled. The more powerful Jiang Chen was, the happier he was. After all, East Xuanyu wasn't a place that one-line sky could compare with. Experts were as numerous as clouds in one-line sky. If one didn't have the ability, they wouldn't even have the chance to display their strength. Now that we have reached the boundary of East Xuanyu, let's leave the Fire Qilin in the Zulong Tower. Let's go out and see how vast East Xuanyu is. Jiang Chen stood up, retracted his qi and walked out of the Zulong Tower with De Huang Dog. Both of them were in a very good mood. They had just arrived at East Xuanyu, and they had already obtained such a huge benefit. Naturally, there was no reason for them to be happy. Turning their heads to look at the destroyed mountain range in the distance, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and smiled. Then they slowly flew forward. These two fellows still didn't know how big of a hole they had dug. Killing the Saint Beast Qilin of Nanbei family was even more significant than destroying the mine of Shenyang School in one-line sky. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog flew for about 1,000 miles before they finally found a place with human habitation. In front of them was an incomparably huge manor. Despite the distance, they could still feel the aura of wealth and splendor from the manor. It was obvious that it was impossible for ordinary people to enter this manor. This master dog smells the scent of debauchery. We've been traveling for so long, it's just the right time to enter this manor to relax. De Huang Dog was beaming with joy, appearing extremely excited. He had been traveling for a month and had long been bored to death. All right, let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen smiled. This manor looked so magnificent, it was definitely necessary to have a look. This manor could be considered as their first stop since they had just arrived at East Xuanyu. Outside the manor, there was a constant stream of pedestrians going in and out. It could be seen that the people who came in and out were either rich or respectable. This could be seen from the way they dressed. Before Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the manor, they saw a huge signboard hanging in front of the manor's entrance. On the signboard, there were 4 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy: Futian Manor. The 4 big words were incomparably domineering, making the entire manor look like a city. Futian Manor, the name sounds very fortunate. De Huang Dog said while wagging his tail. In front of the manor's entrance there were guards on both sides. Anyone who wanted to enter the manor had to pay a certain fee, which was not a small amount. However, those who could enter the manor were all local tycoons, so they didn't care about such a small fee. Moreover, they knew who the owner of the manor was, so they wouldn't dare to cause trouble here just because of a small fee. This could be seen from the fact that even the mighty golden immortals had to walk into the manor. In this place, except for Immortal King experts, no one was allowed to fly. Get lost. Why are you here again, you old fart? Do you know what this place is? This is a place where nobles come. If a trash like you shows up here again, I'll break your legs. Chapter 14:10. Xianxia and Big Yellow looked towards the direction where the voice came from. They immediately saw an old man in ragged clothes fighting with the guard in front of the main entrance. The old man looked skinny and weak, and he didn't care about his appearance at all. His beard was unshaven and his hair was messy. A bunch of snobbish bastards. Do you know who I am? When I roamed East Xuanyu in the past, you little bastards weren't even born yet. The old man put his hands on his waist, putting on an arrogant look. Get lost, old liar. Don't let me see you here in the future. Do you know what this place is? Old liar, your presence here is simply affecting the image of Futian Manor. The guard casually waved his hand, looking very impatient. However, he didn't attack the old man. Obviously, in the guard's opinion, he was an incomparably noble person. It seemed that he had become noble just because he was stained by the chi of this manor. A noble person would lose his identity if he were to stoop to the same level as a lowly person. Snobbish bastard. Bah. The filthy old man seemed very angry. He flicked his sleeves, turned around and walked away. Obviously, this wasn't the first time he had tried to enter the manor. Unfortunately, he had failed every time. It must be said that the guard's self-restraint was pretty good. He actually didn't beat the old man up. Hey old fart. You can come in if you want. Take out 10 high-grade immortal meta stones. Another guard ridiculed the old man's back. Then the other guards burst into laughter. It turned out that they were just fooling around with the old man. They knew that it was impossible for the old man to take out 10 high-grade immortal meta stones. Are you kidding me? I can go wherever I want in East Xuanyu. Who dares to ask for my money? The old man still put on an arrogant look, but the reality was that he really couldn't take out 10 high-grade immortal meta stones. Xianxia did not take this little interlude to heart. He strode towards the main gate of the villa. At this moment, the old swindler happened to see Xianxia. He immediately put on a smile that he thought was very friendly and came up to greet him. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but frown. He had just arrived in East Xuanyu and did not want to cause any trouble. This old fellow looked like trouble. Young master, this young master seems to have come from afar. If I'm not wrong, this should be the young master's first time in East Xuanyu. The old swindler stroked his beard with his hand, looking like an expert. Oh. How can you tell that this is my first time in East Xuanyu? Xianxia was stunned. He could not help but take another look at this old man. Initially, he had no intention of paying any attention to the old swindler. However, the fact that the old man could see through him with a single glance made Xianxia's interest piqued. At the very least, he had to get to the bottom of this. This old man knows everything in this world. There's nothing in this world that I don't know. I can see that your glabella is turning black. You will definitely be plagued by trouble in the future. If you can take out 100 high-grade immortal meta stones, this old man will help you crack it and solve your unknown troubles. The old swindler spoke without thinking. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. He then ignored the old swindler and continued walking towards the main gate of the villa. Hey young master, don't go. I don't need 100. You just need to bring this old man in. Seeing that his bluff had failed, the old swindler hurriedly chased after Xianxia. It wasn't easy for him to meet a newcomer. Naturally, he wouldn't let this chance slip by. Scram. Seeing that Xianxia was being pestered, a guard immediately came forward. He grabbed the old swindler's arm and threw him out. Dang dang. The old man seemed to be unable to withstand the force. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. And it was these 2 steps that made the way Xianxia and De Huang Dog looked at the old swindler had changed. Little Qinzi, this old man isn't simple. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Xianxia. They were all people with sharp eyes. The cultivation base that the old man displayed was merely that of an early earthly immortal. Such a cultivation base was practically at the bottom in East Xuanyu. It would be incomparably difficult for him to survive. However, this old man had lived for so long. More importantly, this old man had been swindling people all this time without being beaten to death. This wasn't the most crucial point. The crucial point was that this guard had an intermediate heaven immortal cultivation base. The gap between an early earth immortal and an intermediate heaven immortal was unimaginable. However, the old man only took 2 steps back after being thrown by the guard. This was very abnormal. The only explanation was that the old man had deliberately concealed his cultivation base. The early earth immortal realm wasn't his true cultivation base. Given the eyesight of Jiang Qin and a Huang dog, they couldn't see through the old man's true cultivation base. Young master, don't pay attention to this old swindler. This old man often swindles people like you who have just arrived in East Xuanyu. Now that the trade fair is about to begin, this old swindler wants to sneak in. Doesn't he know what kind of place this is? How can a filthy person like him enter so casually? The guard spoke. His tone towards Jiang Qin wasn't bad. After all, both Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were powerful golden immortal experts. De Huang Dog was a half-step immortal king expert. As a heaven immortal, no matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare act arrogantly in front of a golden immortal expert. Trade fair. Jiang Qin was stunned. It seemed like this Futian manor was going to hold a trade fair. No wonder there were so many people here. Young master, don't listen to this guard's nonsense. This is your first time coming to East Xuanyu. You might not be clear about the situation in East Xuanyu and Futian Manor, but this old man is omniscient. There's nothing in East Xuanyu that I don't know. As long as you bring this old man in, you can know anything you want. The old swindler came forward again. He was a typical shameless person. He wasn't angry at all even though he was pushed by the guard. Get lost. You old swindler, if you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. That guard was obviously angry and seemed ready to attack the old man. Enough. Jiang Qin raised his hand, appearing somewhat impatient. Then he threw 30 high-grade immortal meta stones to the guard. Let him in, shall we? Jiang Qin said. This young master really has a good eye, unlike those snobs. As long as this old man follows you, your 10 immortal meta stones will definitely not be spent in vain. The old man laughed loudly, looking incomparably excited. Young master, are you really going to bring this swindler in? That guard seemed to be in a difficult position. Obviously, he felt that letting the old man in would affect the image of the manor. Do I need you to tell me what to do? Jiang Qin glared at that guard. I dare not. Young master, please. The guard made a gesture of inviting them in. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog swaggered into the interior of Futian Manor. The old swindler followed closely behind, jogging all the way. When he grinned, he revealed a row of front teeth. No matter how one looked at him, he looked extremely wretched. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Qin felt that this old man might not be ordinary, he would have truly regretted bringing this old man in. Young master truly has a good eye. You are the one with the best eye in East Xuanyu. I wonder how I should address you, young master? The old swindler asked. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said faintly. Not bad. Good name. The old swindler flattered again. Oh right. Didn't you say that you have a good understanding of East Xuanyu? Why don't you give me an introduction? Jiang Qin looked at the old swindler. Since he brought this fella in, he naturally wanted to know something valuable. Hearing Jiang Qin asking him a question, the old swindler instantly became spirited. He let out a light cough and said with a straight face, if you want to talk about East Xuanyu, it is a must to know about the 11 major powers. East Xuanyu is vast and boundless. Naturally, there would be countless experts as well. 2 great clans, 3 great empires, 6 great immortal sections. These 11 major powers have practically ruled over the entire East Xuanyu. What kind of powers are they? Jiang Qin asked curiously. With so many major powers in East Xuanyu, one-line sky simply couldn't be compared to them. However, this was enough to show that East Xuanyu was one of the most important regions in the immortal world. Let's talk about the 2 great clans first. Let's talk about the 2 major clans first, Zhuge clan and Nanbei clan. The fact that these 2 clans are able to contend with the other empires and immortal sects shows how powerful they are. Both of them have powerful immortal venerables. Next, the three empires are Great Qian Empire, Great Cloud Empire, and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. The three empires have always been at odds with each other, and there are even terrifying wars between them. Lastly, the six major immortal sects are Limitless Immortal Sect, Exquisite Paradise, Celestial Flower Valley, Divine Line Sect, Yellow Spring Sect, and Corpsine Sect. The old liar introduced the 11 major powers to Zhou Xian. There was really nothing he didn't know, but as someone from Eastern Profound Domain, it wasn't too normal for him to know about the 11 major powers. He was afraid that anyone on the street would know about them. If he didn't even know about the 11 major powers, how could he survive in Eastern Profound Domain? Great Qian Empire Nanbei Clan. A light flickered in Zhou Qian's eyes. Among the 11 major powers, the ones that immediately piqued his interest were Great Qian Empire and Nanbei Clan. Before Yang Bufan left, he said that he would go to Great Qian Empire to look for him when he arrived in East Chuanyu. Therefore, Zhou Qian's memory of Great Qian Empire was still fresh in Zhou Qian's mind. As for Nanbei Clan, this surname was very rare, which made Zhou Qian have to associate it with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Although Zhou Qian had killed the two clones of the Northern and Southern dynasties, Zhou Qian was almost certain that the true bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties were in the immortal world. Furthermore, their cultivation base was very terrifying. Therefore, it was hard for Zhou Qian to say whether this Nanbei clan in East Chuanyu was related to the Northern and Southern dynasties. Little Qinzi, do you think that the Northern and Southern dynasties are in this Nanbei clan? If they are, I'm afraid that we will meet again very soon. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Zhou Qian. This was the archenemy of Zhou Qian from Saint Origin World to the Immortal World. This is fate. I'm looking forward to meeting him again. Chapter 1411. Zhou Qian was always prepared for the battle between the Northern and Southern dynasties, but Zhou Qian also knew his own limits. He knew that with his current cultivation base, if he encountered the Northern and Southern dynasties, he would certainly be no match for them. Therefore, he was still under great pressure. But from another perspective, the existence of the Northern and Southern dynasties had also become the driving force for Zhou Qian to move forward. They were the biggest goal of Zhou Qian in the immortal world. Old liar, anyone on the street would know that these things you said are worthless. De Huang Dog spoke. This brother dog is right. Everyone knows these things, but you two newcomers don't. This old man's explanation is much more patient than others. Plus, this old man is good-natured and talkative. My gestures can give people a friendly feeling. So, I'm the most suitable person to explain to you. The old liar wasn't stingy with his praises. The key was that this guy didn't blush at all when praising him. He didn't even show the slightest bit of embarrassment. Such shamelessness was really rare. For God's sake. This old thing is even more shameless than Master Dog. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. I agree. Zhou Qian nodded. For the first time he felt that De Huang Dog's words were very reasonable. Old liar, let's talk about this Futian manor. Logically speaking, such a luxurious manor shouldn't be built in the border area of East Chuanyu. Seems a little special and independent. Zhou Qian asked. He was very interested in this manor. The old man chuckled. He didn't mind being called old liar at all, as though this title had accompanied him for a long time. Little friend Zhou Qian, this manor isn't as simple as it seems, because the backer of this manor is young Master Futian. Young Master Futian is an extraordinary genius who has reached the intermediate immortal king realm at such a young age. Especially in this generation, young Master Futian is even more famous. No one dares to offend him. The old liar said with a beaming smile. It seemed that he was very familiar with Futian manor. Tell me, why is this young Master Futian not to be trifled with? An intermediate immortal king genius is indeed not simple, but compared to the entire East Chuanyu, it doesn't seem to be a big deal, right? Zhou Qian asked curiously. Compared to those monstrous geniuses, young Master Futian is naturally nothing, but to ordinary people young Master Futian is already a rare genius. There's a city called Fu City, which is very famous in this region. The city lord of Fu City is called Fu Kuei. He's a mighty immortal emperor. No one dares to offend him. To put it bluntly, he's the retired emperor of this region. That's for sure. Fu Kuei has two sons, both of whom are first-class geniuses. The eldest son, Fu Wei, is a disciple of Divine Line sect. The second son, Fu Tian, is a disciple of Corpsine sect. This Futian manor was built by the second son Fu Tian. Little friend, you should know how powerful the background of this manor is. Even the nobles in this area have to behave themselves when they come here. No one below the Immortal King realm is qualified to fly in the entire manor. Fu Kuei's words were filled with vigor. The old liar continued, an immortal emperor is nothing in Eastern profound domain. There are many cities in this area that have more than one immortal emperor, but Fu Kuei is the only one that you can't afford to offend, because Fu Kuei has a close relationship with 2 of the 10 major powers. Through the introduction of the old liar, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were enlightened, and gained a certain understanding of this manner. Fuck. It turns out that he's a second-generation nouveau riche. No wonder he's so powerful. De Huang Dog exhaled a stream of mist from his nose. He had never had a good impression of this kind of second-generation nouveau riche. Plus, the people of Corpse Yin sect were generally very despicable. In fact, Corpse Yin sect couldn't be considered as an immortal sect because their cultivation method was evil, even worse than the devil sect. In East Xuanyu, very few people were willing to deal with the people of Corpse Yin sect, and very few people were willing to offend them. In this region, Corpse Yin sect was the representative of evil. They were independent, not interfering with the other 10 major powers, and only minded their own business. However, the terror of Corpse Yin sect was undeniable. If it was a battle between experts of the same level, almost no one would be willing to fight them. Not only were their means insidious and ruthless, they were also impossible to guard against. At the same time, he has the support of Divine Line sect and Corpse Yin sect. He's really a local tyrant. Jiang Qin smiled. As for this young Master Futian, Jiang Qin wouldn't evaluate him before he had a real contact with him. However, since the other party was a member of Corpse Yin sect, Jiang Qin didn't have a good impression of him from the bottom of his heart. The name of this sect made people feel uncomfortable all over. Old liar, the guard who almost beat you just now said that there's a trade fair here. Tell me what kind of trade fair it is. Let's see if Master Dog is interested. Asked De Huang Dog. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were very interested in the trade fair. They might be able to encounter some precious things in the trade fair. What's so fun about the trade fair? There are a lot of fun things in this manor. To put it bluntly, this manor is a place for young Master Futian to make money. Usually, it's a place of feasting and debauchery. There are many senior female cultivators who can provide special services to the distinguished guests who come to spend their money. Otherwise, why do you think the business of this manor is so good? Said the old liar with a face full of yearning. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog weren't surprised by the old liar's words. They had already sensed the feasting and debauchery before they entered this manor. According to the old liar, there were casinos, gambling beasts, high-class prostitutes, and the best conditions. Any one of them was very attractive. This manor was simply a money-squandering den. With these things, many distinguished guests would come here. The temptation here was enough to make people sink. But what puzzled Jiang Qin was that all cultivators were distinguished and had their own dignity, especially those whose cultivation had reached a certain level. Why would such female cultivators provide entertainment for some money? Jiang Qin felt that this must be related to young Master Futian. Tsk, it's really enviable. The old liar clicked his tongue. His expression was very wretched. He was just short of asking Jiang Qin to treat him and let him have some fun. You're an old liar and an old slut. Hurry up and tell us about the trade fair. De Huang Dog said impatiently, feeling that this old liar and the shameless monk were on the same wavelength. Previously, the monk was the one who took liberties with other people's maidservants. Trade fairs are held frequently. However, there is a large-scale trade fair every year. Seems to be starting 2 days later. There should be a lot of people participating. As a matter of fact, this is mainly young Master Futian's social gathering. Because young Master Futian will appear in person, he will invite many geniuses to seek pleasure and display their treasures for exchange and auction. The old liar explained and then told them about the trade fair. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog finally understood. Just like what the old liar said, the trade fair was indeed meaningless. This large-scale trade fair could be found everywhere in the manor. Many places were carrying out transactions. However, what was really interesting was young Master Futian's social gathering. Those who could be invited by young Master Futian were certainly not ordinary figures. Even if they were not the geniuses of the 11 major forces, they would be famous figures of this generation. When this group of people gathered together, apart from exchanging treasures, the most important thing was to seek pleasure. The social gathering hosted by young Master Fu Tian was absolutely joyous. If those geniuses didn't enjoy themselves to their heart's content or were dissatisfied, it would not be good for young Master Fu Tian's reputation and would affect the business of Fu Tian Manor. For young Master Fu Tian Manor was a big business. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as rolling in wealth. When will young Master Fu Tian's social gathering begin? Asked Jiang Qin. The real treasures were definitely with those geniuses. Only in young Master Fu Tian's social gathering would real treasures appear. These trade fairs outside could no longer arouse Jiang Qin's interest. 2 days later. What? Could it be that little friend wants to participate in the social gathering? But not everyone can participate in this social gathering. You must have young Master Fu Tian's invitation. Otherwise, unless you can bring out a good treasure, only then will it be possible for you to participate in such a noble social gathering. Beauties are as common as the clouds in the social gathering. You can have fun as you please. I heard that someone played a female cultivator to death in public last year, said the old liar. In his opinion, it was impossible for Jiang Qin to participate in such a noble social gathering, unless Jiang Qin could bring out a treasure that could catch the eye of young Master Fu Tian. It starts in 2 days? I can take a break in these 2 days. Jiang Qin smiled. From one line sky to here he was still a little tired mentally. But he could relax in this manner. It's good to relax. Master Dog is exhausted. Boy, hurry up and find a restaurant to have a big meal. De Huang Dog's eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance. He had been holding back all this way. Now that he had finally arrived at such a good place, he would be letting himself down if he didn't have a good meal. All right, as you wish. Jiang Qin shrugged. Jiang Qin was not interested in those feasting and debauchery places. Seeing Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog discussing about finding a restaurant to eat, the old liar became a little anxious and quickly said, Hey, I say, do you two have any sense of romance? Isn't it a big waste to specially come here to eat? In my opinion, we should go and do some proper business. If you want to go, you go. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. This old man was too disrespectful. Ignoring the old liar, Jiang Qin and Big Yellow found a restaurant and strode into it. The old liar's face was filled with helplessness, but there was nothing he could do. He did want to go there alone, but unfortunately he didn't have the money. People who didn't have money couldn't afford to get hurt. Chapter 14:12. At the table, Jiang Qin's brows were tightly knitted together, feeling extremely regretful. Although the dishes were delicious, he really had no appetite at all. These two inhuman fellows in front of him really made him flabbergasted. De Huang Dog's front 2 legs were directly on the table, his long dog tongue licking the plates on the table madly. With a single bite, the entire plate was gone. His saliva was flying everywhere. It must be said that this fellow licked everything clean. The plates that he had eaten were all bright and shiny, with not even a bit of grease left behind. The old liar was even more ruthless. This fellow swung his arms and a pair of big black hands directly grabbed the plates and sent them into his mouth. His speed was not inferior to De Huang Dog's at all. The key thing was that these two fellows didn't seem to mind at all. They ate happily and the entire table of dishes and wine was quickly finished. Boss, give me another table. The old liar was very impolite. It was rare for him to eat so generously. This was a rare opportunity. Such a scene naturally attracted the attention of the entire restaurant. Countless people were pointing and laughing. De Huang Dog and the old liar had undoubtedly become a beautiful scene in the restaurant. Where did these two weirdos come from? This is too embarrassing. These two motherfucking starving ghosts. Haven't they eaten anything before? It's that old liar. This kid is really pitiful. He must be a newcomer and was tricked by the old liar. He even treated the old liar to a feast. I wonder where that dog came from. He's really a good match for the old liar. Everyone had already forgotten about the dishes and wine on their table. They began to admire the old liar and De Huang Dog's clean sweep. What the fuck are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome dog eating. De Huang Dog took advantage of the fact that the dishes had not been served and turned his head to glare at the others. A large piece of meat fell out of the dog's mouth. De Huang Dog's reaction was extremely fast. Before the meat fell to the ground, he had already eaten it in one bite. Jiang Qin staggered and almost fell off his seat. He had been completely defeated. Jiang Chen rarely admired anyone, but towards De Huang Dog and the old liar he was completely convinced. Cough cough. Jiang Chen coughed a few times, then stood up from his seat and walked to an empty table not far away. He pretended that he didn't know these two guys, or at least he didn't know them very well. Sigh. How careless of you to make friends. Jiang Chen sighed. Looking at De Huang Dog and old swindler acting as if no one else was around, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that his world had turned dark. He had the urge to fly out of the window. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. In the end, De Huang Dog and old liar ate to their heart's content before they reluctantly left the restaurant. Jiang Chen strode in front, feeling that he needed to put some distance between himself and the two fellows behind him. Brother Dog, now that we're full, where do you think we should go next? Said the old swindler. He seemed to have found a kindred spirit. His eyes could not help but drift over to those places of debauchery. However, De Huang Dog did not seem to be interested in the slightest as he casually said, "Find a place to sleep." Sleep? Fuck. There was actually someone who came to Futian Manor to sleep. Was he still a human? No, he seemed to be just a dog. It had to be said that this manor was very luxurious. Everywhere was showing the aura of wealth. Jiang Chen and the others walked on the not-so-busy street. He felt that it was a very happy thing to be able to enjoy here. Old liar, do you have any way to attend young Master Futian's social gathering 2 days later? Asked Jiang Chen. He was quite interested in this social gathering. Maybe he could get a lot of benefits. That's simple. Just find a way to make young Master Futian notice you. As long as young Master Futian invites you, you will be qualified to attend the social gathering. However, those who attend the social gathering are either rich or noble. They are all geniuses of this generation. As a newcomer, I'm afraid it won't be easy to attract young Master Futian's attention. The old liar said. He didn't mean to look down on Jiang Chen. What he said was a fact. The social gathering held by young Master Futian was not something that anyone could attend. Little Chenzi, as long as you can take out a treasure that can make Futian take a fancy to you, it's fine. De Huang Dog said. His words hit the nail on the head. Alright, let's go find a trading place. Jiang Chen smiled. He already had an idea. He must attend this social gathering, but he couldn't take the initiative to look for young Master Futian. That way he would appear to have no status. If he let young Master Futian personally invite him, his identity would be different when he attends the social gathering. There are a lot of trading places here. Most of them are conducted by foreign cultivators for a short period of time. However, the entire manor is full of young Master Futian's men. Every transaction can't be hidden from the eyes and ears of the manor. The manor will take 30% of the money traded here. There is also a trading place belonging to the manor, which is the direct force of young Master Futian. Said the old liar. Upon hearing the figure of 30%, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. This young Master Futian was really a bloodsucker. However, it could also be imagined how much money this manor could attract. The wealth and treasures that could be earned every year were unimaginable. It must be an astronomical figure. I heard that young Master Futian would take away a lot of wealth and treasures from the manor every year and use them to build up the Cultivation sect. This is also the reason why young Master Futian could thrive in the Cultivation sect. Said the old liar. In that case, let's go to the manor's own trading place. Said Jiang Chen. Although there were spies everywhere in the manor and every transaction couldn't be hidden from the people of the manor, in order to achieve his goal, Jiang Chen decided to go directly to the direct trading place of the manor. In that way, young Master Futian would notice him immediately. Alright, I know the place. I'll take you there. Don't be fooled by those guards who won't let me in. If I want to come in, do you think they can stop me? The old liar patted his chest. It was really rare for a person to brag to such a natural degree. Inside the manor was a luxurious area. Inside the huge manor there was a small manor which was where young Master Futian lived. The trading place was the closest to the small manor. It was an incomparably magnificent golden building with a strong aura of nobility that made people feel an inexplicable pressure standing in front of the building. Little friend Jiang Chen, this is the largest trading place in the manor. It was built by young Master Futian himself. The people inside are also directly under young Master Futian's jurisdiction. Chapter 14-13. Jiang Chen smiled and strode into the trading center. Seeing how calm and confident Jiang Chen was, The old swindler was very curious about what kind of treasure Zhou Xian had that could attract the attention of young Master Fu Tian. It should be known that young Master Fu Tian had seen many things in his life. Ordinary treasures were not enough to catch his attention. After walking into the golden building, another wave of rich and noble aura swept toward Zhou Qian's face. If this was the first time a cultivator who had never seen the outside world came here, he would definitely be affected by the atmosphere and become extremely nervous. However, for Zhou Qian, who had seen a lot of things, this place was nothing. Seeing Zhou Qian coming in, a manservant immediately came forward to greet him. "Welcome, young master." The manservant himself was a heavenly immortal. He could see that in East Xuanyu, a heavenly immortal was nothing. It could be said that heavenly immortals were everywhere. The manservant's eyes darted around. One look and anyone could tell that he was a shrewd person. After staying in the trading center for a long time, he had gained a lot of experience. He knew what kind of people were not to be trifled with and what kind of words to use when meeting someone. Zhou Qian was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. One look and anyone could tell that he was not an ordinary person. The manservant had seen many young geniuses of this generation, but in terms of bearing, none of them could compare to this white-robed youngster. More importantly, the manservant could not see through Zhou Qian's cultivation base. Basically, there was only one possibility. His cultivation base was far above his own. Such a person was a distinguished guest of the trading center. Naturally, the manservant dared not show any neglect. At this time, the old swindler swaggered in. When the manservant saw him, his face changed very quickly, revealing a look of disgust. "Get lost. What are you doing here, old swindler? Don't you know what this place is?" The manservant shouted at the old swindler. From this, it could be seen how annoying this old swindler was. However, this old swindler was quite famous in this manner. Even a manservant knew him. "We are together," Zhou Qian said coolly. "What? Young master, you must be new, right? Don't be fooled by this old swindler. This old man only knows how to cheat others of their food and drink. Letting him follow you will only lower your status." The manservant looked at Zhou Qian in surprise and tried to persuade him earnestly, as if he was doing this for his own good. Zhou Qian could not help but glance at the old swindler. Just how did this guy manage to survive? However, the fact that the old swindler had not been beaten to death and was still alive and well without missing any limbs was already a miracle in itself. "That's none of your business. I'm here to trade. Don't you guys do business?" Zhou Qian said with a frown, looking a little impatient. "Did you hear that? We are now honored guests. You snobbish bastard." The old swindler put his hands on his waist. "Old liar, don't say that you're a dog looking down on people for no reason in the future." "Nanny, did the dog provoke you?" The Huang dog said snappily. "Ayaya, I'm really sorry, I actually forgot about you, brother dog." The old swindler slapped his forehead, looking as if he had just been enlightened. He really deserved to die. To think that he had forgotten about the Huang dog. The manservant still showed his disgust towards the old swindler. But since he was brought in by Zhou Qian, he did not dare to say anything. "I wonder what kind of treasure this young master wants to trade?" The manservant asked. "Get your shopkeeper to come out. My treasure isn't something that a manservant like you can decide." Zhou Qian said. "All right. Please wait a moment, young master." The manservant did not dare to show any neglect towards Zhou Qian's words. Moreover, given his identity, he couldn't make any decisions here. Not long after that, the manservant returned with an old man. This old man seemed to be in his 50s. He was in high spirits. His eyes were brimming with vigor, constantly flickering with the light of wisdom. Moreover, this old man's cultivation base was extremely terrifying. He had already reached the peak of the half-step Immortal King realm, only a step away from the true Immortal King realm. After the old man appeared, his eyes fell on Zhou Qian. He had a lot of experience and had seen countless people. Using the word old fox to describe him wasn't an understatement at all. In his point of view, although Zhou Qian was only a late golden immortal, his bearing was extraordinary. One look and he could tell that Zhou Qian was a rare genius. Just from his first impression, he didn't dare to underestimate Zhou Qian. "This old man is called Fu Yong. I wonder how should I address this young master?" The old man clasped his fists at Zhou Qian and said. "Zhou Qian." Zhou Qian reported his name and said, "You are the shopkeeper here?" "That's right. Thanks to young Master Fu Tian's favor, This old man has been given today's status and everything. Although I'm the shopkeeper of this trading house, everything here belongs to young Master Fu Tian. Even my life belongs to young Master Fu Tian. Fu Yong spoke, appearing to be very respectful to young Master Fu Tian, not daring to show any neglect in his words. I wonder what kind of treasure does young master have? If it's something that our trading center doesn't have, I can help young master find someone else to trade with. Fu Yong didn't seem to want to waste time, so he went straight to the point. Those who could come to this trading center must be here to trade for treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. I do have a treasure. I wonder if this spiritual spring can catch the eye of shopkeeper Fu? Zhang said. With a flip of his palm, a small bottle made entirely of warm jade appeared in his palm. This jade bottle was very small and exquisite. After being taken out by Zhang, its surface emitted strands of pure qi of extreme yang, which immediately attracted the attention of Fu Yong and the old liar. This is... Fu Yong's eyes lit up. His intuition told him that the thing in this bottle was absolutely extraordinary. Zhang brought the jade bottle closer to Fu Yong. After receiving it, Fu Yong couldn't wait to open the cork and then penetrate a strand of divine sense into the bottle. This is the highest grade of spiritual spring. No, it's not just a spiritual spring. It also contains a kind of qi of extreme yang. When the two are combined, the value of the spiritual spring is doubled. I've never seen such a spiritual spring. If a cultivator takes it, the benefits will be endless. This is really a rare treasure. Fu Yong said in amazement. As the shopkeeper of this trading center, Fu Yong was naturally knowledgeable. Even if he hadn't seen some treasures before, he could still analyze the quality and value of them. Shopkeeper Fu, if this was just a simple spiritual spring water, I wouldn't have taken it out as a rare treasure. Apart from what you've said, this spiritual spring water has another miraculous effect, which is a powerful healing ability. No elixir can compare to it in terms of healing the injured. Chapter 14:14. The spiritual spring was a spiritual object of heaven and earth, a rare treasure. It was of great help to any living creature in the world. In addition to containing a huge amount of pure energy, the spiritual spring also had the effect of washing the marrow and improving one's physique. The spiritual spring that Zhang obtained in the Nifa's abyss was already a superior spiritual spring. Just by relying on the spiritual spring, it was enough to attract Fu Yong's attention. But if it was just by relying on it, it might not be able to attract young Master Fu Tian's attention. However, the spiritual spring that was personally transformed by Zhang was completely different. If the previous energy spring water was considered a treasure, then the energy spring water that was transformed by Zhang was a peerless treasure. There was only one of its kind in this world, and other than Zhang, no one else could possess such an energy spring water. As the saying goes, only the unique is precious, and only the rare can attract people's attention. After the transformation, not only did the 9 solar holy water was added to the spiritual spring, which increased the attribute and value of the spiritual spring, but more importantly, it was integrated with spiritual qi. In this way, not only did the spiritual spring have a greater effect than before, but it also had a powerful healing ability. This ability was the most precious, especially for the injured. The powerful healing ability was enough to make people marvel. In other words, the spiritual spring in Zhang hand was unique and priceless. Zhang was confident that just by relying on the spiritual spring, it was enough to attract young Master Fu Tian's attention. Good treasure. The old liar couldn't help but say. The old man's eyes were bright, staring at the jade bottle in Fu Yong's hand without blinking. It seemed that he was also a person who knew his stuff. Let this old man have a try. Fu Yong's expression was incomparably solemn. He immediately extracted a drop of spiritual spring from the jade bottle and put it into his mouth. The spiritual spring immediately turned into a clear stream and slid down Fu Yong's throat into his body. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard from Fu Yong's body. In just a moment, Fu Yong's spirit was twice as excited as before. What a terrifying healing ability! Not only does this spiritual spring contain a huge amount of energy essence, but its healing ability is also incomparably amazing. I've never thought that just a drop of spiritual spring could heal half of my injuries. This is too amazing. There's actually such a unique spiritual spring in the heavens and earth. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Fu Yong was shocked. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, he felt that it was a peerless treasure and couldn't bear to part with it. The powerful healing ability was even for mighty immortal kings and even immortal emperors. This was the true preciousness of spiritual spring. If I didn't have good stuff, I wouldn't dare to come here. Keeper Fu Fu wouldn't dare to come. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Oh boy, that's a good move of yours. After you've transformed the spiritual spring, it has become a priceless treasure. Today you took out a bottle of it to trade here. It will definitely whet their appetite. At that time, young Master Fu Tian will send you an invitation in order to get more spiritual spring. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen, praising Jiang Chen's plan. The old liar finally understood why Jiang Chen had to go to the trading center directly under the manor to make the exchange. It was because this place was under the direct jurisdiction of young Master Fu Tian. Just like shopkeeper Fu in front of him, he was a trusted follower of young Master Fu Tian. Shopkeeper Fu would definitely give the spiritual spring to young Master Fu Tian as soon as possible. This was almost certain. Otherwise, young Master Fu Tian wouldn't hand over such a large trading center to Fu Yong. I like him, how could I not like him? Fu Yong said hastily. He was incomparably excited after encountering such a great thing. He could almost imagine that young Master Fu Tian would be very happy if he gave this spiritual spring water to him. Moreover, this spiritual spring water itself would also be of great help to his internal injuries. Now in Fu Yong's eyes, Jiang Chen was a big shot that he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. I wonder what treasure young Master Jiang intends to exchange this bottle of spirit spring water for? Fu Yong quickly asked. I want to exchange for immortal essence stones. Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen wanted immortal essence stones, shopkeeper Fu's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. A smile was revealed on his face. He was really afraid that Jiang Chen would ask for some rare treasure. If Jiang Chen couldn't take it out, wouldn't he miss out on such a good spiritual spring? However, since Jiang Chen had asked for immortal essence stones, he didn't feel any pressure anymore. Futian Manor didn't lack anything but immortal essence stones. What our manor doesn't lack the least is immortal essence stones. I wonder how many immortal essence stones young Master Jiang wants. Shopkeeper Fu said. When it came to immortal essence stones, he immediately became confident. It could be seen that Futian Manor was rich and overbearing. I want 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones. Jiang Chen said. 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones was a considerable amount of wealth. Even for this bottle of spiritual spring water, this price was somewhat high, but Jiang Chen was sure that even if his price was high, the other party would certainly agree, because Futian Manor didn't lack immortal essence stones, but lacked such spiritual spring water. 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones? Isn't it a little too high? Shopkeeper Fu knitted his brows. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so daring. One should know that 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones was equivalent to 10 million high-grade immortal essence stones. If shopkeeper Fu isn't willing to do this business, I will find someone else. I believe there will be someone else who is willing to do this business. As for the drop of king-grade immortal essence stones that shopkeeper Fu ate, just take it as a gift from me. Jiang Chen said, obviously not giving the other party a chance to bargain. What Jiang Chen lacked the most now was immortal essence stones. Although he had cheated 500 million high-grade immortal essence stones from the 5 immortal sects in Han Spirit Zone, this amount was still too little. Jiang Chen's future cultivation would require too many immortal essence stones. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a bottomless pit. Moreover, he was going to advance to the half-step Immortal King in Immortal King realms. The quality of king-grade immortal essence stones was obviously higher. High-grade immortal essence stones were no longer something that Jiang Chen was interested in. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. 1,000 it is. Our manor will buy this spiritual spring. Please wait a moment, young master. Fu Yong was a man who knew what was good and what was bad. He immediately agreed. Although 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones were a lot, it was nothing to the manor. Fu Yong turned and entered the interior of the building, seemingly to collect the immortal essence stones. Little friend Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. This time young Master Fu Tian will surely notice you. At that time he will surely take the initiative to invite you. The old liar spoke with exultation, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of worship, feeling that he had dug out a treasure this time. Chapter 14-15. Fu Yong approached Jiang Qin and handed the spatial bag to Jiang Qin with a smile. Young Master Jiang, here are 1,000 king-grade immortal metastones. Please count them. Jiang Qin accepted the spatial pouch and said faintly, no need. I trust your trustworthiness. I'll be taking my leave. After saying that, Jiang Qin put away the spatial pouch and turned around to leave. However, he knew that Fu Yong would definitely stop him if he wanted to leave now. Young Master Jiang, please wait. Sure enough, seeing that Jiang Qin was about to leave, Fu Yong hastily stopped him. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a trace of timidity, then he slowly turned around and looked at Fu Yong with interest. What's wrong? Is there anything else, shopkeeper Fu? This old man would like to ask if young Master Jiang has more spiritual spring. If you do, our manor is willing to buy them all at a high price. Fu Yong said. Given his experience and eyesight, he could already see the value of Jiang Qin's spiritual spring. Even if it was 1,000 immortal metastones per bottle, it wouldn't be a loss. This kind of spiritual spring was extremely rare and had never been seen before. Moreover, he guessed that Jiang Qin must have a lot of spiritual spring left. If a cultivator only had one bottle of such spiritual spring, he would never exchange it all for immortal metastones. The preciousness of spiritual spring was self-evident. There were many ways to obtain immortal metastones, but this spiritual spring was unique and couldn't be measured by immortal metastones. Fu Yong felt that if he was in Jiang Qin's shoes, he would never exchange his spiritual spring for immortal metastones. Therefore, Fu Yong concluded that Jiang Qin had more spiritual spring. I won't hide this from shopkeeper Fu. I still have a lot of spiritual spring, but I still want to exchange it for other treasures. Jiang Qin said with a smile. I wonder what treasure young Master Jiang wants to exchange for? We have a lot of precious treasures in our exchange. Shopkeeper Fu said. Hearing that Jiang Qin really had a lot of spiritual spring, his eyes immediately revealed a look of joy. I haven't thought of what kind of treasure I want yet. In any case, there's nothing here that I like. I might as well go out and have a look. Who knows, I might be able to find something that I like. Jiang Qin shrugged. If young Master Jiang doesn't even fancy the treasures in our trading house, then there's no need to mention the treasures outside. However, young Master Fu Tian's social gathering will be held 2 days later. At that time, some rare treasures will definitely appear. I wonder if young Master Jiang is interested in this social gathering? Fu Yong said. In order to attract Jiang Qin's attention, he had to use the exchange meeting as a lure. I heard that one must be invited by young Master Fu Tian to participate in this exchange meeting. Unfortunately, I didn't receive young Master Fu Tian's invitation. I'd better go outside and have a look. Jiang Qin said, pretending to be indifferent and not very interested in the exchange. If young Master Jiang doesn't mind, you can stay in our manor. This old man will provide a superior residence for young Master Jiang. Later, this old man will go straight to young Master Fu Tian. I believe that young Master Fu Tian will be very interested in this spiritual spring. At that time, he will definitely send an invitation to young Master Fu Tian. What do you think, young Master Jiang? Fu Yong said quickly. In his opinion, Jiang Qin was a rich man. The temptation of the spiritual spring was too great. If he let Jiang Qin go now, it would be difficult to find him again. Therefore, Fu Yong wanted to make Jiang Qin stay at all costs. Moreover, he believed that anyone who entered the manor would be more or less interested in young Master Fu Tian's social gathering. Presumably, Jiang Qin was no exception. Jiang Qin pretended to think for a moment and then said in a reluctant tone, since shopkeeper Fu is so kind, if I still don't agree, I'll look a little shy. Hearing that Jiang Qin really agreed to stay, Fu Yong's face suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. How could he know that this was Jiang Qin's original purpose? He was waiting for Fu Yong to send an invitation. All right, young Master Jiang, this way please. This old man has already arranged a superior residence for the 3 distinguished guests. Fu Yong made an inviting gesture, and then led Jiang Qin and the other 2 to the 3rd floor of the Golden Building. This place was full of the aura of wealth. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to enter this place. Only distinguished guests could come here. The 3rd floor was full of rooms. Among them, there was the most luxurious suite, which was decorated magnificently and dazzlingly. It was easy for people to lose themselves in such a place. Young Master Jiang, do you want me to arrange a few attendants to serve you? Fu Yong said with a smile. Hearing the word attendance, the old liar suddenly became interested. He quickly said to Fu Yong, Good. It's best to arrange a few more. Jiang Chen frowned and glared at the old liar. No need. We just need to take a rest. Jiang Chen said to Fu Yong with a smile. The old liar was disrespectful, but Jiang Chen had no interest in this. He liked peace and quiet. To him, peace and quiet were always hard to come by. All right. Have a good rest, young Master Jiang. I will go look for young Master Fu Tian now. After Fu Yong finished speaking, he turned and left, closing the door for Jiang Chen. Little friend, this is a free attendant. Isn't it a little wasteful to reject it? The old liar showed an unwilling look. Jiang Chen ignored the old liar and went to the table to drink his tea. Seeing that there was no hope, the old liar sat down and picked up the tea on the table to drink. Little Chenzi, do you think that young Master Fu Tian will send you an invitation? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Don't worry. As long as that young Master Fu Tian isn't a fool, he will certainly send me an invitation. The spiritual spring in little friend's body is even attractive to immortal emperors, let alone Fu Tian. The old liar spoke with incomparable confidence. In the evening, Fu Yong appeared again. As soon as he came to the door, it opened automatically. Jiang Chen sat on the chair and saw Fu Yong walking in with a bright smile, holding a gilded invitation card in his hand. The words "exchange meeting" were engraved on it. Congratulations, young Master Jiang. Young Master Fu Tian has asked this old man to bring an invitation to young Master Jiang, inviting young Master Jiang to attend the exchange meeting 2 days later. Fu Yong handed the invitation card to Jiang Chen. In this manner, apart from its value, this invitation card was also a symbol of status, because it was personally made by young Master Fu Tian. It represented young Master Fu Tian himself. Those who could receive this invitation card were no ordinary people. All right, I will definitely attend 2 days later. Chapter 14-16. After getting the invitation letter from young Master Fu Tian, Jiang Chen had achieved his goal. If he couldn't participate in this exchange, wouldn't he have come in vain? Originally, Jiang Chen wasn't very interested in Fu Tian Manor, but this was, after all, his first stop in East Xuanyu. At the very least, he had to get in touch with the people here and inquire about the situation in East Xuanyu. It wasn't difficult to learn from the old liar that Fu Tian Manor was one of the most famous places in this generation. Those who could participate in young Master Fu Tian's exchange must be famous people of this generation, or at least geniuses. 2 days later, the Fu Tian Manor ushered in its most lively moment. The number of people here was also the highest. Other than young Master Fu Tian's gathering, the entire manor was also carrying out transactions. Today many experts came. There were even powerful immortal kings flying in the air above the manor, causing people to be filled with envy. However, those who could fly in the air were all people with an invitation letter. In this generation, they were all people with a certain status and identity. How enviable. I wonder when I can also reach the immortal king realm. Someone inclined his head, his eyes flashing with envy. To them, being able to break through to the immortal king realm was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Powerful immortal kings, even in the vast eastern profound region, would still have a certain status and be respected by others. Behind the golden building of the manor, there was also a gorgeous manor. This small manor was the core of the entire manor. This was the place where young Master Fu Tian would stay every time he came here, and also the venue for the exchange meeting. All the people who came to the manor would feel proud to be able to enter this manor. On the streets of the manor, one could see someone deliberately holding the invitation letter in his hand high, walking arrogantly towards the location of the exchange meeting. Jiang Chen lived in the golden building, but he wasn't in a hurry. When he arrived at the manor with De Huang Dog and the old liar, almost all the people who participated in the exchange meeting had already arrived. After all, in their hearts, this exchange meeting was incomparably important. This was a great opportunity to curry favor with young Master Fu Tian. No one was willing to miss it. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the gate of the manor, 2 tall and burly guards immediately stretched out their arms and stopped Jiang Chen. "Show me your invitation." One of the guards, Lung, spoke with an incomparably arrogant attitude. Despite being arrogant, these guards had the capital to be arrogant, because their cultivation base had reached the mighty golden immortal realm. The 2 gatekeepers were golden immortal experts. From this, One could see how tyrannical young Master Fu Tian was. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and the invitation letter appeared in his hand. When the guard saw the invitation letter, he immediately felt deep veneration for Jiang Chen and saluted at once, not daring to show the slightest neglect. He was very clear about the value of this invitation letter. Such an invitation letter was personally sent by young Master Fu Tian. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded and strode into the manor. De Huang Dog and Old Liar followed closely behind. Old Liar swaggered around, looking around and clicking his tongue in wonder. However, when Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked in, the Old Liar was stopped again. "Where did you come from, old man?" "Scram," the guard said rudely. "Holy shit. Are you blind? Can't you see that we are together? Why can the two of them enter but I can't?" Old Liar was instantly pissed off. He jumped 3 feet high, put his hands on his waist and argued with the guard. This was discrimination, blatant discrimination. "Scram. This isn't a place you can come." The guard didn't show any courtesy and directly pushed Old Liar out. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. It seemed that bringing Old Liar along would only bring trouble. However, Jiang Chen also hated the snobbish attitude of the guard. In that case, he must bring Old Liar in no matter what. "We are together. So what? You still want to stop me?" Jiang Chen said coldly. "I dare not. It's just that this person is filthy. If he enters the manor, it will affect the image of the manor," said the guard. He was still very polite when speaking to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was a distinguished guest. He didn't dare to slight him. "If that's the case, I won't be participating in the exchange. However, if I don't participate, I wonder if your young master will kill you directly." As Jiang Chen spoke, he strode out of the door. Seeing that Jiang Chen was angry, the guard's expression instantly changed. He quickly apologized. "Young master, please don't be angry. It's my fault. Please come in." The guard was very clear that those who could participate in the exchange were not ordinary people. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, if he left, young Master Fu Tian would most likely kill him. Because he didn't know what good treasures Jiang Chen had on him. If Jiang Chen brought any losses to young Master Fu Tian, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Seeing that the guard's attitude wasn't bad, Jiang Chen finally let it go. He turned around and continued to walk into the manor. The Old Liar swaggered behind Jiang Chen. When he passed by the guard, he didn't even need to give him a contemptuous look. Inside the manor there was a huge courtyard. The surroundings were filled with birdsong, fragrant flowers and colorful butterflies. It was very beautiful. In the middle of the courtyard, 2 rows of tables and chairs were placed side by side. Each table and chair was made of pure jade. Immortal fruits and fine wine were placed on the table. One could see that there was a sign on each table with a person's name written on it. With a rough glance, there were at least 30 tables here. Clearly, the number of people who were invited to participate in the exchange wasn't small. Most of the people present were young geniuses. Most of them were early Immortal King experts. The weakest among them was at least a half-step Immortal King expert. Even those half-step Immortal King geniuses had Immortal King experts as followers. Sure enough, East Xuanyu isn't a place that One-Line Sky can compare to. So many Immortal King experts have appeared in this small region. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He could imagine that the geniuses here were absolutely not the top geniuses of East Xuanyu. At most, they were the geniuses of this generation. Even so, there were already so many Immortal Kings here. So, how terrifying would the top geniuses of the 11 major powers be? Jiang Chen was looking forward to it more and more. Little friend, some of the people here can't be underestimated. Some of them are like young Master Fu Tian geniuses of the 11 major powers. Although this is the border of East Xuanyu because of the existence of Fu Tian Manor, this place has become extremely prosperous. It's much more prosperous than many other places in the inner region. The Old Liar explained to Jiang Chen in a low voice. It seemed that he was afraid that Jiang Chen would imagine East Xuanyu to be too terrifying. As a matter of fact, Immortal King geniuses had a very high status even in the 11 major powers. Jiang Chen nodded his head, understanding the Old Liar's meaning. In front of the 2 rows of tables and chairs, there was an incomparably spacious chair. This was the only chair that no one was sitting on, but Jiang Chen knew that this seat was definitely not reserved for him, but for young Master Fu Tian. However, the tables and chairs here were all occupied. In other words, there was no seat for him here. Motherfucker. Why isn't there a seat for us? De Huang Dog was hot-tempered and immediately refused to accept it. Jiang Qin glanced around and immediately found his name on a table, and the person sitting on it was a young man of half-step Immortal King realm. This person was chatting happily with an old man next to him. In front of the old man, there was also a plate with the words Wang Yao written on it. Little friend, this Wang Yao is from the Wang family in this area. The person sitting on your seat is Wang Yao. The person sitting on Wang Yao's seat is an elder of the Wang family. Chapter 1417. Is that so? It seems like it's a matter of course for him to occupy my position. Jiang Qin spoke indifferently. Wang family is very influential in this area. There are immortal emperors in the family which can almost rival Fu City. This Wang Yao is the youngest son of the Wang family's patriarch. He is used to being overbearing. Moreover, every time young Master Futian invited him to participate in the trade fair, he basically knows all of them. All of them are famous figures in this area. Some of them are even geniuses of the 11 major powers. Oh, you are a newcomer. I haven't even heard of you before. So naturally he will occupy your position. The old liar spoke. His meaning was very clear. Among the people invited today, all of them were famous figures. Only the name of Jiang Qin had never been heard of. So it was only natural for him to be despised by others. Plus, Wang Yao was used to being arrogant. He felt that he was the young master of Wang family and was qualified to occupy 2 positions. Wang Yao was indeed very arrogant, but he didn't know that he had stepped on an iron plate this time. For God's sake. Is someone with the surname Wang very awesome? You can be arrogant, but you can't be arrogant when it comes to Master Dog. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. Even if Jiang Qin could tolerate this, De Huang Dog absolutely couldn't tolerate it. This was a matter of face. De Huang Dog wagged his tail and walked towards the courtyard unhurriedly. De Huang Dog's majestic appearance was too eye-catching. As soon as he arrived, he attracted the attention of everyone, including Wang Yao. All eyes were on De Huang Dog. Motherfucker. Where did this dog come from? How dare he appear in this place? What are the guards doing? How dare they let a dog in? Don't they know that this is the social meeting of young Master Futian? Unauthorized people can't come in, but now a dog has been let in. Is this a joke? Where did this dog come from? Get out. De Huang Dog didn't even have time to say a word before he incited public anger. This made De Huang Dog extremely depressed and angry. He told this group of people in his heart that once Elder Dog got angry, the consequences would be dire. De Huang Dog ignored the gazes and words of these people and strode towards his seat. However, the seat he was going to wasn't Jiang Qin's seat but Wang Yao's seat. The person sitting on Wang Yao's seat was the elder of Wang family, an early immortal king. He followed Wang Yao out to ensure Wang Yao's safety. Although Wang Yao was a genius, he was only a half-step immortal king, far from being a match for an immortal king. After all, a spoiled brat like him couldn't be compared with a genius like Tian Miyun. Such a person might have a very high cultivation base, but his foundation wasn't solid. Most of them relied on pills to build up their cultivation base. De Huang Dog walked to the front of the Wang family elder and said loudly, "Old man, this is Master Dog's seat. Please move aside." What? A dog's seat? The noisy scene quieted down all of a sudden. Many people were stunned, including Wang Yao and the elder of Wang family. That plate clearly had Wang Yao's name written on it. Since when did it become a dog's seat? Pong. In the next moment, a wave of anger burst out from Wang Yao and the elder. Both of them were extremely angry, especially Wang Yao. When he regained his senses, he felt that he had been greatly humiliated because Big Yellow had actually compared him to a dog. His position had become the position of a dog. If this wasn't an insult, then what was? Where did this damned dog come from? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Fram. Wang Yao shouted at De Huang Dog. A wave of qi shot out from his mouth and landed on De Huang Dog's body. It seemed that Wang Yao wanted to shock De Huang Dog to death. However, his shock had no effect on De Huang Dog at all. The powerful qi only caused the yellow fur on De Huang Dog's body to flutter. "Old man, this is Master Dog's seat. Hurry up and get up. Forcibly occupying someone else's seat is very immoral. It's an extremely shameless behavior." De Huang Dog held his head high and put human ethics on the table. Where did this dog come from? Does he want to die? He actually dared to treat Wang Yao like this. This dog is doomed. Wang Yao will definitely skin him alive, said a villager. Although they didn't know where this dog came from, many people showed pity for the Huang dog. With the power of the Wang family, even they had to show some respect. Damn dog, are you fucking blind? This plate clearly has my name written on it. You, a dog, actually came to occupy the seat. I really don't know where you get the courage from. Today you have offended me. You are destined to be skinned alive, your tendons pulled out and your bones turned into ashes. Wang Yao was angry. The elders of the Wang family were also angry. Their murderous intent soared to the sky. It seemed that they wanted to directly tear the Huang dog into pieces. Since your name is written there, why are you sitting here? Could it be that the young master of the Wang family can't even read? You are so idiotic that you can't even find your seat. If this is really the case, the entire Wang family's face has been completely lost because of you. At this time, a voice came from behind. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in white with one hand behind his back. He was leisurely walking towards them. Beside him there was an old man in shabby clothes. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Isn't he too audacious? How dare he go against Wang Yao in public? It seems like he is in cahoots with that dog. Seems like he is that Xianxia. He doesn't have any reputation at all. Judging from his cultivation base, he is merely a late golden immortal. I really have no idea how such a person could get the invitation. This person also looks very arrogant. However, he dares to humiliate Wang Yao and the Wang family in public with just a late golden immortal cultivation base. This courage is really admirable. Unfortunately, he won't even know how he died. That Wang Yao's temper isn't very good. Seeing the appearance of Xianxia, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to guess that he was in cahoots with the Huang dog. Moreover, the only person who could appear here without occupying a seat was that Xianxia. However, who was this Xianxia? No one knew. Now they only knew that this unknown young man had made a big mess of things. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. The consequences would be very serious. Who are you? How dare you talk to this young master like this? Are you tired of living? Wang Yao pointed at Xianxia and shouted. Xianxia actually said that he couldn't read. This was also a kind of humiliation. What kind of identity did he have? Today he was invited by young Master Futian to participate in the exchange. First he was humiliated by a dog. Now he was humiliated by a golden immortal kid. How could he bear this? I'm sorry. You have occupied my seat. Please step aside. Chapter 14:18. What? Chasing him away again? Wang Yao almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Today he finally knew what was called reckless and reckless. Wang Yao originally occupied 2 seats. Now one was occupied by a dog and the other by a golden immortal youth. How could this be? Wasn't this bullying? But Wang Yao didn't look like the kind of person who could be easily bullied. And you old man. Get out of here before Master Dog gets angry. The Huang dog scolded the elder. His saliva flew all over the elder's face. Courting death. Encountering such a situation, no matter how good one's self-restraint was, it would collapse. The elder of Wang family was infuriated. He struck out a palm blade at Big Yellow's head. Moreover, he had already seen through Big Yellow's cultivation base. He was merely a half-step immortal king great demon, not even a demon king. Such a cultivation base was nothing in the elder's eyes. In his opinion, he could easily split Big Yellow's head into 2 with just a casual strike. Plang. A frightening scene appeared. The furious palm strike from the Wang family elder landed on Big Yellow's head, producing a sound of iron being struck, and some sparks were produced. The Huang dog was still standing there calmly. The attack of the elder didn't cause any harm to him. He didn't dodge just now. It wasn't because he didn't have the ability to dodge, but because he didn't need to. What? Many people cried out in surprise. The elder of the Wang family seemed to have been struck by lightning. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. Only he knew how terrifying that attack was. In his opinion, even if the opponent was a real demon king, if he was caught off guard, his head would still be smashed. However, the dog in front of him was completely unscathed. Moreover, that hard dog head had shaken his palm to the point of numbness. This dog isn't simple. He's only a half-step immortal king, but he could withstand an immortal king's attack so easily. What's this dog's head made of? Even if it's made of iron, it can't be so hard. Everyone was shocked. The entire courtyard was in an uproar. No one dared to look down on De Huang Dog anymore. After all, one could tell with a glance whether one was an expert or not. Although there were many arrogant people here, none of them were fools. The elder of Wang family is so weak. He can't even scratch an itch for Master Dog. De Huang Dog didn't make a move. He just stood there and mocked. After hearing De Huang Dog words, the elder staggered and almost fell from his seat. He was a dignified immortal king, but a dog said that he was weak. What he couldn't stand was that his attack was just a scratch. This was a great humiliation to him. "Wang Yao, please move away from my seat or I'll throw you out," said Wang Yao. Jiang Chen also spoke. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but he was never afraid of trouble. If the opponent thought that he could show off in front of him just because he was some bullshit young master, then he was gravely mistaken. But Wang Yao was infuriated. He slammed his palm on the table, then rose to his feet, pointed his finger at Jiang Chen's nose and roared, "Jiang Chen, I don't care where you came from, but since you have offended me, the consequences will be very serious. If you kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology, I'll give face to young Master Fukuda." Arg. However, before he could finish his arrogant words, he let out a shrill scream. This was because he could no longer retract his fingers. At this moment, his entire palm was firmly grasped by Jiang Chen. Crack crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. It could be seen that Wang Yao's palm had begun to twist. However, Jiang Chen's hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how Wang Yao struggled, he couldn't move at all. "Bastard! Jiang Chen, how dare you hurt me? You're finished. You're finished." Wang Yao was still threatening him. How could he bear to be humiliated by a nobody in front of so many people with his status? What made Wang Yao feel even more incredulous was that the other party actually dared to attack him. This was simply unimaginable. Everyone present saw this scene and their faces were filled with shock. One should know that no matter how weak Wang Yao was, no matter how spoiled he was, he still had the strength of a half-step immortal king. That Jiang Chen was merely a late golden immortal, but Wang Yao couldn't fight back at all. Imperceptibly, people had started to look down on this newcomer, Jiang Chen. "Stop. Let go of my young master." The elder also stood up from his seat. He completely released his immortal king's qi and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, this qi had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. Not even the corner of his clothes moved. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the Wang family's elder. He grabbed Wang Yao's neck and threw him out of the courtyard like he was throwing a chick. He threw Wang Yao out of the courtyard and out of the manor. Courting death. The elder was infuriated. He was about to attack Jiang Chen, but someone was faster than him. De Huang Dog moved. His hard dog head turned into a golden light and rammed towards the elder's chest. "Get out of here too." De Huang Dog was enraged. The elder's facial expression changed dramatically, because De Huang Dog's speed was too fast, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. Bang! The dog head rammed into the elder's chest, causing it to cave in. The elder spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away like an arrow leaving the bow. A young master and an elder of the Wang family were thrown out in the blink of an eye. After that, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog sat on their seats as if there was no one else around. The scene was silent. Some people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, not daring to believe what they had just seen. Their gazes kept wandering between Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, feeling extremely shocked. That was an immortal king expert. Yet he was sent flying without any chance to retaliate. What exactly was this dog head made of? Was it some kind of divine weapon? The old swindler chuckled and sat next to De Huang Dog. His eyes flashed with the scene of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog attacking earlier. A faint smile appeared on his face, but no one noticed this smile. Not even Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog noticed it. This was just a small interlude. Jiang Chen didn't take it to heart. As for whether or not Wang Yao would take revenge on him, Jiang Chen really didn't care. In any case, the two of them wouldn't appear here today. After being thrown out, they wouldn't have the face to go back in. At this moment, the void violently trembled a few times. A young man in black walked out from the void as though he was taking a stroll in the park. Chapter 14:19. After the appearance of the black-robed youth, the scene quieted down once more. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe when they looked at the youth. He was the center of attention. There was only one person who could have such an imposing manner in this manner, and that was young Master Futian. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across young Master Futian and found that this Futian was indeed exuding an intermediate immortal king cultivation base. He was a rare genius, but Jiang Chen's first impression of Futian wasn't the slightest bit good. As though he had been greatly influenced by Corpse insect, young Master Futian radiated a gloomy and cold qi that was mixed with bloody and tyrannical qi. Additionally, there was a hint of an obscene smile at the corner of young Master Futian's mouth. One look and anyone would know that he was a ruthless and merciless person. Moreover, the cultivation method of Corpse insect was famous for being evil. Jiang Chen had cultivated the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, which allowed him to judge people with incomparable accuracy. The eyes of young Master Futian were full of evil, greed, lust, and sin. The combination of all kinds of expressions had doomed him to be a ruthless, bloodthirsty devil. Greetings, young Master Futian. Everyone stood up from their seats and clasped their fists at young Master Futian. After coming to this manner, no one dared to show the slightest neglect or disrespect to young Master Futian. What they feared was not only young Master Futian's cultivation base, but also his means. The infamy of Corpse insect could be said to be notorious in East Xuanyu. One had to be careful when dealing with the people of Corpse insect. A single mistake would lead to eternal damnation. Yes, everyone here is giving me, Futian, the honor of attending my gathering. Young Master Futian clasped his fists at everyone and spoke in an incomparably humble tone. Haha. Young Master Futian is too modest. It's our great honor to be invited by young Master Futian. This is a very honorable thing for us. That's right. Who in this area doesn't know the name of young Master Futian? A genius of Corpse sect. Even in the entire East Xuanyu you're also famous. Compared to young Master Futian, I'm really not worth mentioning. This Futian manor has been built by young Master Futian like a paradise on earth. It's incomparably exciting to be able to attend the social meeting in such a beautiful place. All the bootlickers had started. Before the exchange meeting started, everyone had already started to flatter young Master Futian. It would be best if they could build a good relationship with young Master Futian. Everyone please have a seat. Young Master Futian waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. At this time, young Master Futian turned around to look at Jiang Chen and walked directly to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen injured the Wang family's young master and elder as soon as he arrived. This young master will feel embarrassed in front of the Wang family in the future. Young Master Futian said faintly, but everyone could hear the dissatisfaction in his words. Everyone knew that he didn't care about Wang family but his own face. Jiang Chen, a newcomer, actually dared to make a move in his territory. This kind of behavior was not giving him face. Jiang Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. This young Master Futian was a person who could do anything. His behavior just now had indeed swept young Master Futian's face. If it wasn't for the spiritual spring in his hand, perhaps young Master Futian would have killed him directly. Young Master Futian must be joking. How would Jiang Chen dare not give young Master Futian face? Everyone here is watching. It was Wang Yao who didn't give young Master Futian face first. Every seat here was personally arranged by young Master Futian, but Wang Yao self-righteously occupied someone else's seat. He didn't put young Master in his eyes at all. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I made a move. If it was just because of a seat it would be fine. But this involves young Master's face. I can't tolerate it, said Jiang Chen. He knew that young Master Futian wanted to save face in front of everyone, so he would give young Master Futian face. Sure enough, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, young Master Futian burst into laughter. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was a smart man who knew how to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. His words could be considered as giving young Master Futian a way out of this embarrassing situation. However, now you, Jiang Chen, have occupied 2 seats. Young Master Futian looked at the Huang dog and said, Wang Yao is gone, so this seat is vacant. Of course, this seat is still up to young Master. As long as young Master says the word, my friend will stand up immediately. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Since he wanted to give young Master Futian face, he would give young Master Futian enough. Forget it. Anyway, this seat is vacant. Young Master Futian shrugged, then turned and walked to his seat in front. Since Wang Yao had been thrown out, he would not come back again. so he might as well leave both seats to Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had violated young Master Fu Tian's taboo by attacking him in his own place. Now he bore a grudge and had the intention to kill Jiang Chen. However, for the sake of the spiritual spring, he chose to endure it for the time being. After the trade fair was over, he would settle this account with Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, young Master Fu Tian didn't put Jiang Chen, a newcomer, in his eyes at all. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was a golden immortal without a strong background. Jiang Chen was not qualified to participate in his trade fair. The reason why he sent an invitation to Jiang Chen was entirely for the spiritual spring in Jiang Chen's hands. The day before yesterday, Fu Yong had given the bottle of spiritual spring to young Master Fu Tian. For young Master Fu Tian, who often saw treasures, he could see the value of the spiritual spring at first glance. So he immediately sent an invitation to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could clearly sense young Master Fu Tian's hostility towards him. Immediately, a faint smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He had no interest in young Master Fu Tian, but if young Master Fu Tian wanted to find trouble with him, then he would be asking for trouble. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base of late golden immortal, killing young Master Fu Tian would be effortless. Although the cultivation method of corpse insect was evil and frightening, Jiang Chen could restrain them, just like how he dealt with the demonic devils of the evil clan. Little Chenzi, this young Master Fu Tian looks a bit annoying. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. It's okay if he looks annoying as long as he doesn't do anything annoying. Jiang Chen lifted a cup of tea to his mouth and took a sip. From the beginning to the end, he had never put young Master Fu Tian in his eyes. Young Master Fu Tian walked to his seat and sat down calmly. Clap, clap. Young Master Fu Tian clapped several times. Immediately, 20 to 30 women in white walked out from the depths of the courtyard. Each of these women was as beautiful as a flower. Their faces were all wearing bright smiles, but if one looked carefully, it wasn't difficult to see the dullness in the depths of their eyes. Chapter 14:20. The number of beauties was like a tide. All kinds of charm dazzled the eyes of the people present. Some of their eyes were about to emit light. Those who had attended the social meeting before knew that this was specially arranged by young Master Fu Tian. These women were used by them for pleasure. To young Master Fu Tian, these women were merely tools. These women aren't normal. They have all been controlled by someone using some special method. De Huang Dog spoke in a low voice. About 30 beautiful women walked to their respective tables and knelt on their knees with a radiant smile on their faces. Haha. I've long known that young Master Fu Tian's place is filled with the beauty of spring. Now that I've seen it, it really lives up to its reputation. An early immortal king genius laughed heartily, then began to move his hands up and down the girl beside him. Both of his hands reached into the girl's clothes and kneaded her breasts. The girl let out a soft moan but didn't resist, allowing the man to touch her body as he pleased. Naturally, the others weren't idle either. They all understood that this was a gift from young Master Fu Tian for them to enjoy. Most of the people who came here were also here to enjoy themselves. Although this social meeting had a segment where treasures were traded, enjoyment was also a very important thing. Those who came here weren't righteous people. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite. A woman knelt beside Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog respectively. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were still fine, but the old liar wasn't polite at all. He pulled the woman into his arms, but that was all the old liar did. He didn't grope the woman like the others. The woman next to Jiang Chen knelt there motionlessly. Jiang Chen didn't touch her, so she just knelt there quietly with an unchanging smile on her face. Jiang Chen looked into the woman's eyes. In the depths of her eyes, he could no longer see any vitality. It was like a pool of stagnant water, lifeless and lifeless. Jiang Chen could even see her soul. A person whose soul was almost dried up was no different from a walking corpse. Corpse insect has a rare soul manipulation technique that can control a person's soul completely. This soul manipulation technique is originally used to target dead people. Corpse insect is good at using corpses. They will transport the corpses of some experts back and then use a secret technique to make them into puppets to fight for them. However, young Master Fu Tian has integrated this secret technique of corpse insect into the soul manipulation technique. He has been dealing with young and beautiful women everywhere, controlling them and turning them into his slaves, playthings and tools. The old swindler transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. They could sense that even someone like the old swindler was feeling a little angry when he said those words. This was probably one of the reasons why the old swindler was too embarrassed to play around with the woman beside him. For God's sake, this kind of scum is simply a scourge. The Huang dog seemed to be very angry, but he didn't show it. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, glittering with icy cold light that was extremely gloomy. He really couldn't have the slightest good impression of someone like young Master Fu Tian. No matter how strong the other party was or how powerful the other party was, Jiang Chen was destined to never be friends with such a person. Young Master Fu Tian's way of doing things reminded Jiang Chen of Lord Blood Moon. When he had just entered the Black Sect, he wreaked havoc in the Outer Circle and brutally beat up an Outer Circle elder. Later on, he was punished by Daoist Black to get rid of Blood Devil and Lord Blood Moon. The way this young Master Fu Tian behaved was no different from Blood Devil. Although Jiang Chen was a cruel and merciless man, it was only toward his enemies. He would never kill the innocent. He even abhorred evil as if it was his personal enemy. He had the courage of a real man. In the depths of his soul, there was the most basic justice in the heaven and earth. What? Brother Jiang Chen, you don't like it? Young Master Fu Tian looked at Jiang Chen and spoke in a displeased tone. This Jiang Chen had attacked him in his territory when he just arrived, and now he was ignoring his woman. Clearly he wasn't giving him any face. One should know that a man like young Master Fu Tian cared about his face the most. It's not that I don't like it, I'm just not interested, Jiang Chen said indifferently. His attitude toward young Master Fu Tian was no longer as polite as before. When you hated someone, it was hard to have a good conversation with that person, not even by pretending. Jiang Chen, watch your tone. One man couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at that man Lung Lung with an indifferent and disdainful face, and chose to ignore him. Being ignored by Jiang Chen, that man seemed incomparably angry, but that was all. Initially he wanted to attack Jiang Chen to show off in front of young Master Fu Tian. Unfortunately he was only a half-step Immortal King like Jiang Chen. Even if he was given more courage, he wouldn't dare to attack Jiang Chen. Alright, don't let these trivial matters affect everyone's mood. Brother Jiang Chen is also a distinguished guest today, and he has some rare treasures with him. I wonder what other treasures the others have brought with them. I think everyone should take out their treasures, and if anyone is interested in them, we can trade with them. Young Master Fu Tian spoke, finally getting to the main topic. This young Master Fu Tian is also very black-hearted. The purpose of holding this exchange is to obtain treasures. There are so many people here and none of them are simple figures. They wouldn't come here if they don't have good treasures. Although young Master Fu Tian said that everyone can take out their treasures for exchange, if it's a treasure that he fancies, who would dare to compete with him? Besides, no one here doesn't give him face. As long as he fancies something, he will get it at the lowest price. The old liar spoke in a low voice as though he was incomparably clear about the situation here. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog nodded. They had already expected such a situation after seeing the real young Master Fu Tian. It was impossible for young Master Fu Tian to have no ulterior motives in such an exchange. I'll go first. I've once entered an ancient tomb. I didn't get anything but a corpse. I don't know how many years this corpse has existed for, but it hasn't rotted. According to my observation, it should at least be left behind by a late Immortal King Supreme Expert. This corpse is useless to others, but it's of great use to young Master Fu Tian. An early Immortal King spoke, taking out a spatial ring. His name was Huaying, a genius of Huangquan Gate. As one of the 11 major powers, Huangquan Gate wasn't weaker than Corpse Yin sect in any aspect. Therefore Huaying had a certain status among these people. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing that it was the corpse of a late Immortal King, young Master Fu Tian's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Just like what Huaying said, this corpse might be useless to others, but it was of great use to him. This was what Corpse Yin sect did. Young Master Fu Tian could use a secret technique to forge a corpse into a puppet. A late Immortal King puppet was priceless. I don't want any exchange for this corpse. I'll just give it to young Master Fu Tian as a gift. Huaying appeared incomparably forthright. He had a good relationship with young Master Fu Tian. Usually he would come to this manor to enjoy himself. Could be said that they were the same kind of people. It was very worthwhile to use a corpse to make young Master Fu Tian happy. Haha, Brother Hua is straightforward. In that case, I, Fu Tian, won't stand on ceremony. Young Master Futian laughed heartily, seeming very happy. With a wave of his hand, the spatial ring flew out from Hui Ying's hand and fell into his palm. A divine sense penetrated into the spatial ring. Young Master Futian's smile became even more brilliant. Sure enough, it's high grade. Brother Hui's corpse is undoubtedly a good thing, but this treasure of mine is also extremely rare. Everyone please have a look. Someone stood up and spoke. A black old ginseng appeared in his hand. The old ginseng was 3 feet long and emitting cold qi. It had already grown into a human form. This is a 10,000 years cold ginseng. I think it will be extremely beneficial to young Master Futian's cultivation. Today I'll do you a favor and give it to young Master Futian. I hope young master will like it. In a word, a 10,000 years cold ginseng was given away. The smile on young Master Futian's face remained unchanged. He didn't refuse anyone and kept it. For God's sake, a 10,000 years cold ginseng, a supreme grade spiritual herb, was given away just like that. Motherfucker. De Huang Dog gnashed his teeth in hatred, deeply feeling that it was a pity. In the following time, everyone present took out their treasures one by one. There were immortal weapons, exotic treasures, divine pills and miraculous medicines. In any case, the treasures they took out were all priceless. But what made Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog dumbfounded was that all the treasures of these guys were directly given to young Master Futian. None of them even asked for any reward. All of them were selfless contributions. Motherfucker. How is this an exchange meeting? They're here to give gifts. The old liar rolled his eyes, finally realizing that his understanding of this exchange meeting was far from enough. Fuck. Master Dog finally knows why young Master Futian wants to hold this exchange meeting, and also why young Master Futian would send you an invitation instead of buying your spiritual spring in private. De Huang Dog suddenly came to a realization. This wasn't a motherfucking exchange meeting, nor was it a trade meeting but a tribute to the emperor. Young Master Futian, the local tyrant, was really greedy. After getting so many treasures, young Master Futian naturally couldn't close his mouth. Brother Jiang Qin, everyone has taken out their treasures. You should also take out your own, right? Huang looked at Jiang Qin and said. At this time, everyone had taken out their treasures except for Jiang Qin. I heard that Brother Jiang Qin has an extremely rare spiritual spring. Why don't you take it out directly? This young master can buy it or exchange it with treasures. Young Master Futian said with a smile. Chapter 1421. Immediately, Jiang Qin's side became the focus of everyone's attention. Every pair of eyes fell upon Jiang Qin, revealing a meaningful smile on their faces. They were all waiting to see what kind of treasure Jiang Qin was going to take out. Every one of them knew very well that young Master Futian would never invite a stranger to this trading fair. It must be the treasure in Jiang Qin's hand that had caught young Master Futian's attention, and the item that young Master Futian had taken a fancy to would never be able to escape. Jiang Qin glanced at the old swindler from the corner of his eyes. It seemed that the old swindler wasn't very well informed about this trade fair, because this wasn't a so-called trade fair, but a way for everyone to curry favor with young Master Futian by showing their remarkable abilities. And the purpose of them fawning on young Master Futian was just to enjoy themselves in this manner in the future. Almost in an instant, Jiang Qin completely lost his good impression of everyone present. Or it could be said that Jiang Qin didn't have a good impression of them from the beginning, and now he hated them even more. Brother Jiang Qin, there aren't many spiritual springs that can catch young Master Futian's attention. Brother Jiang Qin, why don't you quickly take it out and let us broaden our horizons? Huang spoke again. That's right. I also want to see what kind of magical spiritual spring exists in this world. Someone echoed. Well, since everyone is so interested, I'll take out the spiritual spring. Jiang Qin smiled. With a flip of his palm, a palm-sized jade bottle appeared and was placed directly on the table. The golden jade bottle was constantly emitting bright rays of light. Wisps of pure aura drifted out of the jade bottle, making everyone present feel refreshed. The spiritual spring water was a spiritual treasure of the heavens and earth. It was incomparably precious, but to the people present, it wasn't too rare. After all, the majority of the people present were people with powerful backgrounds. However, even if they didn't open the jade bottle to check, they could still feel the mystical and extraordinary nature of the spiritual spring water. Many people's attention was immediately drawn to it. I suppose young Master Futian has witnessed the preciousness of this spiritual spring, so I won't introduce it any further. One bottle of spiritual spring costs 1,000 king-grade immortal meta stones. I have a total of 10 bottles here. If young Master Futian is interested, just take out 10,000 king-grade immortal meta stones and the spiritual spring will be yours. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone with a harmonious smile on his face. However, as soon as Jiang Chen's words faded, the scene turned silent in an instant. Every pair of eyes looked at Jiang Qin as though they had seen a ghost. The smile on young Master Futian's face froze. Thousands of fuck horses were galloping madly in his heart. Many people had the urge to spurt out blood. Was this guy an idiot? He must be sick in the head to ask for money from young Master Futian. He must be tired of living. No one had ever dared to mention money to young Master Futian in the social gathering. They were all here to gift treasures. This Jiang Qin was simply an ignorant fool. Asking for money from young Master Futian? His brain must have gone haywire. This was simply an act of courting death. This was the thought in everyone's mind. The way each of them looked at Jiang Qin was as though they were looking at a weirdo. There was no one more weirdo than him. Could it be that this guy didn't see the previous actions of everyone? Didn't he see that no matter how important the treasures were, they would be given away directly? However, Jiang Qin chose to ignore these gazes. He calmly picked up the wine on the table and took a sip. What a joke. He came here to get the treasures. He had never thought that these guys would give all the treasures to young Master Futian, making his trip here in vain. Not only did he come here in vain, but they also wanted him to take the initiative to give away the spiritual spring. That was absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. As for young Master Futian's face, sorry, but in front of Jiang Qin, face was worthless. De Huang Dog chuckled. He knew Jiang Qin too well. As for the old liar, he was somewhat surprised. From the beginning when Jiang Qin attacked Wang Yao, he already had some appreciation for Jiang Qin. Now when he saw the way Jiang Qin acted, the appreciation in his eyes grew stronger. Young Master Futian, this price is very fair. If it was someone else, they would have to pay at least 1,500 king-grade immortal meta stones. From this point alone, I have already given young Master enough face. Jiang Qin continued to speak unhurriedly, totally not putting those murderous gazes in his eyes. Bastard. Jiang Qin, who do you think you are? It's just a spiritual spring. Gifting it to young Master Futian is already your greatest blessing. How dare you ask for immortal meta stones from young Master Futian? You simply don't know what's good for you. Hua Ying stood up from his seat, pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and shouted. He seemed extremely angry, even angrier than young Master Futian, making people doubt whether young Master Futian was his biological father or not. What? Don't tell me you want to force me in this social gathering? You can gift it to me and I will sell it to you. If young Master Futian doesn't like it, you can choose not to accept it. Besides, I have already given you enough face with this price. Don't you think so, young Master Futian? Jiang Qin squinted his eyes at young Master Futian. As for Hua Ying, he didn't even give him a glance and chose to ignore him. A trace of coldness and killing intent flickered in the depths of young Master Futian's eyes, but it was quickly concealed by him. Haha, what Brother Jiang Qin said is right. Today's social gathering itself has an element of transaction. Plus, the price given by Brother Jiang is indeed very appropriate. However, I happen to have 10,000 king-grade immortal meta stones here, just enough to buy the spiritual spring in Brother Jiang's hand. Young Master Futian laughed loudly. Although he couldn't wait to tear Jiang Qin into pieces, he still had to take care of his face. Immediately he took out a spatial ring which contained exactly 10,000 king-grade immortal meta stones, and threw it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin caught it, then took out 10 bottles of spiritual spring and threw them to young Master Futian. After catching them, young Master Futian hesitated inwardly. Damn brat. How dare he not give me face, making me lose 10,000 king-grade immortal meta stones in vain. Humph. When the social gathering is over, I'll let you know how powerful I am. At that time you'll have to exchange all of my things back. But this spiritual spring is really a good thing. How could Jiang Qin not know what young Master Futian was thinking? Now he even had the same thought as young Master Futian. He had just arrived in East Xuanyu. Initially he didn't want to stir up any trouble, especially against someone like young Master Futian who had a strong background. However, not stirring up trouble didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. If young Master Futian really wanted to deal with him later, he couldn't blame him for being impolite. 10,000 king-grade immortal metastones was a considerable amount of wealth to any immortal king. Even young Master Futian would feel distressed about it, but Jiang Qin still needed more immortal metastones. This idiot. He's finished. Alright, don't worry about this guy. He's really disappointing. We could have enjoyed ourselves to the fullest today. Given young Master Futian's means, he won't let him go. Just wait and see. This guy will never walk out of Futian Manor. Everyone present was certain that Jiang Qin was finished. No one had ever dared to not give young Master Futian face in the manor, because doing so was equivalent to courting death. Alright, brother Jiang did the right thing. Don't let this affect everyone's mood. Let's continue to enjoy ourselves. Young Master Futian raised a cup of fine wine, shook it in front of everyone and drained it in one gulp. Jiang Qin knitted his brows. He was ready to stand up and leave. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths can't make plans together. When drinking with a bosom friend, 1,000 cups is too little and a single word is too much. Jiang Qin couldn't be bothered to sit with this group of people. That would only lower his level. The beauties in young Master Futian's place are really outstanding. Each and every one of them is of the highest grade. Such enjoyment can only be enjoyed in young Master Futian's place. A man hugged the girl next to him and said with a smile, "These are nothing. This young master has just subdued a true highest grade beauty the day before yesterday. I have to say that this girl's soul power is very strong. Even this young master had to spend 2 days to subdue her completely." Young Master Futian said. When he mentioned the highest grade beauty, his eyes couldn't help but radiate light. "Is that so? Why don't young master bring her out for everyone to see?" Hu Ying said. "Let me tell you, this highest grade beauty is still a virgin. This young master is reluctant to touch her. I have cultivated a secret technique of harvesting yin to nourish yang. I will wait until the night of the full moon to possess her and absorb her pure yin qi. At that time it won't be a problem for me to break through to the late immortal king realm." Young Master Futian spoke with incomparable pride. There were only a few days left before the night of the full moon. At that time he would be able to fulfill his wish. Not only would he be able to enjoy the highest grade beauty in the world, but his cultivation base would also improve by leaps and bounds. "Young master, hurry up and let us have a look at the beauty. Your words are making our hearts itch." Someone spoke aloud. Young Master Futian's words had aroused everyone's interest and desire. "All right. In that case, this young master will fulfill your wish and let you all have a look." Young Master Futian seemed very happy. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Then a silhouette leisurely walked out from the back. It was a girl in a black, tight-fitting dress. She was slim and graceful. Her black hair was like a waterfall, exuding wisps of fragrance. Her lips were red without any lipstick. Her beautiful face was suffocating. There was a trace of coldness on her face and her eyes were lifeless. Clearly, she had been completely controlled by young Master Futian. Just like those girls, she had become young Master Futian's tool and slave. Even so, it couldn't conceal the cold and arrogant qi in her bones. She stood there like a proud and aloof snow lotus. Many people were dumbfounded, feeling that everything in the world had lost its color in front of this girl. Jiang Qin, who was about to leave, changed his facial expression instantly when he saw this girl. The anger that originated from the depths of his heart instantly filled his chest. Sister Ning. Chapter 1422. Jiang Chen's eyes began to change color, turning from dull to blood red. The anger and killing intent that hadn't appeared for a long time emerged once again. Jiang Chen rarely got angry. Once he did, the consequences would undoubtedly be very serious. He had already planned to leave. Even though he hated young Master Futian and the people present, he didn't intend to find trouble here. But now it wasn't as simple as finding trouble. Because this damned bastard had used the soul-manipulating technique to deal with Wu Ningzhu, just like how he dealt with the other girls. Such an act had touched Jiang Chen's reverse scale, which was a dragon's reverse scale. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon would result in death, let alone provoking it. De Huang Dog was already standing on the table. His anger was the same as Jiang Chen's. In his heart he had already sentenced young Master Futian to death, because young Master Futian had made an unforgivable mistake. Beautiful. She's just too beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful girl in the heavens and earth? Even the saintess of celestial flower valley and exquisite paradise can't compare to her. Supreme grade. Sure enough, she's the supreme grade in the world. Young Master Fu Tian is really fortunate. If he can get such a girl in his life, it will be worth it even if he dies. The key is that this girl is still a virgin. This is the most precious thing. Not only can young Master Fu Tian enjoy the happiness of a family, but he can also absorb her pure yin qi to aid his cultivation. When the night of the full moon arrives, he can use this girl to advance to the late immortal king realm. It's killing two birds with one stone. Innumerable envious and jealous eyes fell on Wu Ningzhu. Their eyes couldn't move away anymore. In front of Wu Ningzhu, all the girls present were eclipsed. The difference between Wu Ningzhu and Wu Ningzhu couldn't be compared at all. Wu Ningzhu's attractiveness was so attractive that no one noticed the anger and eyes of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. No one noticed that the doomsday of young Master Fu Tian, their doomsday, and the entire manor was about to descend. After Wu Ningzhu came out, she stood beside young Master Fu Tian. Young Master Fu Tian's eyes also fell on the beautiful face and heaven-defying figure of Wu Ningzhu. Even though this wasn't the first time he saw Wu Ningzhu, he still couldn't shift his eyes away. Charming. He was too charming. Such a beauty is truly rare in this world. Although I've obtained you, I haven't even had the chance to touch you. I can't wait for the night of the full moon. Today I'll hold you in my arms and comfort you. Young Master Fu Tian looked at Wu Ningzhu as though he was looking at a fairy. She was the greatest treasure in his heart. Initially he planned to wait until the night of the full moon to touch her, but now he was somewhat patient. Wu Ningzhu stood there like a statue, not moving an inch. Young Master Fu Tian slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Ningzhu's hand. "You'd better take your dirty hand away." At this moment, an incomparably cold voice suddenly rang out. This untimely voice directly broke the original atmosphere and mood of the entire courtyard. Countless angry eyes looked at the source of the voice. "Jiangchen, what did you just say? How dare you disrespect young Master Fu Tian in public? Are you tired of living?" A man suddenly stood up from his seat, pointed at Jiang Chen and cursed. Today Jiang Chen had already disappointed the mood. Now that young Master Fu Tian showed off his beauty, Jiang Chen once again did something disgusting and insulted young Master Fu Tian. No one knew who gave Jiang Chen the courage to do so. Woofed, however, as soon as the man's voice faded, De Huang Dog made his move. His majestic body turned into a golden light and rushed out with a swish, reaching the cultivator, who spoke in the blink of an eye. The man's facial expression changed dramatically in an instant. He could feel an earth-shattering qi wave coming towards him. By the time he reacted, De Huang Dog had already appeared in front of him. Two sharp claws pierced through the man's shoulders. The man was heavily pressed to the ground by De Huang Dog. Blood kept gushing out from his shoulders. The tearing pain made the man scream miserably, making his hair stand on end. "Damn dog, let me go." The man howled, but he was merely a half-step immortal king. How could he be the opponent of De Huang Dog? De Huang Dog was lying on his body like a mountain, making him breathless. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't shake De Huang Dog at all. A strong sense of danger began to rise from the bottom of his heart. De Huang Dog's eyes were filled with ferocious light. He opened his bloody mouth and bit off the cultivator's neck. Blood gushed out crazily and he died tragically on the spot. The unforeseen event made everyone gasp. No one had thought that Big Yellow could be so ferocious. He opened his mouth and bit the man to death. One should know that this was the territory of young Master Fu Tian. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously here, let alone kill someone. Plus, De Huang Dog's action was so fast that the others only reacted after he killed the person. "Damn dog! How dare you kill my young master?" An old man was furious. A sharp sword appeared in his hand and slashed at De Huang Dog. The person who was just bitten to death by De Huang Dog was their young master. Just like the elder of Wang family, he only played the role of a bodyguard. Now that his young master was killed, how could he not be angry? Brr! De Huang Dog went berserk. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the old man. His speed was extremely fast, like an arrow leaving the bow. Before the opponent's long sword fell, his dog head had already hit the opponent's chest. Arg! The old man let out a shrill scream. His whole body was knocked away like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily on the ground dozens of feet away. After moving a few times he lost his breath. This blow was much more terrifying than the one he used to deal with the elder of Wang family. Even if it couldn't take the opponent's life, it was enough to cripple him. At this time, De Huang Dog's attack was already a killer. Because the appearance of Wu Ningzhu had made him understand that there would be a bloodbath here today. He knew Jiang Chen too well. Today's matter wouldn't be left unsettled. In that case he didn't have any scruples in attacking. De Huang Dog's attack to kill 2 people directly caused an uproar. Waves of tyrannical momentum soared into the sky. The originally harmonious atmosphere of the exchange meeting instantly turned into a battlefield. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Young Master Fu Tian was also furious. He felt that it was a big mistake to invite the other party. Previously the other party didn't give him any face. Now the other party even destroyed his place. He must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. Let her go. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. His eyes fell on Wu Ningzhu full of heartache. At this moment Wu Ningzhu was just standing there, but she didn't look at him at all. Even though De Huang Dog had made such a big noise, it couldn't attract Wu Ningzhu at all. The terrifying soul-manipulating technique of corpse insect had seriously injured Wu Ningzhu's soul, turning Wu Ningzhu into a puppet of young Master Fu Tian. Jiang Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you have designs on young Master Fu Tian's woman? Hua Ying spoke aloud. Although De Huang Dog was incomparably terrifying, Hua Ying wasn't afraid of him. He was a genius disciple of Yellow Spring Sect, a peak early Immortal King expert. He was very confident in his own strength. However, as soon as Hu Ying's voice faded, De Huang Dog lunged at him. De Huang Dog's action was very simple. Whoever spoke would be killed. Among the people present today, no matter if they were the geniuses of the younger generation or the experts of the older generation, except for the terrifying young Master Fu Tian, none of them was a match for De Huang Dog. What? Hua Ying exclaimed. De Huang Dog's action was just too fast, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. That hard dog head was an invincible weapon that no immortal weapon could compare to. However, Hua Ying's reaction was very fast. The instant De Huang Dog approached him, he raised his palm. His palm glowed with golden light, slapping at De Huang Dog's head. Bang! The dog's head and palm collided, producing another sound of iron striking. Large sparks burst out. In the end, Hua Ying couldn't resist the desolate force of De Huang Dog. Although he wasn't killed by the collision like the old man, one of his palms was broken. How is this possible? Hua Ying was shocked beyond imagination. His eyes were filled with endless fear when he looked at the dog in front of him. 9 phantom wolves. On the other side, Jiang Chen also moved. As soon as he arrived, he casted the 9 phantom wolves. For a moment, the entire courtyard was filled with Jiang Chen's shadows, all of them rushing towards young Master Fu Tian. Courting death. Young Master Fu Tian was infuriated. Today's exchange was simply a disgrace to him. He swore that he would never let Jiang Chen go. With a wave of his hand he struck out a gust of chilly wind, attacking those shadows of Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, young Master Fu Tian was also somewhat surprised, because even with his intermediate Immortal King cultivation base, he couldn't identify the real body of Jiang Chen at once. By the time young Master Fu Tian regained his senses, he found that the beauty beside him had already disappeared. Young Master Fu Tian raised his head and saw that Wu Ningzhu had fallen into Jiang Chen's hand, standing on the opposite side. Bastard! How dare you snatch my woman? You won't even know how you die. Jiang Chen, exchange her back now and I'll let you die a quick death today. Young Master Fu Tian was furious. He had never been so angry before. He had always been the one who snatched other people's things. No one had ever dared to snatch his things. Jiang Chen treated young Master Fu Tian's words as fart. He looked at Wu Ningzhu with a distressed expression. He casted the Great Soul Derivation technique. Invisible soul power entered Wu Ningzhu's body and found that a soul seed had been branded in the depths of Wu Ningzhu's soul. This soul seed belonged to young Master Fu Tian. Chapter 1423. Sister Ning. Jiang Chen called softly. Wu Ningzhu slowly lifted her head, her hollow eyes looking at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. Jiang Chen didn't know if Wu Ningzhu could recognize him at this moment, but he could feel the struggle and resistance in the depths of Wu Ningzhu's soul. Jiang Chen could feel the pain that Wu Ningzhu felt, but there was no way for her to resist. Seeing Wu Ningzhu's appearance, Jiang Chen's heart began to ache, but at the same time, Jiang Chen also felt fortunate. He felt fortunate that he was not late, fortunate that he had come to this manor, and even more fortunate that he had participated in today's exchange. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once the full moon arrived. That kind of consequence was absolutely not something that Jiang Chen could bear, nor was it something that Wu Ningzhu could bear. Jiang Chen began to thank the old liar. Without the old liar, Jiang Chen might not have been able to come here. Jiang Chen, you are courting death. Young Master Fu Tian was infuriated. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. He swore that he would shred Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces today. Pong. An incomparably powerful qi wave suddenly burst out of young Master Fu Tian's body. His movement was extremely fast, reaching Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. His palm was radiating black light, incomparably creepy. His palm seemed lifeless, like the palm of the god of death, grabbing at Jiang Chen's back. Young Master Fu Tian was an intermediate immortal king expert. If he was hit by this attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful young Master Fu Tian was, he had met a tough opponent today. Jiang Chen wasn't that easy to deal with. If it was before, Jiang Chen might still put young Master Fu Tian in his eyes. But now, a figure like young Master Fu Tian wasn't even worth a fart in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was now a late golden immortal. Even if he didn't use the dragon transformation, he was already strong enough to fight an intermediate immortal king. If he used the dragon transformation, it would be very easy for him to kill an intermediate immortal king. Logically speaking, Jiang Chen could only deal with a genius like young Master Fu Tian by using the dragon transformation. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't need to use the dragon transformation to deal with young Master Fu Tian. To the cultivation technique of corpse insect, Jiang Chen himself had a great restraint on them. Just like how he dealt with the demonic devils of the evil clan, he suppressed them to the point that they couldn't exert their full combat strength. Today, in addition to the true dragon fire and true thunder fire, Jiang Chen also had the Qilin Saint fire. Under such restraint, it would already be considered good if young Master Fu Tian could exert half of his combat strength. Jiang Chen didn't even bat a glance at young Master Fu Tian's attack. He struck out the true dragon palm with a wave of his hand. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw was covered with 3 types of flames that had fused together. It then slammed at young Master Fu Tian's gloomy death god palm. Hong Long. Violent energy spread out in an instant, overturning the entire courtyard. This was a contest between immortal kings. Even the void was torn apart. If it wasn't for young Master Fu Tian's control, this strike was enough to destroy the entire manor. Under such a violent impact, young Master Fu Tian's body couldn't help but sway. His face turned incomparably unsightly, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. This bastard is just a late golden immortal. How could he have such a powerful cultivation base? Plus, his attack has a great restraint on me. That's right, I can't exert my full combat strength. Young Master Fu Tian couldn't help but be astonished. Even with his pride, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. Although he wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen, he had never seen a late golden immortal genius who could be so domineering. Jiang Chen completely ignored young Master Fu Tian's astonishment. He grabbed Wu Ningzhu's shoulders and opened the door of Zulong Tower. Sister Ning, I will personally kill him for you. I will kill everyone here. All those who disrespect you deserve to die. Jiang Chen's tone was very calm, but behind this calmness was an ocean-like fury. The god of slaughter was going to strike again. Today this place was destined to be filled with rivers of blood. Jiang Chen kept Wu Ningzhu into Zulong Tower. Next he would seek justice for Wu Ningzhu. Or rather, it wasn't justice but an explanation. Initially, Jiang Chen didn't intend to fall out with young Master Fu Tian. After all, young Master Fu Tian's tyranny in this area had nothing to do with him. But now things were no longer that simple. Fu Tian had provoked him and touched his reverse scale. There was only one ending for him. Once some mistakes were made, they would have to pay with their lives. At this time, the atmosphere of the entire courtyard had completely changed. It had turned into a battlefield filled with the smell of blood. Everyone stood behind young Master Fu Tian, standing opposite to Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. But when they looked at Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, their eyes were filled with fear. This man and dog were just too terrifying. Needless to say, De Huang Dog had already killed 2 of them. Not even Hua Ying was a match for him. As for Jiang Qin, who they had never thought highly of, it was only now that the scene had really attracted their attention. A puny late golden immortal could actually fight against young Master Fu Tian without falling into a disadvantageous position. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Seeing the battle, the old liar immediately flashed far away. He stood and watched from afar, but there wasn't the slightest fear on his face. Instead, there was a layer of unchanging atrophy on his face. The depth of his eyes was calm, as though the battle between immortal kings couldn't cause any ripple in his emotions. But when the old liar looked at Jiang Qin, there was undisguised admiration in his eyes. Obviously, Jiang Qin's performance was not only beyond young Master Fu Tian's expectation, but also beyond the old liar's expectation. There were countless geniuses in East Xuanyu, but Jiang Qin could really make people's eyes light up. Jiang Qin, where did you take her? When young Master Fu Tian saw that Wu Ningzhu was hidden by Jiang Qin, his eyes were about to spurt out fire. To him, Wu Ningzhu was too important. Ever since he got his hands on such a peerless beauty, he hadn't had the chance to touch her. Initially, he wanted to wait until the night of the full moon to help him cultivate, but he didn't expect that she would be snatched away by Jiang Qin. What shocked young Master Fu Tian even more was that he couldn't sense the existence of Wu Ningzhu. Supposedly, he had controlled Wu Ningzhu's soul and planted a soul seed in the depths of Wu Ningzhu's soul, so he could sense the existence of Wu Ningzhu at any time. But now, after she was hidden by Jiang Qin, he couldn't sense the slightest bit of Wu Ningzhu's qi. How could young Master Fu Tian bear this? The loss of Wu Ningzhu was too great for young Master Fu Tian. She was his greatest treasure now. Young Master Fu Tian, you've made an unforgivable mistake. I didn't intend to deal with you, but you've given me a reason to deal with you. This reason is like a sharp sword hanging above your head about to fall. The angrier Jiang Qin was, the calmer his tone was. Only those who were familiar with him knew what kind of horror was behind this familiarity. Jiang Qin, you're courting death. No one has ever dared to fight here. You're the first. No one in this area dares to offend young Master Fu Tian. A man spoke loudly. The people behind him seemed to be very loyal to young Master Fu Tian. At this most critical moment, they resolutely stood by young Master Fu Tian's side. As a matter of fact, they were absolutely not so loyal. But in their opinion, given young Master Fu Tian's means, he would certainly be able to kill Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Therefore, they were just showing their attitude at this time. This attitude would help them build a good relationship with young Master Fu Tian in the future. De Huang, seal this place. Today I'll wash the manor with blood. Don't leave anyone here alive. They all deserve to die. Jiang Qin spoke to De Huang Dog. He would not feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing this kind of people, nor would he be soft-hearted. All right. De Huang Dog answered, then turned into a ray of light and rushed to the sky above the manor. De Huang Dog was proficient in all kinds of abstruse arrays. Given his current cultivation base, sealing this place was an incomparably simple thing. Young Master Fu Tian had hurt Wu Ningzhu, which made De Huang Dog very angry. Just like Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog was also very excited. He was going to do something big as soon as he arrived in Eastern Dazzling Domain. He liked such excitement. Along the way, he and Jiang Qin had always been experiencing excitement and passion. They did things based on their own courage. Even if young Master Fu Tian had any influence, once he offended them, the outcome would be the same. Make your move. All of you are going to die today. Jiang Qin drew out the Heavenly Saint Sword. The surface of the sword was covered with a layer of flame. The raging fire shook the void, producing a whistling sound. Humph. Jiang Qin, you are too arrogant. You're just a puny little golden immortal. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Young Master Fu Tian harumphed coldly. Although Jiang Qin had shown his power, he still didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. He was still incomparably confident in his own combat strength. Corpse puppets. Young Master Fu Tian bellowed. 2 silhouettes suddenly rushed out like ghosts. They were 2 corpse puppets with disheveled hair. They were the puppets that young Master Fu Tian had refined using the method of corpse insect. Each corpse puppet had the combat strength of an intermediate immortal king realm. With the addition of 2 corpse puppets and young Master Fu Tian, there were 3 intermediate immortal king experts on the scene. This made the opponents incomparably confident. They had witnessed the power of the corpse puppets of corpse insect. They were killing machines that didn't know pain. Anyone who encountered them would be unlucky. They believed that after the two corpse puppets rushed out, they would be enough to tear Zhou Xian into pieces. Kill. Chapter 1424. Corpse puppets were the most powerful and sinister things of Corpse Insect. They used powerful corpses to make them into killing machines. These corpse puppets didn't know pain and only obeyed the master's command to kill. As long as they weren't completely destroyed, they could continue to fight. These corpse puppets were the most terrifying. They were even more terrifying than ordinary immortal kings. Moreover, they had a great psychological impact on the opponent. The body of each corpse puppet was incomparably tough. After being refined by the cultivation method of Corpse Insect, their body would be at least several times tougher than when they were alive. This was also the reason why very few people were willing to provoke the people of Corpse Insect. The people of this sect cultivated evil arts and were cruel. In their hearts there was no morality, only profit and desire. However, although others didn't dare to provoke such a sect, Zhou Xian dared to do so. Brr. The two corpse puppets roared and roared. In the blink of an eye they had arrived in front of Zhou Xian. Their terrifying and eerie claws were trying to grab Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian was caught by this attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph. Corpse phantoms dare to behave atrociously in front of me? Courting death. Zhou Xian coldly snorted. These corpse puppets were indeed fatal to others, but in front of Zhou Xian they were nothing. Any means of his could restrain these corpse puppets. The heavenly saint's sword let out a dragon-like roar, turned into a long dragon, and slashed towards one of the corpse puppets with lightning speed. These corpse puppets didn't have intelligence. They only knew how to kill. In the face of Zhou Qian's powerful sword, they didn't dodge at all. They raised their hands that were emitting eerie corpse chi to resist. The corpse puppets didn't know how terrifying the heavenly saint's sword was. What was even more terrifying was the raging fire carried by the heavenly saint's sword. The fusion of three powerful flames was the natural enemy and nemesis of these corpse puppets. Puchi. The heavenly saint's sword had completely turned into a sword of punishment. Even though the corpse puppet had an intermediate immortal king cultivation base and an incomparably hard body, it still couldn't withstand the sharpness of the heavenly saint's sword. Additionally, the reason why the corpse puppet's body was so hard was because of the cultivation technique of Corpse Insect. It was formed by the combination of corpse chi and yin chi, but such a hard body couldn't withstand a single blow from the heavenly saint's sword. The mighty corpse puppet, an intermediate immortal king expert, was slashed in half by the heavenly saint's sword, but it was still a corpse puppet after all. It was so strong that it made people speechless. Even after being slashed in half, it could still fight. Fire Dragon Seal. Zhou Qian casually waved his hand and unleashed the Fire Dragon Seal. A flaming dragon engulfed the two halves of the corpse puppet, and in the blink of an eye, the corpse puppet was completely incinerated into ashes. At the same time, Zhou Qian's long sword sliced the other corpse puppet in half. The terrifying flame turned into a sea of fire, incinerating the corpse puppet. In just a few blinks, two intermediate immortal king corpse puppets died in the hands of Zhou Qian. This scene stunned everyone on the scene, including young Master Fu Tian. He couldn't believe this was true. He knew very well how powerful the corpse puppets he refined were. Zhou Qian's power had truly moved him and even made him feel a trace of fear. If young Master Fu Tian was already like this, let alone the others. Many of their faces turned pale. They looked at Zhou Qian as though they were looking at a devil king. This was a killing maniac. He was just too overbearing, completely beyond their imagination. It had subverted all their previous cognition. How could a puny late golden immortal have such powerful combat strength? Not far away, the old liar's eyes also lit up. Obviously, Zhou Qian's performance had truly shocked him. Pong. After the shock, it was followed by endless anger. Young Master Fu Tian was truly enraged. No one could imagine how furious he was at this moment. It could be said that he had never been so angry since he was born. In order to refine the two corpse puppets, young Master Fu Tian had spent a lot of energy. The loss of two corpse puppets was irreparable to young Master Fu Tian. Zhou Qian, you have really infuriated me. The mistakes you have committed are unforgivable. Don't even think about walking out of this manor today. I will certainly shred you into 1,000 pieces. Young Master Fu Tian was on the verge of exploding. A combat blade appeared in his hand. It was an incomparably cold and gloomy blade. With a casual movement, skulls emerged on the surface of the blade. The atmosphere of the entire courtyard began to turn gloomy. Blade of Death God. Young Master Futian bellowed. The combat blade whizzed out and slashed at Zhou Xian. The terrifying combat blade carried the will of death, making people unable to help but feel fear. Along with the emergence of the combat blade was a cloud of death. Within the black cloud, hideous skulls could be seen everywhere. In addition to the power of the combat blade itself, the mightiness of this strike could also directly affect people's mind, shrouding the opponent in the shadow of death, putting the opponent in an extremely strong depression, and making them lose the will to fight. This was the real terror. Unfortunately, the opponent young Master Futian encountered was Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian had experienced too many battles in his life. What kind of means had he not seen? With his firm will, there were very few means that could really affect his mind. Howl, the heavenly saint sword let out a roar and turned into a fire dragon. The thick and terrifying cloud of death was completely torn apart. All the influence disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the heavenly saint sword and young Master Futian's combat blade collided, producing a clanging sound like iron being struck. Pong. At the moment when the battle blade and the battle sword collided, the infinite raging fire turned into a fire dragon and rushed towards young Master Futian. Under such a fierce oppression, young Master Futian felt powerless and was forced to retreat. He was very depressed because the fire was too strong, so much so that he couldn't exert his true combat strength. Impossible. How is this possible? Young Master Futian was driven mad. He couldn't imagine that he would be forced back by a golden immortal. This was something that he could never imagine before, but now it had really happened. Zhou Xian stood there with the combat sword in his hand. His eyes were cold to the extreme. His icy gaze kept sweeping across young Master Futian's camp, making everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Young Master Futian shouted. However, no one moved. No one present was a fool. Most of them were Immortal King experts. They could naturally see that Zhou Xian was too strong. They had underestimated Zhou Xian before. They had reason to believe that even if all of them joined forces, they would still be no match for Zhou Xian. Did you see that? They're all afraid. They don't even dare to move. Zhou Xian sneered. Chapter 1425. Zhou Xian knew very well that these people only came together for the sake of enjoyment. For the sake of mutual benefits, there was no sense of brotherhood. When it came to the critical moment, no one was willing to take the initiative to stand out, and no one was willing to joke around with their own lives. Do you think you can survive if you don't take action? If I'm defeated, Zhou Xian won't let you go. Young Master Futian spoke incomparably coldly. As soon as these words came out, the crowd began to stir restlessly. Although they were afraid of Zhou Xian, what young Master Futian said was right. They had witnessed Zhou Xian's means. He was a truly ruthless man. Judging from his attitude, he was going to start a massacre today. The strongest among them was young Master Futian. If young Master Futian was defeated, Zhou Xian would certainly not let them go. At the thought of this, some of them had already released their knights and weapons. At this time they could only join forces and give it a try. As a matter of fact, the reason why they chose to join forces was that, in their opinion, it wouldn't be a problem to kill Zhou Xian with so many of them joining forces. No matter how powerful Zhou Xian was, he was only a late golden immortal. Futian is right. Today none of you will escape. All of you will die. I, Zhou Xian, have always done things this way. The combat sword in Zhou Xian's hand flickered with sparks constantly. If it was another genius like Futian, Zhou Xian might have to use his dragon form to kill the opponent, but it wasn't necessary to deal with young Master Futian. Under the powerful restraint of Futian, he had the confidence to kill young Master Futian without using his dragon form. After all, Zhou Xian had just arrived in East Xuanyu. It was good to keep some of his trump cards and means which might play a vital role at the critical moment. This man is too arrogant. If we attack together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Young Master Futian bellowed, brandishing his combat blade first. At the same time, Hu Ying of Yellow Spring Sect was also ready to strike. A powerful combat sword appeared in his hand. He had suffered serious injuries while fighting Big Yellow just now, which made him extremely depressed and angry. Plus, he had the best relationship with young Master Futian. So, he was the first one to stand out at the most critical moment. More importantly, like young Master Futian, Hua Ying had a backer, so he had an extraordinary sense of superiority. After all, the Huangquan Gate and the Corpsine sect were one of the 11 major forces, the strongest forces in East Xuanyu. As a genius of the Huangquan Gate, Hua Ying had his own pride. Let's kill him together. Everyone was ready to attack. They firmly believed that as long as they joined forces, Jiang Qin was absolutely not a match for them. Moreover, they believed that young Master Futian had yet to exert his full strength. I'm relieved to see that you are full of fighting spirit. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Then he turned into a stream of light. He would not wait for the opponent to attack first. Even if they attacked together, he was not afraid. However, Jiang Chen did not like to waste unnecessary time. Since he was going to kill, he would be decisive. Puff. Arg! Screams rang out. Jiang Chen's movement was so fast that they didn't even have the chance to react. Jiang Chen had already rushed into their camp. Jiang Chen's long sword pierced through Hu Ying's chest. Raging fire kept burning in Hu Ying's body, burning away his vitality. No, I'm a member of the Huangquan Gate. You wouldn't dare to kill me. How could this be? Hua Ying raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were as cold as a demon king's, full of bloodthirst. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He had always been proudest of being a disciple of the Huangquan Gate. He believed that this identity was enough for him to travel unimpeded in East Xuanyu. Unfortunately, he ran into Jiang Chen. Feeling the vitality in his body constantly draining away, Hua Ying truly understood what despair was. Fear and despair were two completely different feelings. Hua Ying had gone beyond fear. Jiang Chen had directly given him despair. The people of the Huangquan Gate will also die if they offend me. Jiang Chen drew out his long sword. He had already killed Hua Ying of the Huangquan Gate, dealing a fatal blow to the others. Those who were already prepared to attack were instantly dispirited. Fear. This was too fear. They had no idea how Jiang Chen attacked. They couldn't even see Jiang Chen's movements clearly. Under the situation where there were so many of them, how could Jiang Chen still enter their camp and kill immortal kings so casually? How were they going to fight this war? Puff, puff. Jiang Chen didn't care about their shock. His attack was as fast as lightning, not giving them the slightest chance to react. With a slash, the heads of 2 half-step immortal kings were beheaded. The heads that flew up still had a look of fear on their faces. Blood gushed out like a fountain, leaving behind the brightest trace. That was the last color of their existence in this heaven and earth. Death and fear filled everyone's heart. Jiang Chen had destroyed their last psychological line of defense, making them finally understand that having more people didn't mean that they would be more powerful. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if they had young Master Futian, an intermediate immortal king, he still wouldn't be able to save their lives. Jiang Chen was a bloodthirsty devil king. He was ruthless, fast and violent like a ghost. No one could resist him. Run! It was unknown who roared, but the crowd instantly fell into chaos. Only now did everyone realize that there was still a way to escape. Hence they started to flee. The majority of the people here were immortal kings and had comprehended spatial laws. They could tear space apart and flee with their bare hands. No one cared about loyalty anymore. No one chose to stay and fight because no one was a fool. This was a completely meaningless battle. What was left for them was only blood and death. Not good. This place has been sealed. We can't escape anymore. It's De Huang dog. I have no idea what kind of method that dog has used to seal this place. We can't escape anymore. We can only wait for death. Damn it. Could it be that these 2 frenzied bastards really want to kill all of us here? Isn't he afraid of offending others? Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically, because they discovered that they didn't even have the chance to escape anymore. When a person lost the last chance to escape, all that was left was despair. Wakaka, De Huang dog was hovering in the air, shaking his head and laughing heartily. The old liar saw all of this, but there wasn't the slightest ripple in the depth of his eyes. Regarding the way Jiang Chen and De Huang dog acted, the old liar was full of admiration. That kind of lawless and fearless character really suited the old liar's taste. Chapter 1426. Jiang Chen, do you know what kind of people you have killed? Everyone here has a high status. You've caused a huge disaster. Someone yelled, trying to make Jiang Chen fear them and let them go. Swish. However, before this man could finish his words, Zhou Xian slashed down with his sword. That man seemed to be prepared and dodged hastily. Unfortunately, he was merely an early immortal king. How could he be a match for Zhou Xian? The two of them weren't on the same level. Despite his fast reaction, his arm was still chopped off by Zhou Xian. Motherfucker! That man cursed. Meeting such a ferocious bastard was enough to make them depressed. Son of Abt, young Master Fu Tian. How did he provoke such a pervert? Someone cursed. This was all because of young Master Fu Tian. Even a fool could see that the reason why Zhou Xian was so angry was because of that beautiful woman. Before that woman appeared, even if Zhou Xian didn't give young Master Fu Tian face, he didn't have the intention to attack. But since young Master Fu Tian called out that beautiful woman, Zhou Xian was immediately angered. Obviously, that woman had a deep relationship with Zhou Xian. She was the most important person beside Zhou Xian. Therefore, the ultimate cause of this incident was young Master Fu Tian. They began to regret coming to this meeting and began to curse young Master Fu Tian for being an idiot. Why did he have to catch that beautiful woman? However, everything was too late. It was impossible to leave safely after plucking the tiger's whiskers. There were two things in this world that couldn't be touched. One was the reverse scale of a dragon and the other was the butt of a tiger. De Huang, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Zhou Qian's voice thundered like the 9 heavens. His body was covered with mystical flames. Since he had decided to kill, there was no need to be polite or show mercy. He had already killed so many people, so he didn't care about the rest. As for identity, he had already killed Hu Ying of Huangquan Gate. Fu Tian of Corpse Yin sect must die today, let alone the others. Big Yellow let out a loud roar, then he dragged his majestic body and rammed into one of the men. Big Yellow's attacks had always been simple, he just needed to use his head to deal with everything. His head was the scariest weapon under the heavens, even a powerful king weapon couldn't compare to it. Anyone who underestimated Big Yellow's head would only end up with one fate. Shrill screams rang out constantly and resounded over the entire villa, making people's hair stand on end. The beautiful scenery here had turned into a Shura area. Today was destined to be the last time Fu Tian Villa would hold the exchange meeting. Even this villa would not exist anymore in the future. De Huang Dog was incomparably ferocious. He slaughtered in all directions. No one was his opponent. The bloodline of the divine beast was displayed incisively by him. Those experts fled in all directions. No one dared to fight with De Huang Dog head-on. These people were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They originally came to participate in the exchange meeting to enjoy themselves, but they didn't expect that they would have to pay with their lives. Now they couldn't even escape. Many people began to envy Wang Yao and the elders of the Wang family. They envied them for offending Zhou Qian at the very beginning, but they were just thrown out of here. If only he could have been beaten up and thrown out, that would have been such a blissful thing. Young Master Fu Tian saw all of this. His face darkened to the extreme. He also began to regret inviting these two freaks. What kind of freaks were they? They were so strong that they were a little abnormal. Now there were blood and corporeal bodies everywhere. It had completely turned into a slaughterhouse. The reputation of Fu Tian Manor in this area was destined to be destroyed. Zhou Qian, do you know what you are doing? Young Master Fu Tian spoke. He believed that Zhou Qian certainly didn't know what he was doing. This was something that even a madman wouldn't do. He believed that Zhou Qian had never considered the seriousness of the consequences. After killing so many people, it would be too difficult for him to find shelter in East Xuanyu. I only know what you have done. The price you have to pay for your mistake is your life. Zhou Qian spoke plainly. He had already locked on the chi of young Master Fu Tian. This guy was an intermediate immortal king expert. He must have some trump cards to escape. Zhou Qian would never give him the chance to escape. Killing young Master Fu Tian was the best explanation he could give to Wu Ningzhu. As for the others, they wouldn't pose any threat at all. De Huang Dog alone was enough to deal with them. Haha, Zhou Qian, you are too naive. Do you really think that you can kill me? I admit that you are indeed very strong and your means can restrain me completely, but if you want to kill me with this, isn't it too childish? Young Master Fu Tian burst into laughter. He was still incomparably confident in his own means. He had never thought that he would die in the hands of a golden immortal one day. Such an ironic thing would never happen. Zhou Qian shook his head. He didn't want to waste time with young Master Fu Tian. He chose to attack directly. His speed was extremely fast, surpassing the spatial force of an immortal king. So fast. Young Master Fu Tian was shocked. Every time Jiang Qin attacked, it would make him shudder. Young Master Fu Tian didn't dare to be negligent. He fully unleashed his intermediate immortal king qi. The combat saber in his hand radiated gloomy light, slashing at Jiang Qin. Clang. The saber and sword collided once more. Flames danced. Under the great restraint of the flames, young Master Fu Tian was once again pushed back a dozen meters. Humph! Jiang Qin harumphed coldly, not giving young Master Fu Tian the slightest chance to react. His footsteps turned mysterious, and he appeared in front of young Master Fu Tian in the blink of an eye. This time he put away the Heavenly Saint's sword. His left arm began to undergo extreme changes. Golden scales instantly covered his arm, and the head of a fire qilin flashed out. Qilin Divine Arm, Jiang Qin uttered a deep voice. This was the skill he had just obtained, the Qilin Divine Arm. It was just the right time to test its power in front of young Master Fu Tian. What? Young Master Fu Tian's face turned pale with fright. He didn't think that Jiang Qin would have such a powerful technique. He could sense an extremely strong qi of danger from the ferocious Qilin head. Coupled with Jiang Qin's ability to restrain him, young Master Fu Tian knew that he would never be able to resist this strike. However, Jiang Qin's speed was too fast. The only thing young Master Fu Tian could do was to confront it head-on. Once his qi was locked by Jiang Qin, it was impossible for him to escape. Damn it! In desperation, young Master Fu Tian could only raise the combat saber in his hand to resist. Brr! The Qilin Divine Arm let out a deep roar and smashed forward with earth-shattering momentum. Hong Long. Chapter 1427. The Qilin Divine Arm was really terrifying. Its strength was even beyond Jiang Qin's imagination. Once it was displayed, the Qilin Divine Arm was much more terrifying than a powerful immortal weapon. Just like now, young Master Fu Tian's immortal weapon was directly bounced off, but the power of the Qilin Divine Arm didn't diminish at all. It heavily hit Jiang Qin's chest. Barf! Young Master Fu Tian was sent flying away. Blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. This blow alone was enough to make young Master Fu Tian suffer. Even if it couldn't directly take his life, it could make him lose 90% of his combat strength. Having lost his combat strength, young Master Fu Tian had no capital to contend with Jiang Qin anymore. Both of them were not on the same level. Bam! Young Master Fu Tian fell heavily on the ground, smashing a large pit. His face was extremely unsightly. Not to mention this area, he had never suffered such humiliation in the entire East Xuanyu. But now, the fear in his heart had far exceeded the humiliation. It was the fear of death. He wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could see that Jiang Qin was a fearless person. Such a person's style of action had always been ruthless and decisive in killing. Meeting such an enemy was the most terrifying because no matter what identity or status you had, you couldn't pose the slightest threat to him. Therefore, young Master Fu Tian didn't hesitate. At the moment he was seriously injured by the Qilin Divine Arm, a golden spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. When his divine sense entered the talisman, it immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Qin's figure had appeared in front of young Master Fu Tian like a ghost. The Heavenly Saint's sword was pressed against young Master Fu Tian's neck, exuding an extremely cold, murderous aura. Young Master Fu Tian, do you know who she is? Jiang Qin asked Leng Leng. Who is she? Asked young Master Fu Tian. As a matter of fact, he was also eager to know the answer to this question. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to know the answer. But one thing was certain, that woman must have a certain relationship with Jiang Qin. Otherwise, Jiang Qin wouldn't have erupted with such uncontrollable anger when he saw her. She is my wife, so you know what kind of mistake you've made. I don't care what methods your corpse sect uses or who they deal with, it has nothing to do with me. However, you used the despicable methods of the corpse sect on my wife, so you must pay a heavy price, and that price is death. Jiang Qin's tone was indifferent to the extreme. At this moment he was like a living god of slaughter. He was the judge who directly sentenced young Master Fu Tian to death. Haha. Jiang Qin, so what if she's your wife? Young Master Fu Tian will get whatever I want. Do you think you can kill me just because you have hurt me? I have already sent a message to my father. My father will be here soon. I have to admit that you are the most heaven-defying genius I have ever seen. Unfortunately, even if you can defeat me, you are absolutely no match for an immortal emperor. After offending an immortal emperor, there will be no place for you in the entire East Xuanyu. Young Master Futian burst into laughter, seemingly unafraid of Zhang Qin. He didn't believe that Zhang Qin would dare to kill him. It's true that I'm no match for an immortal emperor, but I can guarantee that when your father arrives he will only be able to collect your corpse. Zhang Qin spoke, thrusting the sword in his hand forward abruptly. The cold sword light instantly pierced young Master Futian's neck. Hold on. Young Master Futian shuddered in fear. Seeing the attitude of Zhang Qin, he was truly afraid. He could already see that this was a person who wouldn't be threatened at all. Putting aside the fact that his father was an immortal emperor, even if his father was an immortal venerable, Zhang Qin would still want to kill him. Zhang Qin had already steeled his heart. Do you have any last words? Zhang Qin's tone was as cold and emotionless as the god of death. Zhang Qin, you won't dare to kill me. I have already planted a soul seed in your wife's body. If I die, her soul will immediately collapse and die with me. If you don't believe me, you can try to kill her. If I die, your wife won't be able to live either. Young Master Futian gritted his teeth. Under normal circumstances, the soul seed wouldn't have a close connection with the soul of the person being controlled. For example, the women who were being controlled by young Master Futian were also controlled by the soul seed, but they didn't have the closest connection. As long as young Master Futian died, they would regain their freedom. But why did young Master Futian and Wu Ningzhu have a close connection with each other? Just like what young Master Futian said, if he died, Wu Ningzhu's soul would also collapse. I'm sorry, your soul seed has been isolated by me. As long as you die, your soul seed will disappear and won't affect my wife. Zhang Qin said indifferently. He had already discovered this situation before. For Zhang Qin, who practiced the Great Soul Derivation technique, nothing could escape his perception. Wu Ningzhu's situation was indeed tricky, but Zhang Qin didn't care. Young Master Futian was right. Their souls had a close connection. But now, because of the existence of the Zulong Tower, the soul connection between young Master Futian and Wu Ningzhu had been directly isolated. In other words, the Zulong Tower and the outside world were two completely different worlds. No matter how powerful young Master Futian's means were, it was impossible for him to control someone from another world. Therefore, even if young Master Futian died, Wu Ningzhu wouldn't be affected in the slightest. Impossible. Zhang Qin, how did you do it? Young Master Futian roared with bloodshot eyes. As a matter of fact, he had already expected this, because he really couldn't sense the existence of Wu Ningzhu. He seemed to have vanished completely. Young Master Futian didn't believe that Zhang Qin could do it, but Zhang Qin had really done it. Therefore, he was eager to know what method Zhang Qin had used. At the same time, his entanglement with Zhang Qin was also to delay time until his father appeared. One should know that it was a piece of cake for a mighty immortal emperor to appear in any place. Even though this place was very far from Fu City, as long as his father received his request for help, he would be able to appear here very quickly. You won't have the chance to know young Master Futian. Go on your way. Zhang Qin was determined to kill young Master Futian. He would never give the opponent the slightest chance. In front of him, all the tricks of young Master Futian were useless, including delaying time. Puchi. Zhang Qin's long sword pierced through young Master Futian's head with a sound of Puchi. No, young Master Futian was making his final struggle. His eyes were full of unwillingness, regret and disbelief, but all these emotions were useless. They couldn't make up for his miserable ending. Young Master Futian is dead. He killed young Master Futian. We are all finished. Damn it. How could this man be so brutal? He even dared to kill young Master Futian. He's a madman, a god of slaughter. What should we do? What should we do? Dead. We're all going to die. I really regret coming here today. This man is too powerful. Even young Master Futian, who is an intermediate immortal king, isn't a match for him, let alone us. The rest of them were trembling with fear. Big Yellow was already incomparably ferocious. In just a short period of time he had killed a lot of them. Only half of the 30 of them were left. Now even young Master Futian was dead. They were in complete despair. Big Yellow, you're right. The instant young Master Futian died, The women who were controlled by him immediately regained their sanity. They saw everything clearly. When they saw Zhang Qin killing young Master Fu Tian, and thought of the torture they had suffered during this period of time, their eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Some of the fierce-looking women let out a roar, and then chose to commit suicide on the spot. This scene made Zhang Qin shake his head, but there was nothing he could do. He could help these people escape from the Sea of Fire, but he couldn't influence their next choice. In the Zulong Tower, Wu Ningzhu had also regained her sanity. She was at a loss at first, but then she saw everything that happened outside through the space inside the Zulong Tower. When she saw Zhang Qin killing young Master Fu Tian, who was her nightmare, she couldn't restrain her emotions any longer. Zhang Qin. Wu Ningzhu's tears collapsed instantly. There was nothing more blissful than this moment. She had experienced despair and wild hope, and now she was finally welcomed with a pleasant surprise. That man had long been imprinted in her heart. She knew that Zhang Qin would definitely appear to save her. When she was in despair, that figure that wasn't considered powerful but gave her enough sense of security was her greatest hope. Being rescued from the Sea of Fire by the man she loved was a happy thing. At least to Wu Ningzhu this was a happy moment. Tian. Right at this moment, a voice filled with sadness and anger suddenly resounded in the sky like a clap of thunder. After that, a muscular middle-aged man appeared. As soon as the man appeared, the entire sky was shrouded by an indescribable pressure. The formation set up by Big Yellow was immediately broken. Big Yellow, Big Yellow. This was a mighty immortal emperor, a true emperor. In East Xuanyu, an immortal emperor could be considered as a superior and a true expert. The gap between an immortal king and an immortal emperor was unimaginable. It was an insurmountable gap. Fu Kuei, the city lord of Fu City, the father of Fu Tian. He was a very famous and mighty immortal emperor in this region. No one would dare to offend him. At this moment, seeing his son's head being pierced by a long sword, Fu Kuei's anger was imaginable. No one could resist the might of an immortal emperor. Even Zhang Chen's facial expression changed. He was merely a golden immortal. There was an unimaginable gap between him and an immortal emperor. This was the first time that Zhang Chen had seen an immortal emperor. His heart was somewhat shaken. Chapter 1428. It's Lord Fu Kuei. He's a mighty immortal emperor. We are saved. Zhang Chen and that dog are finished. They have killed young Master Fu Tian, which will surely provoke the wrath of Lord Fu Kuei. They will die for sure. They won't be able to resist the wrath of an immortal emperor. That's right. We are saved. It's just a pity that young Master Fu Tian, a famous genius of East Xuanyu, has died just like that. I'm afraid that he won't be able to rest in peace. Let's not talk too much first. I don't think Lord Fu Kuei will let Zhang Chen die so easily. He will certainly torture Zhang Chen well. Otherwise, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. Those who hadn't been killed by Zhang Chen and a Huang dog were cheered up. Some of them were on the verge of tears. This was truly their savior. Fu Kuei had appeared. They would hardly doubt the ending of Zhang Chen and a Huang dog. In front of a mighty immortal emperor, no matter how powerful a monstrous genius was, he was just like an ant. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. Fu Kuei's wrath was like a tide, turning into an invisible barrier, pouncing on Zhang Chen. Even with Zhang Chen's reaction, he couldn't dodge it. The pressure formed by the wrath had completely enveloped Zhang Chen. Under this sudden pressure, Zhang Chen couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The pressure was just too great. It was like a giant mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Upon seeing this, many of them were shocked, including Fu Kuei himself. He knew very well how strong the pressure was. Not to mention a puny golden immortal, even an immortal king wouldn't be able to withstand it. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, only had a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. He was still able to stand there tenaciously. This point alone was enough to make people admire him. Even Fu Kuei admired Zhang Chen very much, but admiration wasn't the reason for him to spare Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had killed his son. In this region no one would dare to kill his son, but now his beloved son had died in front of him. Kid, who are you? Why did you kill my son? Fu Kuei asked angrily. He knew all the geniuses of the 11 major forces in Eastern Profound region. Even if this person in front of him was just a golden immortal, he should have been famous for possessing such powerful combat power. However, Fu Kuei didn't know him at all. Because he deserves death. Jiang Chen's tone remained indifferent. Even in the face of a mighty immortal emperor, he didn't have the slightest fear. With the ancestral dragon pagoda, he was confident that he could successfully escape from the hands of an immortal emperor. De Huang, hurry up and get closer to me. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to De Huang Dog. An immortal emperor wasn't someone he could fight. In the face of Fu Kuei, he could only escape, or it should be said that he couldn't even escape. He could only choose to hide in the Zulong Tower. Therefore, he had to remind De Huang Dog to come to his side as soon as possible. In that case, once the door of the Zulong Tower was opened, they would be able to enter it immediately. Shua. There was no need for Jiang Chen to remind him. De Huang Dog had already moved. He was as clear as Jiang Chen about the situation in front of him. It was absolutely impossible for him to win. What he needed to consider now was to save his own life. What an arrogant kid. You have killed my son. I don't care who you are, you must avenge my son. I won't kill you directly. I will capture you and torture you bit by bit. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will let you experience all kinds of torture in the heavens and earth before you die. Fu Kuei burst into laughter. He gritted his teeth. The corpse of his son was lying there. There was no way to revive a dead person. What he could do now was to avenge his son and make the enemy suffer more than his son. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Kuei moved. He stretched out his hand, turning it into a huge palm that was as big as a mountain, grabbing at Jiang Chen. With this grab, the entire spatial zone was completely locked, turning into a cage. Everything was under the control of Fu Kuei. This was the power of an immortal emperor. Every move of his was full of power. Very powerful. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. Only when he felt the attack of an immortal emperor did he truly realize the terror and abnormal power of this realm. He knew very well that there was still a long way to go before he could reach that realm. Even if he exerted all his strength, he would never be a match for Fu Kuei. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to open the door of Zulong Tower and hide himself, the huge palm that was attacking suddenly shattered, turning into fragments and vanishing into the void. No one attacked, or it should be said that no one saw any attack. The huge palm was shattered just like that. Who? Fu Kuei's facial expression changed dramatically. Immediately, he bellowed at the void. Only he knew that the reason his palm was broken was because someone had secretly attacked him. What terrified him the most was that even with his early Immortal Emperor cultivation base, he couldn't see who the attacker was. A gentle wind drifted out of the void and destroyed his attack. Fu Kuei's face darkened. Fu Kuei's face darkened. Fu Kuei couldn't stay calm anymore. There was only one explanation for such a situation. The attacker's cultivation base was far above his. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were also stunned. Immediately they revealed a surprised look. Although they had focused all their attention on the Zulong Tower, given their perceptive ability, they would certainly be able to detect some clues if someone had attacked them. However, they didn't find anything. The huge palm that Fu Kuei casted out seemed to have exploded by itself, leaving no trace behind. The scene was silent. Fu Kuei's eyes flickered with brilliance. He looked around, using his divine sense to cover every corner, but didn't find anything unusual. He couldn't find the attacker. The more it was so, the greater the shock in Fu Kuei's heart. An enemy that couldn't be discovered was the scariest. Fu Kuei didn't give up. He was ready to strike again. He must avenge his son. Today he must eliminate Jiang Chen. An incomparably powerful qi gushed out of Fu Kuei's body again. Stop. Just as Fu Kuei was about to strike again, a loud yell suddenly sounded from afar. In the next moment, a white-robed old man appeared. The old man's white beard fluttered in the wind. He looked like a banished immortal. As soon as he appeared, he raised his hand and destroyed the pressure that Fu Kuei had exerted on Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Then he stood in front of Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, who is this old man? Why did he help us? De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Fu Kuei. How would I know? I don't know him. Chapter 1429. The elder had the air of an immortal. His appearance silenced the scene once more. Very few people knew the origin of this elder, but the scariness of this elder was obvious to all. because he was an immortal emperor expert. Furthermore, everyone could tell that this elder had appeared for Zhou Xian. He was here to help Zhou Xian. Many of them began to guess the identity of this Zhou Xian. It turned out that this Zhou Xian also had a powerful backer, which explained why he dared to kill young Master Fu Tian. The appearance of this white-haired old man and the destruction of Fu Kuei's palm could be easily explained. It must be this old man who did it. Even Zhou Xian thought so, but only Fu Kuei knew that the one who did it was absolutely not this white-haired old man, but someone else. This was because he knew this white-haired old man. The old man's cultivation base was on par with him. It was impossible for the old man to strike without him noticing. "Old man Baiweng, what do you mean by this?" Fu Kuei said. Others might not recognize the famous old man Baiweng, but Fu Kuei knew him. He also knew that old man Baiweng wasn't scary. The real scary thing was the power behind old man Baiweng. If it was during normal times, Fu Kuei would have to be polite when he saw old man Baiweng, not daring to show any neglect. But now his son had been killed and old man Baiweng had helped the murderer of his son. This made it hard for him to be kind to this old man. What? Old man Baiweng? He's old man Baiweng? Could it be that Zhou Xian is from Great Qian Empire? Old man Baiweng is an immortal emperor of Great Qian Empire. I heard that he has been following King Fan recently. Never thought that he would appear here to help Zhou Xian. Even old man Baiweng has appeared. Seems like things are going to be difficult. No matter how powerful Fu Kuei is, he won't dare to offend Great Qian Empire. Although he still has a son in Divine Line sect, he won't dare to offend any of the 11 major powers. Many people started whispering to each other. Although they had never seen old man Baiweng before, they had heard of his name. Perhaps Fu Kuei could afford to offend old man Baiweng, but he couldn't afford to offend the power behind him. Haha, isn't my meaning obvious enough? This young Master Zhou Xian is a friend of our King Fan. This old man has been assigned by King Fan to bring young Master Zhou Xian to Great Qian Empire. I believe Brother Fu won't stop me, right? Elder Baiweng chuckled as if he was talking about something very normal. After all, the Great Qian Empire was simply too domineering. No matter what they did, they would never allow for negotiation. King Fan, Zhou Xian and Da Huang Dog were stunned. They didn't seem to have a friend called King Fan here, but very quickly they thought of a person, Yang Bufan. Before Yang Bufan left, he had specifically told Zhou Xian to go to Great Qian Empire to look for him when he arrived at East Chuanyu. Zhou Xian and Da Huang Dog didn't pay much attention to it at first. It was only now that they realized that this King Fan might be Yang Bufan. It was beyond their imagination that Yang Bufan had such a high status in Great Qian Empire. No, this brat just killed my son. Didn't you see it? I'm afraid I can't give him face, said Fu Kuei. Of course, he had already guessed the purpose of Elder Baiweng's visit, but he couldn't let Zhou Xian go because of this. Otherwise, his son wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Humph. Fu Kuei, I'm not here to negotiate with you. It's not your turn to give face to King Fan. I'm sure you know about King Fan's current status in Great Qian Empire and his reputation in East Chuanyu. How dare you touch King Fan's friend? As for your son, if I'm not wrong, Fu Tian should be an intermediate immortal king. How could a dignified intermediate immortal king not be a match for a golden immortal? His death will be in vain. Old man Baiweng harumphed coldly. That was the domineering attitude of a major power. Every word he spoke contained great confidence. This was something that no other immortal emperor could compare to. Old man Baiweng, don't go too far. This man has killed my son. This enmity must be avenged. Plus, my son is a genius of Cultivation sect. Cultivation sect will never let him go. Could it be that King Fan wants to become the enemy of Cultivation sect? Fu Kuei spoke harshly. He was very angry. He was already very sad that his son's tragic death was caused by his late arrival. If he still watched the murderer being taken away, he was afraid that he would spurt out a mouthful of blood. What a joke. Cultivation sect is an evil sect. My Great Qian Empire disdains to be friends with them. Even if we become enemies, do you think King Fan will care? Besides, do you really think that Cultivation sect will go against King Fan just for your son? I'm afraid that even your son doesn't have such a high status in Cultivation sect. Old man Baiweng spoke plainly. Cultivation sect was indeed powerful. It was possible for them to suppress ordinary experts, but it was impossible for them to suppress King Fan. Upon hearing this, Fu Kuei's facial expression turned incomparably unsightly, because what old man Baiweng said was right. After the genius of Great Qian Empire returned, he was immediately conferred the title of King Fan by the emperor. Recently, his name had risen to prominence in the entire East Xuanyu. Corpse Yin sect belonged to the evil sect, similar to the devil sects in other regions. Being sandwiched among the 11 major powers wasn't very stable. It was afraid that young Master Futian didn't have the ability and charisma to make Corpse Yin sect go against King Fan just for one person. Fu Kuei, even without King Fan, do you think you have the ability to kill Zhangchen with me standing here today? Old man Bai Weng placed one hand behind his back while stroking his beard with the other hand. It was a kind of calmness and confidence. Fu Kuei's eyes were almost spewing fire. It was a kind of murderous gaze. Unfortunately, a gaze couldn't kill. At least his gaze couldn't kill Zhangchen or old man Bai Weng. He had never thought that Zhangchen was backed by King Fan. Moreover, with old man Bai Weng here, it would be very difficult for him to kill Zhangchen. Old man Bai Weng turned to look at Zhangchen and said with a smile, "Let's go. King Fan is waiting for young master." After saying that, Zhangchen left with Zhangchen and De Huang Dog, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Fu Kuei clenched his fists tightly, but there was nothing he could do. If it was just old man Bai Weng alone, he would fight him even if he had to risk his life to kill Zhangchen. However, Fu Kuei understood that apart from old man Bai Weng, there was probably another hidden expert who was 1,000 times more terrifying than old man Bai Weng. He knew that the person who shattered his palm was definitely not old man Bai Weng. That was why Fu Kuei allowed Zhangchen to leave. The biggest reason wasn't old man Bai Weng or King Fan, but the unseen expert who attacked first. Chapter 1430. Just like that, Zhangchen was taken away. The scene became terrifyingly quiet. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. In their hearts, Zhangchen was the god of slaughter. Now that the god of slaughter had left, they didn't relax at all, because there was a volcano here that could erupt at any time. This enmity must be avenged. No matter who your backer is, since you killed my son Fu Kuei, you must die without a burial place. Both of Fu Kuei's eyes had turned blood red. One could see how angry he was right now. All he wanted to do now was to kill. If he didn't unleash all the killing intent in his body, his heart would probably be attacked by anger. Master of Prefecture, this Zhangchen is really insane. I didn't expect him to have the support of King Fan. It's really infuriating to let him walk out of here alive. That's right. The death of young Master Futian is really regrettable. If Master of Prefecture had appeared earlier, Zhangchen wouldn't have had the chance to kill him. As the friends of young Master, we are both angry and helpless. Everyone spoke at once, clasping their fists at Fu Kuei, attempting to break the oppressive atmosphere because if they continued to be in such a state they might go crazy. Humph! Fu Kuei harumphed coldly like a muffled thunder, shaking everyone's mind and causing their faces to turn pale. My son is dead. Why are you all still alive? Go down and be buried with my son. Fu Kuei's voice was incomparably cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Rays of light shot out in all directions like sharp swords. After killing all these people, he could push the blame to Zhangchen. His son was dead, but these people were still alive. This made Fu Kuei very angry. Arg! 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 Shrill screams were heard. Everyone on the scene had their bodies penetrated by the light shot out by Fu Kuei. They died on the spot. None of them survived. Hong Long. At the same time, Fu Kuei unleashed the mighty qi of an immortal emperor. Those qi waves turned into terrifying energy, rushing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire manor was shrouded. All the houses and buildings collapsed in an instant. All the people in the manor, no matter big or small, old or young, strong or weak, were shrouded. Everyone was facing death. To Futian Manor, this was the end of the world. Countless people couldn't bear the pressure of an immortal emperor and their bodies collapsed. In the blink of an eye, a luxurious villa had been reduced to ruins. None of the people in the villa had survived. They had all died miserably and were buried in the ruins. Fu Kuei was much more ruthless than Zhangchen. Zhangchen had always killed those who deserved to be killed, but Fu Kuei had truly slaughtered the innocent. His son was dead and he wanted the entire manor to be buried with him. His means were cruel and insane. The most ridiculous ones were those who weren't killed by Zhangchen and De Huang Dog. They thought that they were saved and could walk out of this manor alive, but they didn't expect that they still couldn't escape the disaster. They didn't die in the hands of Jiang Qin, but died in the hands of Fu Kuei. What was more ironic was that they were still flattering Fu Kuei a moment ago, but were killed in the next moment. Fu Kuei hovered in the sky above the manor, looking at the ruins that had been reduced to ruins. He was holding the corpse of young Master Futian in his arms, and then glanced at the place where Jiang Qin had vanished. This matter isn't over yet. I must kill that brat to avenge my son. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Kuei's silhouette flickered and vanished. It was true that he didn't dare to offend King Fan, nor did he dare to go to King Fan's place to kill him, because that was no different from courting death. However, he wouldn't give up on revenge. He would think of every possible way. A ghost-like silhouette appeared not far away from the manor. This silhouette was none other than the old liar. The old liar wasn't dead. He was indeed standing in the courtyard that was filled with war and slaughter. He was also present when Fu Kuei destroyed the entire manor. However, even the immortal king had died, but he, a puny little earth immortal, was still alive and well. Motherfucker. Such a good place is gone just like that. How inhumane. This old man has to find another place again. The old liar shook his head helplessly, appearing very regretful. Then he strode in the sky, vanishing with each step he took. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. Extremely far away, old man Bai Weng, together with Jiang Qin and a Huang dog, was treading on an auspicious cloud, moving at high speed. Thank you for saving us, senior. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at old man Bai Weng. He had a pretty good impression of this old man. In any case, the old man had come to help him. This was something that Jiang Qin understood very well. I was still one step too late. If it wasn't for someone helping you destroy Fu Kuei's attack in the dark, you too would have already fallen into his hands. Even if I was there, I wouldn't be of any help. Old man Bai Weng said with a smile. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the one who destroyed Fu Kuei's attack wasn't you, senior? Jiang Qin asked doubtfully. Of course not. Although I'm an immortal emperor, my cultivation base is on par with Fu Kuei's. Even if I helped you, it's impossible for me to destroy Fu Kuei's attack without him noticing. There's an expert helping you in the dark, a true expert who is much stronger than me. Old man Bai Weng said. Could it be the old liar? De Huang dog's eyes widened. At this moment, apart from the old liar who made him and Jiang Qin feel that he wasn't a simple person, he really couldn't think of anyone else, because they had just arrived in Eastern Profound Domain and didn't know any experts. It's highly possible. Although the old liar is crazy, my intuition tells me that he isn't a simple person. Jiang Qin nodded, agreeing with De Huang dog's opinion. Young Master Jiang Qin has such combat strength at such a young age. Killing an intermediate immortal king with just a golden immortal cultivation base is truly shocking. No wonder King Fan thinks so highly of you. Old man Bai Weng spoke in an incomparably polite tone to Jiang Qin. Of course, the most important reason was that King Fan was still standing there. Senior, is King Fan Yang Bufan? Jiang Qin asked. Although he had already guessed it, he still wanted to confirm it, because he couldn't think of anyone else other than Yang Bufan. That's right. King Fan is Yang Bufan. He was originally a prince of Great Qian Empire. In the past he had a conflict with the emperor and left in a fit of pique. Now that he has returned, his cultivation base has improved tremendously, and he was conferred the title of King Fan by the emperor. His reputation has skyrocketed and he's currently at the peak of his power. Plus, he was already a late immortal king when he returned, and is now a half-step immortal emperor. Chapter 1431. After listening to old man Bai Weng's words, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had never thought that Yang Bufan had such a great background. The identity of a prince of Great Qian Empire in East Xuanyu was just too noble. However, after knowing Yang Bufan's true identity, Jiang Qin's admiration for Yang Bufan had increased once again. A dignified prince of a huge empire. How awe-inspiring was that? In the empire, Yang Bufan could have endless high-grade cultivation resources, but he had abandoned all of them and went to the evil abyss, a hellish place. That was a pride that came from his bones, or it could be said that he was fighting for something. Sometimes people lived to fight for something. He was willing to give up everything he had and pursue a new starting point. In the entire East Xuanyu, he was afraid that only Yang Bufan could do this. Jiang Qin didn't know why Yang Bufan and the emperor had a grudge against each other, but now it seemed that Yang Bufan had really earned it. A genius who hadn't used any cultivation resources in the empire for 10 years had surpassed those who had endless resources after he came back. This was the most important thing. This was a true genius. That was a great willpower that ordinary people couldn't compare to. The emperor must have seen through this, which explained the drastic change in his attitude towards Yang Bufan by conferring him the title of king. It could be seen that the emperor still doted on this son of his very much. Do you know how many princes there are in Great Qian Empire? And how many of them can be conferred the title of king by the emperor himself? King Fan's reputation has been soaring recently. The king conferring ceremony will be held in half a month's time. It's the most important day for King Fan. He has always been praising you, hoping that you can appear in his king conferring ceremony. How exciting would that be? It seems like King Fan's wish is going to come true. Old Man Bai Weng said. Even a fool could tell that he was praising King Fan. Of course, a figure like King Fan was indeed qualified to be praised. According to Old Man Bai Weng, anyone who could be conferred the title of king at such a young age in Great Qian Empire was qualified to be praised. It seems like the ending of Evil Abyss had a great impact on him. Advancing from early immortal king to half-step immortal emperor isn't a coincidence. De Huang Dog said. He remembered that Yang Bufan was only a late immortal king when he left. It hadn't been a long time since Yang Bufan had advanced to the half-step immortal emperor realm. This wasn't an easy step to cross. Many people had been stuck at this stage for their entire lives, unable to make any progress, but Yang Bufan had crossed it so easily. Of course, Brother Yang's accumulation in the Evil Abyss for 10 years is unstoppable. Not to mention half-step immortal emperors. Even true immortal emperors won't be far away from him. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He had long seen that Yang Bufan wasn't an ordinary person. How could he be an ordinary person if he could become the evil king in a place like Evil Abyss? Little brother, this old man knows that King Fan has gone to a place called Evil Abyss. I heard that it's like hell, but King Fan has never mentioned anything about that place. This old man really wants to know what King Fan has gone through to make such a huge change. Little brother, please tell me about it. Old Man Bai Weng spoke. He admired people like King Fan very much. At the same time, after witnessing Jiang Chen's capability, he also valued Jiang Chen very much. Otherwise, Old Man Bai Weng might have come to rescue Jiang Chen just because he was King Fan's friend, but he absolutely wouldn't be so polite to him. He was a dignified immortal emperor. A golden immortal was nothing in his eyes. If it was an ordinary golden immortal, Old Man Bai Weng was afraid that he wouldn't even say a word to that golden immortal, but it was different for Jiang Chen. He could see that a peerless genius like Jiang Chen would have limitless achievements in the future. Just like King Fan, it was normal and inevitable for Jiang Chen to surpass him. Alright, I'll tell you about it. Jiang Chen smiled. The reason why Yang Bufan didn't tell him was because he didn't think it was necessary. He wasn't a man who liked to boast. A truly mature man had always been very steady. However, Jiang Chen could use his mouth to help Yang Bufan boast. He understood very well that Yang Bufan had just become King Fan. The more people knew about Yang Bufan's deeds, the more people around him would admire him. This would also make Yang Bufan more cohesive in the future. As a prince of the imperial clan, one could imagine the competitiveness of Yang Bufan. Although Yang Bufan looked glamorous, he was afraid that his life wouldn't be easy. Jiang Chen told Old Man Bai Weng everything that had happened in Evil Abyss through divine sense. Jiang Chen didn't boast too much because what he said was the truth. The name of the evil lord was very famous in many regions. In Evil Abyss it was a symbol. After listening to Jiang Chen's introduction, Old Man Bai Weng's eyes glowed with mystical brilliance. His admiration for Jiang Chen had also deepened. Back then King Fan was just an immature youth. He was always impulsive. That's why the emperor didn't stop him when he left. He didn't even look for him after so many years. Sure enough, 10 years of accumulation has created a character. Today's King Fan is mature and steady. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Old Man Bai Weng nodded. After hearing about King Fan's deeds, he finally understood that it wasn't by chance that Yang Bufan could achieve what he had today. Little brother, you should know that in a major power like Great Qian Empire, especially the imperial clan, the competition is very intense. King Fan stood out as soon as he returned and was conferred the title of king. Many people are secretly jealous of him. Moreover, there's a huge competition between the princes. Each of them is trying to stabilize their own forces. There are too many troubles in Great Qian Empire. Also, the hostile forces of the 11 major powers aren't willing to see the emergence of an outstanding genius in the empire. I'm afraid that the king conferring ceremony that will take place half a month later will be full of troubles. Old Man Bai Weng said. Since King Fan thought highly of Jiang Chen, he wouldn't treat Jiang Chen as an outsider and told Jiang Chen everything that needed to be said. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. He could imagine the competition between Great Qian Empire. This empire wasn't any different from the martial Saint dynasty. There was a saying that the imperial clan had no kinship, especially between the princes. They would always form cliques and treat each other like enemies. Chapter 1432. Hehe, it seems like Yang Bufan needs our help again. De Huang Dog chuckled. Behind his glamorous appearance was endless pressure. There were many competitions in the empire that were even more dangerous than the evil clan in the evil abyss. Yang Bufan valued Jiang Chen's talent and ability very much. He knew very well that if he could get Jiang Chen's help, he would certainly be able to defeat his opponents and gain a firm foothold in the empire. Jiang Chen also understood this point very well. If Yang Bufan needed him, he would be duty-bound to go through life and death together. That would make them brothers. Jiang Chen had also regarded Yang Bufan as his brother. Moreover, Jiang Chen had just arrived in East Xuanyu and had nowhere to go. By going to Great Qian Empire, he would be able to meet the top geniuses of the entire East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen had never been afraid of battles. He liked battles and the passion in the process. This was also a process of his growth. To Jiang Chen, helping Yang Bufan was also a way for him to grow. Along the way, Old Man Bai Weng chatted and laughed without putting on the airs of an immortal emperor. This gave Jiang Chen a very good impression of Old Man Bai Weng. Wu Ningzhu had been resting in the Zulong Tower. This pair of lovers hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they were incomparably excited. However, Jiang Chen didn't release Wu Ningzhu right away. He knew that Wu Ningzhu needed to recuperate now, especially after the damage to her soul. It wouldn't be easy to recover. After arriving at King Fan Prefecture and finding a place to rest, Jiang Chen would then have a good meeting with Wu Ningzhu. Although Great Qian Empire was incomparably far away, it wasn't a big deal to Jiang Chen and the others. It didn't take them long to arrive. The imperial capital. Up ahead was the imperial capital of the Great Qian Empire. Even though it was very far away, one could still feel the majesty of the imperial capital. The sky was filled with mist and was filled with a noble aura. The imperial capital of the Great Qian Empire was built on a large mountain range just like a huge sect. The entire imperial capital was undulating and probably had a radius of thousands of miles. This was just the imperial capital, but it was like a small region. It was really too huge. This was the hinterland of the Great Qian Empire. It was like a crouching dragon with a dragon vein supporting it, causing the entire empire to be luxurious and noble. Within the imperial capital, there were ancient palaces and dazzling castles everywhere. There were ancient pine trees that were at least a few hundred years old. The old pine trees seemed to have life and were about to become spirits. There were golden pagodas floating in the sky, continuously giving off golden light. There were floating mountains wrapped in white mist in the sky. There were ancient palaces on top of them, showing the foundation of this empire. Each of the buildings floating in the sky was supported by experts using spatial force. To put it bluntly, each place was an independent spatial zone. Even though Jiang Chen wasn't an immortal king yet, he could feel the densely interweaving spatial cracks in the sky above the imperial capital. There must be a lot of small spatial zones created by immortal emperors or even mighty immortal venerables. Each of these small spatial zones was the noblest place in the imperial capital. Little brother, the imperial capital is just ahead. King Fan Prefecture is at the southeast of the imperial capital. I'll bring you there now. I think King Fan must be getting impatient from waiting. Old Man Bai Weng stroked his beard and said. It was King Fan's order to bring Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog here. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Chen was very happy to see Yang Bufan in East Xuanyu. Old Man Bai Weng looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but nod secretly. Jiang Chen had been calm and composed from the beginning to the end. If it was any other genius who saw such a magnificent imperial capital for the first time, they would certainly be incomparably excited and amazed. However, in front of the imperial capital, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. The mighty imperial capital didn't shock Zhou Xian, but old man Bai Weng. It was rare for Zhou Xian to have such a temperament at such a young age. No wonder King Fan valued Zhou Xian so highly. Under the lead of old man Bai Weng, 2 men and a dog flew towards the direction of King Fan Prefecture. There weren't many people who could fly in the sky above the imperial capital, but immortal emperors had enough privileges. Flying in the sky above the imperial capital, they could see a group of soldiers in golden armor patrolling the sky from time to time. Each of the patrol captains was at least a golden immortal expert. Such a powerful force and a powerful imperial capital were indeed worthy of being one of the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. Seeing someone flying in the sky, a group of golden guards flew over. When the captain saw old man Bai Weng, he immediately went forward and saluted. "Greetings, Lord Bai Weng." The captain spoke respectfully, then shifted his gaze to Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. "Lord Bai Weng, these two are?" The captain asked. One should know that in the imperial capital, apart from the golden guards, no one below the immortal king realm was allowed to enter. Friends of King Fan. Why? Do you still want to interrogate them? Old man Bai Weng said impatiently. I dare not. We can only respect the friends of King Fan." Upon hearing that they were friends of King Fan, the captain was filled with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Old man Bai Weng nodded. He led Zhou Xian past the group of golden guards and continued flying towards King Fan Prefecture. King Fan Prefecture was located in the southeast of the imperial capital. This prefecture had just been built. It was approved by the emperor. Every prefecture in the imperial capital had to be approved by the emperor himself. Recently, King Fan Prefecture had been the focus of the imperial capital because of its magnificent and luxurious design. One could tell that it was a place where nobles lived at first glance. The entire King Fan Prefecture covered an area of 100 miles. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery was beautiful, like a paradise on earth. In front of the gate of King Fan Prefecture, King Fan was wearing a clean purple robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, full of majesty. Behind him stood a dozen experts. The weakest among them was at least a half-step immortal emperor. 2 of them were already powerful immortal emperors like old man Bai Weng. There were a few guards standing on both sides of the gate. This was the first time these guards were so close to King Fan. Each and every one of them stood straight, but the invisible pressure from so many experts made them feel excited and nervous at the same time. In their eyes, anyone in front of them was a high and mighty lord, an existence that they couldn't hope to reach. The guards were astonished. They had no idea who King Fan was welcoming here. Across the entire imperial capital, who would have such great airs to make all the higher-ups of King Fan Prefecture stand outside the entrance and welcome them personally? This was the first time they had ever received such a high treatment. Chapter 1433. As a matter of fact, not only those guards, but also those experts behind King Fan also had a lot of doubts in their hearts. They only knew that King Fan was going to welcome a friend, so they stood out to welcome him. However, they had no idea who this friend was and what he looked like. They didn't dare to ask. In any case, they were going to meet him soon. Looking at the back of King Fan, many of them revealed admiring eyes. A hard-working person would always gain respect from others. Plus, King Fan's combat strength was very strong. Although he was only a half-step immortal emperor, no ordinary early immortal emperor was a match for him in a real fight. The 2 immortal emperors understood this very well, including old man Bai Weng. 3 silhouettes appeared in the sky above King Fan Prefecture, then slowly descended. 2 men and a dog. Their appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. They naturally knew old man Bai Weng. All eyes fell upon Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. When they saw that Zhou Xian was only a golden immortal, their eyes revealed a look of disappointment. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they knew that this white-robed young man might be the person that King Fan had mobilized so many people to welcome. Haha, brother, you're finally here. Big brother has been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Zhou Xian, King Fan revealed a carefree smile. This was the first time he laughed so heartily after returning to Great Qian Empire. He would only have such a smile when he met Zhou Xian. Yang Bufan and Zhou Xian stretched out their arms at the same time, giving each other a big bear hug. The scene stunned everyone on the scene. Even the immortal emperors opened their mouths wide in shock, unable to believe that what they saw was real. Who's this kid? He's just a puny little golden immortal. How could King Fan attach so much importance to him? This was the common question in everyone's heart. They could feel that King Fan was truly happy at this moment. At least they hadn't seen King Fan laugh so heartily for such a long time. Moreover, he ignored his identity and hugged the young man. This showed how much importance he attached to the young man. Yang Bufan carefully sized up Jiang Chen. After sensing Jiang Chen's cultivation base, he was still shocked despite being mentally prepared. "Brother, the progress of your cultivation is really unacceptable." Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Although he was surprised, he wasn't too surprised. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Chen's talent with his own eyes. This person in front of him was a miracle, a peerless monstrous genius that even he admired. "Brother Yang's progress is also very shocking," Jiang Chen said. His words were neither pretentious nor flattering. He was also very surprised that Yang Bufan could break through to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm so quickly. After all, it wasn't an easy step to cross from late Immortal King to half-step Immortal Emperor realm. "King Fan, who is this little brother?" an early Immortal Emperor elder asked. "Let me introduce. This is Jiang Chen, my brother. Since he has come to King Fan Prefecture, he's a distinguished guest." Yang Bufan introduced. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. Although he hadn't been separated from Jiang Chen for a long time, the feeling of meeting Jiang Chen here and Jiang Chen in Evil Abyss was completely different. A friend of King Fan is naturally a distinguished guest of King Fan Prefecture. That's right. A friend of King Fan certainly isn't a simple character. Everyone hastily greeted Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. He could naturally tell that these people were just being perfunctory. None of them really put him, a golden immortal, in their eyes. After all, the gap between them was just too great. They were all half-step immortal emperors or even true immortal emperors. How could they pay attention to a puny little golden immortal? If it wasn't for King Fan, they wouldn't even bother to talk to Jiang Chen. This was basically a certainty. Jiang Chen simply clasped his fists in response. He smiled and didn't put it in his heart. How they viewed him, Jiang Chen didn't care. "Brother, let's go. How about visiting my prefecture? I have already prepared a place for you to cultivate in seclusion." Yang Bufan put his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder and strode into the prefecture. Everyone was incomparably envious of them. They knew that they would never have the chance to be so close to King Fan. Baiwing, who is this kid? Why is he valued by King Fan so much? After King Fan and Jiang Chen left, a group of people immediately surrounded Old Man Baiweng. They were all too curious. This man was brought back by Old Man Baiweng. So Old Man Baiweng should know something about him. "He's called Jiang Chen, a friend of King Fan." Old Man Baiweng said with a smile. "Of course. Who can't see that? We're just curious. Given King Fan's identity, why would he befriend a puny little golden immortal?" An immortal emperor asked. "Puny little golden immortal? You must never underestimate this man. Just a moment ago he killed an intermediate immortal king young master Futian with his late golden immortal cultivation base. He's the son of the city lord of Fu City, Fu Kuei, the genius of Corpse Yin sect." Old Man Baiweng said. "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They had heard of young Master Futian before. He was a genius of Corpse Yin sect and had some fame. Additionally, he had already reached the intermediate immortal king realm at such a young age, which was extremely rare. More importantly, the means of Corpse Yin sect were very vicious and hard to deal with. Jiang Chen was able to kill young Master Futian with a late golden immortal cultivation base. If it wasn't said by Old Man Baiweng, they would never believe it. If it wasn't for Old Man Baiweng's words, they would never believe it. Killing an intermediate immortal king wasn't a big deal. Everyone on the scene could easily pinch one to death, but killing an intermediate immortal king with a late golden immortal cultivation base was a completely different concept. Just this point alone had changed their view of Jiang Chen tremendously. They no longer underestimated him. With such a heaven-defying talent, his future achievements would certainly be limitless. At the same time, they finally understood why King Fan valued a golden immortal so much. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen was a stock with tremendous potential. "Do you all want to know about King Fan's deeds in Evil Abyss?" Old Man Baiweng said habitually. "You know about it?" Everyone's interest was piqued. They were very interested in King Fan's deeds in Evil Abyss. Hearing that old man Bai Weng knew about it, they thought that he must have heard about it from Zhou Xian. Of course. The rise of King Fan isn't accidental. Just wait and see. King Fan is destined to become a great figure in the future. Chapter 1434. After hearing about Yang Bufan's deeds in Evil Abyss from Old Man Bai Weng, their reaction was the same as Old Man Bai Weng's. Apart from shock, there was also deep respect. They believed that if it was someone else in the same environment and situation, they wouldn't be able to achieve what King Fan did. Just like Old Man Bai Weng, they all believed that King Fan was destined to rise. The rise of such a person was absolutely not a coincidence. Compared to those geniuses of the empire who lived like princes, Yang Bufan was the real deal. A person could only settle down after experiencing a lot of things. The 10 years in Evil Abyss was the time for Yang Bufan to settle down and sublimate. These 10 years were the turning point for Yang Bufan, destined to surpass the other geniuses. King Fan Prefecture was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment was very beautiful. Additionally, the heaven and earth immortal chi in this place was extremely dense. The gap between this place and one-line sky was unimaginable. This was the best place for cultivation. The underground was directly next to the dragon vein. Living here would ensure that one's essence, chi and spirit would always be sufficient. Yang Bufan had prepared an incomparably quiet courtyard for Zhou Xian. The courtyard was surrounded by a garden. The environment was very good. One could see that Yang Bufan had gone to great lengths to welcome Zhou Xian. "Brother, are you satisfied with this place?" Yang Bufan said with a smile. "You're not lazy at all. Master Dog likes it. You're really considerate, kid." Before Zhou Xian could speak, De Huang Dog spoke. He really didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Perhaps only De Huang Dog would have the guts to call King Fan kid. Zhou Xian and Yang Bufan ignored De Huang Dog and chatted happily. They didn't mention the matter of Zhou Xian killing young Master Fu Tian. Zhou Xian knew that Yang Bufan must have learned everything from Old Man Bai Weng. Zhou Xian didn't mention it because he didn't put Fu Kuei or corpse insect in his eyes. It was the same for Yang Bufan. As the King Fan of Great Qin Empire, there was no one he didn't dare to offend. In any case, Fu Kuei had already been killed. Besides, King Fan knew Zhou Qian's character very well. As long as he was angry, there was no one in this world that he wouldn't dare to kill. Moreover, he believed that if young Master Fu Tian hadn't provoked Zhou Qian wouldn't have killed him. "Brother Yang, let me introduce you to an important person," Zhou Qian said. "Oh." Yang Bufan was taken aback. There were only Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog here. He knew both of them. There was no need to introduce De Huang Dog. "Sister Ning, come out." Zhou Qian smiled. When he called out the name, Zhou Qian felt a sense of happiness surging all over his body. The door of Zulong Tower was opened invisibly. Wu Ningzhu appeared strangely beside Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian. Standing beside Zhou Qian, Wu Ningzhu could no longer control her emotions. Her eyes turned a little red. The saintess of those years, the cold, peerless beauty, would melt in front of Zhou Qian. Wu Ningzhu couldn't care less about her image and threw herself into Zhou Qian's arms. Zhou Qian felt distressed. His palm kept patting Wu Ningzhu's back. He knew that Wu Ningzhu had suffered a great grievance. "Sister Ning, it's all right now. I have already killed that scum. With me here, I will never let you suffer any grievances in the future," Zhou Qian said softly. His gentle voice made Wu Ningzhu feel a strong sense of security. This was a man who could always give people a sense of security. His eyes couldn't help but brighten up when he saw Wu Ningzhu. A woman of such character was extremely rare. After all, Wu Ningzhu had seen a lot of things. So after a short moment of excitement, she calmed down and left Zhou Qian's arms in embarrassment. Very soon she resumed her previous cold demeanor. "Sister Ning, let me introduce you. This is King Fan, the Prince of Great Qin Empire," Zhou Qian said. "Greetings, King Fan." Wu Ningzhu nodded. "You're welcome." Yang Bufan waved his hand casually. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see the unusual relationship between Zhou Qian and Wu Ningzhu? "Brother Yang, this is Wu Ningzhu, my wife." Zhou Qian held Wu Ningzhu's hand. For the first time he called Wu Ningzhu his wife in front of outsiders. He felt that it was necessary for him to give Wu Ningzhu a status. Hearing Zhou Qian calling her his wife, Wu Ningzhu's face couldn't help but blush. After all, it was her first time. It was only natural for her to feel embarrassed. Haha. Brother, you're really lucky to have such a wife. Yang Bufan burst into laughter. Brother Yang, Sister Ning's soul has suffered a serious injury. I'm going to help her recover as soon as possible. After all, the means of corpse insect are too insidious. I'm afraid that delaying will leave some sequelae. Jiang Qin said with a frown. At the thought of this, his eyes couldn't help but radiate a cold light. Fortunately, he had already killed young Master Fu Tian, which could be considered as having vented his anger. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yang Bufan immediately guessed the cause of the matter. It must be that young Master Fu Tian had designs on Wu Ningzhu, which had completely infuriated Jiang Chen. In this way, it seemed that young Master Fu Tian's death wasn't unjust. Touching the reverse scale of the dragon was destined to end miserably. All right. In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. Brother, you must be tired after a long journey. Take a rest. By the way, here's a soul-nourishing pill. It's a superior-grade Yang soul transformation pill. It has a very good effect on restoring the soul. Yang Bufan casually took out a pill. It was a golden pill. The fragrance it exuded could make people feel relaxed and happy, making their soul feel sublimated. This was an emperor-grade pill, a priceless treasure. Yang Bufan took it out so casually. Brother Yang, thank you very much. Jiang Chen received the pill feeling very touched. As an alchemist himself, he knew the preciousness of this pill all too well. Soul-related pills were already very rare in the heaven and earth. Moreover, this Yang soul transformation pill was an emperor-grade pill. It was a priceless treasure. If it had to be measured in terms of value, it would absolutely be a sky-high price. Jiang Chen knew that Yang Bufan was a forthright person, so he didn't stand on ceremony with him. After all, Wu Ningzhu also needed this Yang soul transformation pill very much. As for Yang Bufan's friendship, Jiang Chen could only keep it in his heart. Alright, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. When you're done with Ningzhu's matter, come and find me. Help me plan the king-conferring ceremony. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, then turned and left. This kid isn't bad. De Huang Dog nodded. A person like Yang Bufan was indeed very suitable to be a friend. It's not that easy to be a prince. I hope we can help him. Chapter 1435. Wu Ningzhu's innate talent was relatively terrifying. Her current cultivation base was already at the early golden immortal realm. For an ascendant, this cultivation base couldn't be said to be not terrifying. However, when she encountered young Master Fu Tian, she had no way to resist and could only be controlled by the opponent. Fortunately, young Master Fu Tian didn't have the chance to touch Wu Ningzhu. From this point of view, young Master Fu Tian had suffered a great loss. It was fine if he didn't get the peerless beauty, but in the end he even lost his life. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't worth it. As a matter of fact, early golden immortal realm was nothing in this East Xuanyu. They couldn't even be considered as the lowest rank. Even a patrol captain of Great Qian Empire was a golden immortal. Sister Ning, take this Yang soul transformation pill. Then I will use the Great Soul Derivation technique and with spiritual qi to help you recover your injured soul. With the help of this emperor-grade pill, you should be able to recover very soon. To you, this is also a good fortune. Perhaps you can usher in a transformation. Moreover, because I have isolated the soul seed that Fu Tian left in your body, it hasn't disappeared yet. I will help you refine it together with the soul seed. Jiang Chen said. He was very clear about Wu Ningzhu's current situation. With the help of the Yang soul transformation pill, everything wouldn't be a problem. The soul seed that Fu Tian left in Wu Ningzhu's body had now become ownerless. After being refined, it would become a wealth that could help Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Chen was very clear that this injury was also a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu. Given Wu Ningzhu's innate talent, her cultivation base would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. As for the specific extent, it would depend on Wu Ningzhu herself. All right. Wu Ningzhu took the Yang soul transformation pill and swallowed it without any hesitation according to Jiang Chen's instructions. Boom. The medicinal power of the Yang soul-forming pill was extremely ferocious. After it entered Wu Ningzhu's body, the vigorous medicinal power immediately exploded, rushing into Wu Ningzhu's limbs and bones, causing Wu Ningzhu's body to tremble violently. Not only did the Yang soul-forming pill have great benefits for healing the soul, but the pill itself also contained powerful energy. It was extremely helpful for stabilizing one's foundation and forging one's physical body. Seeing this, Zhou Xian did not dare to delay. He hurriedly used the Great Soul Derivation technique and his soul power entered Wu Ningzhu's body like a clear stream. At the same time, he injected the wood's spiritual energy to help Wu Ningzhu guide the medicinal effect in her body. Wu Ningzhu was only an early golden immortal after all. If she forcefully consumed an emperor-grade pill, she wouldn't be able to control the vigorous medicinal effect at all. Once she lost control, it would very likely have the opposite effect. Not only would her soul not be healed, it would also suffer greater damage. Of course, as long as Zhou Xian was here, she didn't need to worry about this. With Zhou Qian's abilities, he could even control an emperor-grade pill perfectly, allowing the medicinal strength to be unleashed perfectly, allowing Wu Ningzhu to obtain the greatest benefits. Sister Ning, calm your mind and wash your hands of the medicinal effect of the Yang soul-forming pill. After your soul has strengthened and stabilized, I will help you refine the soul seed. Zhou Xian reminded her and told Wu Ningzhu what she needed to pay attention to. This was a very important and crucial process. There must be no accidents. Any accidents would be unbearable. After all, the soul was the foundation of a person. Once there was a problem with the soul, it would be very hard to recover. Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She trusted Zhou Xian very much. She opened up all her defenses, allowing Zhou Qian's soul power to rush into her body. That clear soul power and with spiritual qi made Wu Ningzhu feel a strong sense of security. It was a kind of trust, a man that she could entrust her life to. Compared to the medicinal effect of the Yang soul-forming pill, Wu Ningzhu's soul was still too weak. Plus, her soul had suffered a certain amount of damage, so she couldn't rush it. Plus, the medicinal effect of the Yang soul-forming pill was too strong. Zhou Xian estimated that it would take at least 2 days to completely absorb the pill. Once this process was completed, it would be much easier to refine the soul seed. Wing. A strong soul qi filled the entire courtyard. A layer of faint golden light enshrouded Zhou Xian and Wu Ningzhu like a golden cocoon, constantly emitting buzzing sounds. At this time, De Huang Dog was still playing the role of a guardian. He was a qualified guard. Although he knew that no one would come to disturb them in Qingfan Prefecture, De Huang Dog still remained vigilant at all times. This was a kind of habit and also a kind of trust that Zhou Xian and Wu Ningzhu had in him. 2 days passed very quickly. In these 2 days, Qingfan Prefecture was extraordinarily bustling. Everyone was preparing for the king conferring ceremony. Only the place where Zhou Xian was staying was the quietest. Because Yang Bufan had specifically told them not to disturb Zhou Xian, no one dared to disturb him. Everyone in Qingfan Prefecture knew that a distinguished guest had arrived, a friend that Qingfan had personally come out to greet. No one would dare to neglect or look down on such a person, even if he was just a golden immortal. With the help of Zhou Xian, Wu Ningzhu had successfully refined and absorbed the Yang soul transformation pill. At this time, Wu Ningzhu's soul had become several times stronger than before. At the same time, the pure energy formed by the Yang soul transformation pill was accumulated in Wu Ningzhu's body, ready for Wu Ningzhu to refine and absorb at any time. Zhou Xian nodded and withdrew his soul power. At this time, Wu Ningzhu was already strong enough. Even without his help, Wu Ningzhu would be able to refine and absorb the soul seed that Futian had left in her body. Wu Ningzhu's waterfall-like black hair fluttered without any wind. Her beautiful face looked even more alluring under the illumination of the light. Even Zhou Xian couldn't help but feel a little infatuated by her. According to Zhou Qian's reminder, Wu Ningzhu began to absorb and refine the soul seed. Her soul power turned into a huge mouth, swallowing the soul seed in one gulp. That was left behind by an intermediate immortal king. Even if it was just a small seed, it was already a treasure and incomparably precious. One could feel that Wu Ningzhu's soul was undergoing the greatest transformation. Her whole body gave off a feeling of transformation from inside to outside. The strength of one's soul was the foundation of a person. The stronger one was, the more terrifying one would be. Under such impact, Wu Ningzhu's potential was stimulated once more. With the help of soul power and the energy of the Yang soul transformation pill, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base began to rise. Ka. Chapter 1436. The entire courtyard was shrouded by powerful qi. Wu Ningzhu was undergoing earth-shattering changes. This change was absolutely not just an improvement in her cultivation base, but a fundamental transformation. If Wu Ningzhu could only be considered as a genius before, the current Wu Ningzhu had already surpassed the category of ordinary geniuses, because her soul had experienced rebirth. This was the rarest thing. In other words, the current Wu Ningzhu had become a completely different person. In terms of talent, she wasn't any weaker than Han Yen and Tyrant. Wu Ningzhu closed her eyes and sat there. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. It wasn't enough to describe her as a goddess. After advancing to the intermediate golden immortal realm, her qi was far from stopping. Or it could be said that this was just the beginning. Putting everything else aside, the pure energy contained in the Yang soul transformation pill alone was more than enough for her to absorb. If Wu Ningzhu's soul hadn't experienced this incident and forcefully refined the Yang soul transformation pill, the effect wouldn't be as good as it was now. Even with Jiang Chen's help, it still wouldn't work. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of opportunity that required one's own conditions. The Yang soul transformation pill was a powerful emperor-grade pill. No matter how powerful an ordinary golden immortal was, they wouldn't be able to fully absorb its medicinal power. This was Wu Ningzhu's opportunity, a great opportunity. Her cultivation base was still rising constantly. It seemed like she had no intention of stopping, just like when De Huang Dog obtained the essence of the immortal execution sword. Her foundation is too strong. It seems like Sister Ning is going to break through to the half-step immortal king realm. De Huang Dog said. It's not necessarily a good thing to break through so many realms at once, but I have a way to do it now. Jiang Chen smiled. With a flip of his palm, he took out a big bowl of Qilin Saint blood. With this, Sister Ning will be able to stabilize her cultivation base even if she breaks through to the half-step immortal king realm. When Jiang Chen took out a bowl of Qilin Saint blood, the fire Qilin in the ancestral dragon pagoda roared and cursed again. Now the fire Qilin couldn't even find a place to cry. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This motherfucker wasn't human at all. He just took my blood without any discussion. Did he even consider my feelings? The fire Qilin cried. No one knew how big the shadow in his heart was. If this scene was seen by an outsider, they would immediately be shocked and roll their eyes. That was Qilin's holy blood. How could he give out a bowl of it as if it was plain water? If the people of Nanbei family saw this, they would immediately be furious and fight with Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, these days Nanbei family had been searching for the fire Qilin all over the world. The more they couldn't find it, the more worried they became. Of course, Nanbei family wouldn't openly search for the fire Qilin. Even if the fire Qilin was dead or gone, they wouldn't make it public. The fire Qilin was a saint beast. It had always been the symbol of Nanbei family. It was an auspicious omen, the symbol of Nanbei family, and the most important thing. If the fire Qilin was lost or killed, it would have a great impact on Nanbei family. They would definitely keep it a secret. This was the impact on their prestige and influence. Otherwise, Nanbei family would have already erupted after a few days. Of course, even if the outside world didn't know about the situation, the higher-ups of Nanbei family couldn't sit still anymore. This could be seen from the appearance of so many experts of Nanbei family in East Xuanyu. They were searching everywhere for the whereabouts of the fire Qilin, but the outsiders didn't know about it. To Jiang Chen, taking out the Qilin Saint blood was a very dangerous action in itself because the experts of Nanbei family were likely to sense it. However, Jiang Chen was currently in Qingfan Prefecture, the imperial capital of Great Qian Empire. It was impossible for the experts of Nanbei family to infiltrate the place directly. Sister Ning, drink and refine the saint blood. It will bring you endless benefits. Jiang Chen handed the Qilin Saint blood to Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu opened her eyes and smiled at Jiang Chen. Then she drank the saint blood in one gulp. Wu Ningzhu's action showed that she had enough trust in Jiang Chen. Drinking something that was casually given to her by others showed that she wasn't on guard at all. Of course, even if Wu Ningzhu was on guard against anyone in this world, she wouldn't be on guard against Jiang Chen. After drinking the Qilin Saint blood, Wu Ningzhu's qi changed once more. She had truly obtained tremendous benefits today. Countless people would be envious of her if they knew about it. It didn't take long for Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base to break through to the late golden immortal realm. Her qi was still rising, showing no signs of stopping. This situation was within the expectation of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. They had already seen that the limit of Wu Ningzhu today was at least the half-step Immortal King realm. Pong. At this time, a powerful qi suddenly gushed out from De Huang Dog's body. This was supposed to be the most critical moment for Wu Ningzhu, but now De Huang Dog had a reaction. I, Master Dog, have been stimulated. Now I'm going to break through to the true Immortal King realm. Haha. De Huang Dog was incomparably excited and laughed loudly. He turned into a golden light and went into a room with a swoosh. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. De Huang Dog's body originally contained a large amount of essence of great sovereign weapons, which could be refined and absorbed at any time. Now that Wu Ningzhu had undergone such a tremendous change, De Huang Dog must have been stimulated to a certain extent. As a matter of fact, De Huang Dog had already been stimulated in Futian manner. Although Jiang Chen was only a late Golden Immortal expert, he could easily kill an intermediate Golden Immortal expert, and that was without his half-step Immortal King form. Although De Huang Dog was a half-step Immortal King, his combat strength was no match for Jiang Chen. Now, after being stimulated by Wu Ningzhu, De Huang Dog finally couldn't help but rush to the true Immortal King realm. The Immortal King realm was a hurdle for any immortal. It wasn't easy to cross it, but De Huang Dog was obviously not an ordinary immortal. It wasn't difficult for him to surpass the Immortal King realm. Whether it was Wu Ningzhu or De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen felt very gratified. East Xuanyu was full of crises and challenges. In order to establish a foothold here, the only thing they could rely on was their own cultivation base. Only by becoming stronger and stronger could they continue to move forward. The qi of the entire courtyard was like a violent storm. Jiang Chen hastily struck out a seal to seal this place. The people of King Fan Prefecture were all busy preparing for the king conferring ceremony. Jiang Chen didn't want the situation here to affect Yang Bufan's matter. Not long after that, Wu Ningzhu's qi rose to the half-step Immortal King realm and stabilized very quickly. In this state, Wu Ningzhu was like a completely different person. She had undergone a tremendous change. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.